Hey, Earthlings, we're live on the Twinternet, so welcome along.
We're live, yeah.
Yeah, this is the last advert for the last show, Ronnie. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I'm terrible. I'm going to go back in jail so we can make a few more.
Well,
what we can do. Do you remember that film Hatton Garden? Hatton Garden, about those old robbers that were all really old, and they went and did this raid in London, didn't they? Broke into this vault and nicked millions of pounds.
Oh, is that like the Ealing comedies or something?
No. It's an actual true, a real thing that happened a few years ago. Okay. These old sort of robbers and burglars got together, and like, oh, we'll do one last raid, and they broke in a bank vault and stole all these like deposit boxes and got millions of pounds. And like one of them nearly died. There's been a film about it. In fact, several films about it, and like one of them nearly died on the raid. He was a diabetic. He went in a coma while they're actually doing the thing, you know. And a guy had to inject him with some EpiPen or something, and all that. And
people. You've tuned into film reviews with Ronnie Lee.
We tried a film review. Well, I was thinking you and I, we could do like an ALF version at Garden. Would we like do like one last raid just for old time's sake? And then,
you still got your balaclava. They were only used.
Yeah. We'll go at the back of the cupboard. Like we'll get it out. It's all smelly and that. Put that on. And then after
everyone,
you come out,
I'm going to do an executive thing and shut Ronnie up for a second. And welcome Declan. So this is unusual in the sense that we've already featured you and your sanctuary in this series, Declan. But there's a special reason why you're back, and that's because you got a few hours' notice that there was 200 hens to rescue, right, from a farm. And essentially, the farmers said, if you can beat the slaughter truck, you can have them. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, Roger. Yeah, only the evening before, the next day, they were going to be taken away at dinner time. So we only had a few hours to get on the phone and see if anyone would take them. Sure. No one wanted any. Only one other sanctuary took 15. So we wound up with 185 of them, So it was a hard decision to make, either see them be killed or rescue them, so it was a fairly sleepless night for myself that night, I can tell you, so
yeah, and you kept waking me up with all the phone calls, I think, if I remember. So we've got a little bit of we put together a film of the entire rescue. The only thing that we weren't really allowed to film was the actual farm. The farmers were pretty guarded about all that. They didn't even want us to look inside, never mind film inside or anything. So we don't have the film of that, but we've got film of the vans. We've got film of the hens in the vans, and then we've got them being removed, put into the first paddock, and then we frantically had to make a new shed in order to split the population into two. And it kind of really ruined your summer holidays, really, Declan, because you were planning to do the shed in September, weren't you? And you had to bring it forward 2 months,
When the weather cooled down a bit, we were walking all through the heat. Roger, you were great to come down and help as well, so it's brilliant,
Do you want to talk about your love of horseflies or not?
Especially that Sunday you were down, we were out with horseflies, weren't we?
Yeah, we were bitten by them. So so here's your here's a little film. So we're going to just show you the first minute of the 5. So this essentially is the VIP van, Neville, and this is just before we left for the farm. And then I wanted to just pause on this one because people watching might not know what these are. This farm, this was the first time that they'd sent hens to slaughter, and these were brand new transportation cages. And so these were due within minutes, or at least a couple of hours after we left. These would have been filled with the rest of the hens, put onto trucks and taken to what they described as the factory, which is the Irish way of talking about slaughterhouses. So that's what these are, and these were brand new. So I kind of sneaked a little picture of those because it just seemed so incongruous that we were rescuing 200, and there brand new was all these transportation cages, which, you know, kind of 3 hours later would have been filled, you know.
So they belong to the farm, do they? Is it the farm? The farm has to provide those.
We couldn't really work that out, could we, Declan? Because
No,
no, it was.
I'd say a truck just dropped them off there, and then you know, and then they'd come with more in another truck, you know, and maybe 2 trucks had come to take the rest of them away or something, you know. So
Yeah,
probably
we couldn't quite work that out. Whether the deal is that on the first time you send them, you have to buy a series of the cages, and then you fill them, then they go, and then they drop some more off. I don't know how it works, but
I don't know. Yeah. I suppose it saved the trucker a bit of time if they filled them ones, if that some of them filled, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I suppose it would. Yeah, but that would then be down to the farmers to do it. Then, well, at least that'd be more gentle than the ones. So these are the hens. These are from. Yeah. So that's the sanctuary van, and these are free range hens, Declan, but they were all debeaked. That's right, isn't it?
Well, they're all debeaked, Roger. Yeah. They are free range, and that's why we said we try and rescue them. We thought that they'd be more healthier than the ones in the cages, but
you can see here though. There's telltale signs. I mean, the comb on this individual is floppy. That's always a bad sign. And there's quite a few people, when people see the full film on the main show, there are a couple of the hens who look like battery chickens rather than free range ones, and there was quite a lot of them had kind of damage to their backs. And you kind of had a theory about that, didn't you, Dick?
Yeah, I think the the water pipes that they drink out, they don't drink out of bowls, and they just pick at a pipe, a little nipple on a pipe to get a drop of water. And I just looking in the shed for a second, I could see that all the pipes were very low, and the hens were probably creeping under these pipes. That's why a lot of the feathers are missing on their backs, you know.
So I want to just explain this bit of footage. This was taken by the vegan songstress, and the reason that we were filming rather than taking them out, because it was a desperate. I mean, it was a really hot day, so we had to get them out quick. It's just that we had to empty the first van first, the bigger van, and so these ones had to wait until we'd done that. And so the songstress took this film. Now she couldn't take these out because there was a big cage in the way of this. And so not one person could take that cage out. You needed 2 or 3 to do it. And so if people are wondering, why are you filming instead of taking them out? Well, that's the reason for that. But as you can see, they were pretty heated up at this stage. So they needed to get out in the next few minutes, which we managed to do. So this is when they first came out of the vans and first went into their first paddock. This is the hens just breaking about 20 eggs.
Having their first feed there.
Hello. Hello, what's your name? Hello, what's your name? Yeah, so I just
asking
along this path, what's your name? What's your name? I was doing
Did they all have the same name though, Roger? The kind of
yeah, but they wouldn't tell me what it was. So I mean, like we go around in our human arrogance and naming all these other animals, but they're probably thinking that's not my name. My name.
And I don't always think those names are particularly pleasant, to be honest.
We've got some people in the chat. Vegmet Codbod, Wendy's favourite name.
That's great.
and we got Michael. So hi, Mike. And so, if you don't mind being called Mike, sorry about that. And so we're just doing this quick advert. We're going to probably end in a couple of minutes for the main show on the 12th. Hey, Ronnie, funny how things change. Remember, it used to be called the Glorious 12th, right?
It did. It did. Yeah. Well, it will be a Glorious 12th in a way, because that's when we're doing the show. So it'll be glorious in that sense. It's obviously not glorious for all the birds they shoot, you know, because it's the start of the shooting season or something at 12.
Yeah, grouse
blast off. Yeah, well, there's and of course in previous shows I've told a couple of funny stories regarding the sabbing of the shooting on the grouse moors, and of course there was the time when you fell down a hole, didn't you, on the grouse moor, Roger?
Yeah, ended up
once on a stab.
I was really lucky. I could have been
ended up like that. It could have been. It's never been the same since, though. Come on. Urging people forward with just your head.
So Declan, as we'll show when we show the main film, they're kind of split into two compounds now, so they've got a lot more space. Are they doing okay? I know that the real problem is obviously in terms of the farm, these hens are at slaughter age. So I imagine the chances are you're going to probably get a couple of fatalities and stuff, which is unfortunate, but that's what always happens when the rescue this happens.
We get loads of fatalities and loads of sick ones, you know. we already have 12 ones sick at the moment, you know, and 3 or 4 prolapses as well in that, you know. So,
the vet and you are very busy then.
Very busy, Roger. Yeah. Like every time we go out to feed them and look at them, you're worried will you get another hen in trouble, you know. So we have to get them quick.
Well, that's an interesting point you make though, because I've seen you kind of looking around, you know, when they're all milling around. You're kind of looking and you're looking at their back ends and all this kind of stuff. And just to see that everything's okay. But you know, one of the things that the farmers say is that they inspect each and every hen every single day, and that's just like impossible.
It's impossible. Yeah, if you have 10 or 20,000 in the shed, like,
it's
just impossible to do. You know, and then that'd be small compared to, you know, 100,000 in some of the sheds of 50,000. You know, so. Impossible to do, you know. But
so, Ronnie, are you going to do your big rally cry and tell everybody about the date and all that, and then we'll go.
Yeah, we want everyone to come along this Thursday evening at 7 p.m. That's Ireland/UK time. You're elsewhere in the world, it's going to be a different time, but that would be very easy for you to find out. Please come along. It's going to be a great show. You'll see a lot more of the hens in their new life, where they're in a much better time than their previous life, and they're still alive, which is the main thing. It'll be a great show. Lots more stories about my time in prison. We're now on my final. Well, I hope it's my final prison sentence. You never know though these days, do you? Where I was in a prison in Devon called Channings Wood, and there was lots of funny incidents occurred there. I'll be talking about that, and some other funny stories. Is that your last one, Ronnie? Is that your last prison? That was my previous. That was the last prison I was in, Channings Wood. It's near Newton Abbot in down in Devon, So you know, it's going to be a good laugh, and it's for a great cause. So do come along on Thursday. Enjoy the show and make a nice donation to Back Into Daylight and support the hens. I mean, make a donation already if you like. See the address of the website going across the bottom of the screen, and it's also I think in the event description. And click on donate on there, and you can give some money to help with the costs of all these hens, because it's an extra. It's half as many animals again for the sanctuary to look after, and there are vet bills, cost of accommodation, cost of food has all gone up for them, and it's difficult enough for sanctuaries anyway, especially at the moment. So please be generous and come along on Thursday and enjoy the show.
So, with that, I think we're all gonna wave goodbye like good TV people or whatever, and say so we're going. So thanks a lot, people.
See you on Thursday.
See you next week.
Take care.
Bye.
Hey, we're live on the internet, people. So welcome along to Jailhouse Vegans number 7. And the subtitle of this one is The End of an Era, Ronnie. It's the last
really,
one.
because I think this is going to be the last one. And
The last one.
Unless you and I get together go on another crime spree, Roger, and break into places.
You can do that one on your own, Ronnie. Don't worry about it.
I thought you'd come and help me because I need help now. Now I've got my Zimmer frame. I need a little bit of help to break in. I thought
right, yeah.
Lend me a bit of a hand. You know.
Is it a motorised one, is it, Ronnie? Is it a motorised one?
No, I can't afford a motorised one. You've got to push me. You've got to push me along and we'll do the raid and hopefully welcome
back to Declan Bowens from the Back into Daylight Animal Sanctuary. Those of you who've seen the advert will know that we kind of wanted to go for different sanctuaries each time, but there's a special reason for bringing Declan back because of a rescue about 3 weeks ago now, Declan, was it?
Yeah, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago of 200 hens. We're going to show you a nice film that shows you the lot. And essentially, Declan's summer holiday, as such, he doesn't really get much of a holiday anyway, but it was completely ruined because Declan, you'd already laid down the concrete base for a new shed, but you had to bring all your plans forward about 2.5 months, right?
Yeah, to build this new shed for the hens because there was too many of them in one shed, 100, 200 of them, and we said we'd split them in half. So in the real hot weather, 30 degrees, which is rare for Ireland here, we had to build this shed. And thanks to Roger for coming down, and John and a few other people happens with the shed. We got it finished, you know.
We'll have to ask people in the comment, though. I think it might be a rights violation to split hens in half. But actually, I tell you one thing that was an issue for us was the fact that how do you ensure that you're not separating friends from friends? And Declan, you made the point that that's kind of already been done when we did the initial rescue because there was 1,000 birds and we were allowed to take 200. And so the chances are we probably separated some friends anyway because of that, right? So it's a difficult situation, you know. So
it is,
I don't know. Do you see individuals kind of calling to each other between the two compounds, anything like that?
Yeah, when they settle down, Roger, after a few weeks, you see gangs of them, you know, getting together, sleeping together, and all that type of thing, and you know, walking around in the grass and everything together. So they do make their own pals, you know, like all animals, you know. Yeah, you know.
And thanks for tuning in, everybody. Ronnie, do you want to say hello to the people in the chat?
I'll say hello to everyone. I mean, I'm not able to see the chat actually. I've got a funny thing with my computer. If I try to see the chat, it kind of it does something weird. So you'll have to tell me.
Okay, well, I'll do it then. I'll do it then. So we've got Veg Met Cod Bod, Wendy's favorite name from the Animal Rights Show. So hi.
Hi there.
Hello to you, sir. I don't know if that's in the right gender. Michael, we've got the vegan songsters. The vegan songsters in 2 locations, on the screen and also just over there. We've got Deb and Amber.
Hi, Deb.
And Linda and Laura. So hi everyone.
Hi, Linda and Laura. Hi everyone, and hello to all the people that is watching the recording of this as well.
Yeah, you're saying hello to people in the future. That's interesting. Time travel.
I can even time travel now. It's marvelous, isn't it? Marvelous. My superpowers.
Deb says, "Hey, Jennifer."
All my other powers.
Yeah. I'm going to like a translation. So Jennifer said, "Hey, Deb." I'm not going to do that all evening. So don't anybody else. So
shall we? We better get on with. We better get on with that.
Yeah, get on with it, Ronnie. What's the matter with you?
Entertaining people. Roger's got another funny story, but he's not going to tell it first because it's so good that we want to leave everyone in suspense for a while. And I'm going to start off, and I'll bring him in with this funny story.
I describe it as bittersweet, actually. My story.
Well, yeah, see, that's a little taster, isn't it? A taster. Ah,
it is.
For his story. So
I'm such a tease, aren't I? I'm such a tease.
But anyway, yeah, I mean, these stories have been about the time that Roger and I spent at Majesty's pleasure, if you could call it that, in the 1970s, 80s, and in my case, it was into the 90s as well. And with me, I served 3 prison sentences, and we're now on my final sentence.
You couldn't get enough of it, could you, Ronnie?
Couldn't get enough of it. No, wonderful. free board, free food. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, but I mean, you weren't satisfied with going in multiple times, but you had to go in the 70s, or the 80s, and the 90s. I mean,
I wanted to cover the 3. Well, they kept me into the 90s. I didn't really want to stay to the 90s, so they kept me into the 90s.
Oh, right. So you didn't volunteer that bit, no? You didn't volunteer.
I didn't volunteer that bit. No. They kept me as long as they could. I don't know how they put up with it. Anyway, I'm now in the final prison. I served my 3rd sentence in, which was a prison called Channings Wood down in Devon, and that was a semi-open prison. You've got kind of cells and that in there, but there's grounds, and you've got quite a bit of freedom to walk in the grounds. So it's not like one of the horrible prisons that you often see in the television programs like Porridge. And you see, I was known as the general, because in my court case that they gave everyone ranks. I think Roger were you area commander, Roger? Was that your rank? Is that the rank they?
No, you keep saying that. It was lieutenant or lieutenant, depending on
whether you were another lieutenant, were you? I had several.
Brendan was a lieutenant, and Vivian was a lieutenant.
Lieutenant, and I was the general, because they wanted to give me the biggest.
You always wanted to promote me to something that I wasn't.
I always thought I sounds better, doesn't it? Area commander.
I mean, general assistant, I think I was. General assistant.
You'd have got a longer sentence for area commander, wouldn't you, than what you did? Anyway, so I'm in Channings Wood, and the corridor where my cell was, there was a guy on that corridor who was a captain. He'd been a captain in the Navy, and he'd become addicted to he become addicted to alcohol, sadly, and kind of went into a life of crime, and he was in prison. But he was very proud of having been a captain, and he was telling one, I was a captain, spoke like that. I was a captain in the Navy, yes, I was a captain. I had men under me. I mean, I don't quite know in what sense that was, but he had men under him. And of course, the other prisoner says, well, you're not the highest ranking officer on this landing. And he'd go, yes, I am. I'm a captain. Yes, they go, no, you're not. There's a general on this landing, a general. Yeah. He'd go, no, there isn't. Where's the general? And they point to me. And he'd go, he's not a general. He's just a cabin boy. And the thing was, he absolutely loved the Queen. He was all, I love the Queen, Her Majesty, and all that. And I said, well, I'm in touch with the Queen. She's a very good friend of mine. No, she isn't. No, you've nothing to do. It's nothing to do with you. And what I did was I got a friend of mine to forge a letter from the Queen to, forge like Buckingham Palace head,
That's probably a crime, Ronnie. That's probably not legal.
Yeah, just add it to all the others, take it into consideration. And and wrote this letter, dear Ronnie, I'm very sad to hear you're in prison, and I hope that you'll soon get out and be able to come to one of my garden parties again, where I'll make up for the time, blah, blah, blah. Signed, Her Majesty. And I showed it to him. I said, there you go. But he went mad. He started ranting and raving. But he was a kleptomaniac. And it's like, I think he was in prison for nicking stuff, but he carried on nicking stuff in prison. He'd go he nicked a load of pencils from the education department, and he just stole stuff. He stole scissors off the prison officer's desk in the office. There's an office on the landing where the prison officer sat. Stole his scissors, and they discovered that he'd hoarded a load of stones. He'd hoarded all these stones, and he had a hit list of prison officers. That he had an attack list. He was going to launch an attack. They had to keep him locked in the cell all the time, which normally it don't happen. You know, you've got a lot of freedom. Your cell's open, but within they just
as soon as he could steal a catapult from somebody.
Yeah. Well, he had a load of stones. He had a hit list. He made a hit list of prison officers, and he didn't know their names, so he had all descriptions. One with bald head and moustache, and another one.
Oh, a hit list.
Hit list, yeah.
You mean just the prison guard uniform wasn't enough? You actually had to describe them as well.
Yeah, no, he didn't know their names. You see, so he, you know, the ones that he was going to attack on the list. He was going to attack them in an order, I think, and he didn't know their names, so he had descriptions of them written on this. I don't think the descriptions are very complimentary. So anyway, they just locked him in the cell, and then they eventually moved him to another prison. But really, he should have been in some kind of psychiatric place, to be quite honest. You know, he wasn't right. So that was the captain, and we had another guy on the in the corridor. It was a gangster. He's a gangman bloke. And I was walking down the corridor one day, and he come running up to me. He said, "Ronnie," he said, "You like animals? Don't you like animals?" I said, "Well, you know, I care about animals, you know." He said, "Oh," he said, "please help me, please help me. I can't go in my cell." I said, "Why?" He said, "There's a wasp in my cell, a wasp. I can't go in my cell." So anyway, I said, "Don't worry, leave it to me," you know. And I went in his cell. I just opened his window, and I just went like that, and I, you know, shooed the wasp out the window, and I shut the window. I said, "Oh, it's all right. I've shooed the wasp. I've sorted it out." And he said to me, he said, "God, blimey," he said, "You've got some bottle. You've got some bottle." He was saying, "This is gang, something gang guy, you know." And
what did he normally do on the out? Did he put a contract out on a wasp or something? I mean, how did he do it?
He might have done, yeah. He might have, yeah. And the wasp, it was a hit wasp, like been sent to do him.
just send the big bee in. Hey, mate, get out there.
I was going to carry out a sting. Anyway, that's terrible. Do you want to tell your story now, Roger, because so people can recover from that?
Deb says you're a wasp whisperer. You're a wasp whisperer.
Well, I'm not frightened of wasps and things. You know, I know some people are, but you know, you just got to be calm. Be calm with them, really. That's the thing. You know? Yeah.
Well, but anyway. I was thinking about if there's something I haven't said in this 7-part thing, and I even played back some of them just to see if I'd done this already, and I don't think I have. But my story starts in Wales via Ireland almost, and then ends in Manchester, because what happened was my time. I said in the previous show that I was disappeared to a farm when I went on the run, and my time there was only limited, and when it came to an end, we came up with this idea of going to Ireland. And so I knew a couple of writers, and they managed to get me a dodgy passport. And so I was armed with this dodgy passport, and we went to Holyhead. And Holyhead now is, probably people have probably seen Holyhead port. It's quite extensive now. It used to be very kind of small, and right at the end of like a pier kind of thing. So we ended up there, and there was me, my partner at the time, and somebody from Sea Shepherd who was doing the driving. So we ended up there, and we got stopped and searched, and the customs people started asking all kinds of questions, and I think they'd called for the police. And so they were doing this thing where they'd opened the boot, and then they opened the bonnet of the car, so both ends of the car were up, kind of thing. And I was thinking, this is not going to end well for me. So I kind of walked around to the front of the car and just walked away from them, keeping the car in line so they didn't see me. And then there was a little wall, and I kind of dropped down onto a beach. And so then I walked along this beach, and I just kind of hid until it was nighttime. And then I made a reverse charge call to somebody that I knew. It was the time before mobile phones, so you had to do a reverse charge call, because I hadn't had a penny on me, because all my money was in the car. So that must have been confiscated and everything. And so somebody came out in the middle of the night to pick me up. And then we weren't sure what to do then in terms of whether there was an alert out or anything like that. and there's only two. Holyhead is on the Isle of Anglesey, so there's only two bridges, and so we thought, well, it's going to be a bit dodgy if we try to cross the bridge now in the middle of the night, kind of thing. So we stowed up down this little lane, and we tried then to the next morning kind of just join all the ferry traffic again from subsequent ferry from Ireland through to Wales, and so we kind of joined a queue of traffic, and we made it over. And so what we're going to do then, all the plans to go to Ireland were, kind of up in smoke. I was going to go as a woofer. Do you know what a woofer is? It's called, I wrote it down this morning, worldwide.
Dog, isn't it?
Yeah, dog. It's called Worldwide Opportunities on Organic Farms, and so that's called woofing, right? Woofing, yeah. And if you do woofing, you're known as a woofer. And so that was going to be my cover story, right? But I never really got a chance to kind of use it. So they thought, well, we've blown the chance of going to Ireland. What do we do now? So I ended up going to Manchester, because at the time there was a really good squat community. It used to be that you'd go to a place called Hume, and there was all these crescents which are now demolished. But you go in there, you'd break into an empty flat, and then the next morning you'd go down to the council and tell them that that's what you'd done, and they would then give you the keys, and then you could get electricity and all that kind of sorted out. Yes. And I think somebody from Liverpool came over and lived with me, because I obviously was kind of persona non grata, as they say. And so we were there for a while before I then went back to Wales, and that's when I got caught. But it was really weird, because I'm in Ireland now, but I would have been in Ireland years and years earlier. We hadn't fully worked out what we were going to do once I was in Ireland. We didn't get the far, but I suppose I was going to try to establish another identity or something. So I just thought of that story. It's not particularly funny, but it was kind of weird.
It's quite sort of James Bond-esque, though, isn't it? How you kind of escape from the car and.
Yeah, I suppose so. You see, the thing is, you couldn't do it in modern day Holyhead. It wouldn't work, because it's all in this big high security compound and everything. Whereas this one, I just kind of meandered over to this little wall, and then there's a drop down to a beach. And once you're over that wall, they couldn't see you at all.
Did they get your passport? Was that in the car? Did they find?
Yeah, they got everything. And what happened was the other people in the car, the Sea Shepherd person and my partner at the time, they had to go. One of the things that we didn't think through was that they were suspicious about why was a Liverpool car coming to Holyhead to go to Ireland when they could have just gone from Liverpool straight over to, and so that's what kind of created them to be a bit suspicious. So they came up with this story that they were having an affair, because the Sea Shepherd guy was actually married. So they came. So that's how they got out of it, and they said that I was just a hitchhiker that they'd picked up, and so they didn't know me, and so that's how it all transpired. And so presumably, somewhere in Holyhead, somebody's got a nice pair of wellies that I took, and I had about 60 quid in money, which was quite a lot of money at the time. So there you go. Yates, Roger Yates, yes.
Yeah, I know. You could do a film just
shaken and very stirred, I suppose, really.
Yeah, but you finally made it to Ireland anyway, Roger. So that's
and funny enough, legally this time, yeah. So
yeah. Anyway, I suppose I better carry on with my supposedly funny stories. This is another guy, once again in the same corridors opposite me. There was this Muslim guy, like he's a really strict Muslim guy. His name was Yunus, and he was in for smuggling drugs. He'd smuggled like a load of heroin from Pakistan, where he was from. He smuggled a load of heroin. He got done. I think he got about 11 years. He was opposite me in the thing. And he was like really, he was really like religious. And what I used to do is I used to get the Daily Mirror. I didn't get it myself, but I'd borrow it off someone and I'd look through it. And there'd be adverts in there for like stockings and suspenders and things, you see. And I'd go in his cell and I'd go, Eunice, have a look at this, you see. And he'd look at the picture of the suspenders and he'd have to pray. He'd have to pray because he'd seen like the dirty picture. And he was all going like, Allah, 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 praying up to Allah, you see. And I used to do it all the time. Every time I said something like that, I'd go in there, Eunice, have a look at this. And then he'd I used to call it Make Him Pray. I thought that'd be good for a game show, wouldn't it? You could have like 3 people, say.
So you effectively tortured this poor guy.
I tortured him. Yeah, no wonder they do the fatwa. I mean, I could have had a fatwa against me, couldn't I? Really, for doing that.
there's probably several, mainly from vegans, but it sounds a bit like the actor thing where they're not allowed to say Macbeth. They've got to say the Scottish play, and if they say Macbeth, they've got to do some kind of weird dance and all that. It sounds a bit like that, doesn't it?
Yeah. But you see, because I wonder about the fatwa. You know, like if you only annoy them a little bit, is that a thinwa? Is that a thinwa? Do they? Do they push you around?
It's a plump war. So I think Linda has hit the nail on the head. I think everybody can get behind this statement.
You're devilish. I'm devilish. But anyway,
you're a devil. You're a complete devil.
It'd make a good game show. You'd have maybe 3 people, and you'd get some religious fanatic, and you'd have like the pray cage. There'd be a thing called the pray cage, and then these 3 people would have to say what is the dirtiest story I can think of, and see who could make him pray the longest, and they were the winner. I kind of thought of that. I should have told you.
You're making the assumption that this poor guy was a fanatic as well. He just
he was. I mean, it seems strange that it's all right to smuggle like loads of heroin, to like kill people, but you can't look at suspenders. What's that all about? It's that weird. Anyway, the guy.
What would happen if you tried to smuggle cocaine in suspenders?
Oh, well, I mean,
that's... And you have a real model.
Then you're really in trouble. Then you're in trouble with the, all of them as well. But there was, because I said to him, look, I said, don't you have any of these suspenders over in Pakistan? He says, no, we don't have those. No, it's not allowed and all that. I said, great. I said, because there'll be no competition. I said, I'll come over with a load of them, start a business over there, selling them. I said, but I want you to give me a reference, say, Mr. Lee's a respectable businessman selling quality products. And he said, I will tell them to shoot you straight away. But there was a guy in there. There was a guy in there called Mother, you see, and he was a gay guy. And
Mother, you mean like the man
his
from
name was
the man from Uncle?
He called himself Mother, and he was like, I mean, he used to make a bit of money there, like, sold his bum in there, and made a bit of money and stuff. But well, not money, tobacco. And anyway, one day he backed into this Eunice, like rubbed himself, and he said, "Come on, Eunice, I know you want it," and all that. And the Eunice, he went mad. He said, I kill you, and he went berserk, But funny enough, this Eunice guy he escaped. It must have been because of me.
Get away from you.
He got a load of his mates to cut a hole in the prison fence, and one day he escaped and got away from me. So that was so that was the end of that. And then another guy. There was
the thing is, Ronnie, at the end of this show, I'm going to do the same.
Get away from me. Yeah, terrible jokes, so escape and go somewhere we can lie in a darkened room and that for ages. There was a Scottish guy as well on the same corridor. Funny enough, it was called Jock. All Scottish blokes in prison are called Jock. And what he was in for, his girlfriend split up with him, so he burnt her house down. See, and he was like really bad-tempered type of guy. And the prison officers used to always wind him up and make him go mad, because it was a bit of sport, for him. And what happened was in prison, he didn't have any visitors, you see. And in prison, if you don't have any visitors, there's these prison visitors that come to see you, you see. And this woman used to come to see him. Now, this jock he was like in his early 20s, and there was this woman, prison visitor, come to see him, and she was in her late 40s, you see. And anyway, they kind of started, like, you know, obviously took a fancy to each other, and he started like snogging her on the visit and that. And they said, oh, you can't, you know, she's not allowed to come. She'll have to come to see you as an ordinary visitor, because obviously this has gone beyond the bounds of what they're supposed to do with a prison visitor, you see. So she still used to visit him. And anyway, but of course, because she was a lot older than him, of course, the prison officers went to town on him, and they were going, oh, hello, Jock, I hear you're a necrophiliac now, and things like that, you know. And he'd go mad, he'd go absolutely berserk. And one day, and I'd say to him, listen, Jock, I said, listen, when they say anything like that, when they try to wind you up, just laugh, because they're only doing it because you go mad. They're doing it to make you go berserk. And because that's what they enjoy. So what you want to do is just laugh, just make a joke of it, and then they won't do it anymore. But he couldn't. He was just so bad-tempered. And one day she sent a pair of her knickers in to him. I don't know if she worn they were, you know, clean or what. She sent these, and the prison officers were going around. Hey, look what Jock's been sent, and they were waving around these pretty red knickers that she sent in, and oh, that's I got a text message there. Tell me to shut up. And he went mad again over that, you know. But another story relating to that prison.
Before you go to that, Ronnie, let's do Amber's one. How do we donate?
Oh, please? Yes.
So you see the address here. So backintodaylight.com. And then I think there's a fairly prominent donate button that you can see. It's on the home page, is it, Declan?
Yeah, on the top. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't think you'd hide a donate button.
No.
Yeah.
I think on the mobile website, I think you might have to press menu before you get to donate. I've got a feeling that's what it's like on the mobile one.
Oh, if you're on the phone, you mean? Yeah.
But
okay.
If you're on the phone or a tablet or something, you've got to press menu first, and then you get to donate, and you can give money. But another funny story about knickers is there was a prison laundry at Channings Wood, and as well as the laundry for their own prison, they did the laundry for a women's prison that was fairly nearby, you see. So, of course, they, you know, had all the women's clothes to wash. And they did a roaring trade. The blokes in the laundry did a roaring trade with selling this knickers, soiled knickers, to prisoners. They used to buy them. They used to buy the dirty knickers for tobacco. And a bloke said to me, he said, I'm going to get myself a pair of knickers. I said, oh, no, surely not. Talking about it. He said, no, I'm going to buy some knickers and that. I said, you're nuts, you know. Anyway, he went off, saw a bloke from the line. Roger will have to divert your attention, yeah. Not quite sure how, unless he's wearing some. I don't know with Roger, it's quite possible. And this is the last knicker story, I promise you to be quiet.
Where did that come from?
And anyway, he come back, this bloke, and he said, I'm going to get myself a nice pair. And he come back, they were the biggest pair of knickers you could possibly imagine. Well, I said, bloody hell, I said, they're a great big pair. Yeah, what are you doing? And he said, well, I want you to get my money's worth. But
maybe you wanted a tent.
Yeah, he wanted a tent, yeah. But in that prison as well, because in the previous episode, I was talking about that we were allowed to make phone calls from that prison. It was the first time I'd ever been allowed to make phone calls, and it was a new thing in prison. They brought this thing in. Prisoners allowed to make phone calls. You had a special card, a prison phone card that you used. You had to book a slot and everything on the phone, allowed 10 minutes a night. And what I did, because people on the outside had no idea that prisoners were allowed to make phone calls, because it was a new thing, you see. So what I did was, I phoned up one of my mates from the Unsabs down in Kent, Dave. And I said, hello, Dave. And he said, oh, hello, Ronnie. Have they let you out? Have they let you out already? I said, no, Dave. I said, I've gone over the wall. I've escaped. I've gone over the wall. I said, but listen, I'm down by yours. I'm in that, because I knew where he lived and what he looked like. I said, I'm in that bush that's around the corner from your house. I said, I'm hiding in that bush. I said, can you come and get me and hide me in the attic? And he said, oh yeah, all right, I'm coming there. I'll have to go. And then there was this woman I knew, and she was in Unsabs as well. I phoned her up. She said, oh, Ronnie, have they let you? I said, well, kind of. I said, look, it's the time of the Iraq war, you know, when they invaded Kuwait and all that one. And I said, no. I said, they have let us out. I said, I'm in Kuwait. She said, what are you doing in Kuwait? I said, well, they said we could be let out if we went to the Kuwait to help the army in Kuwait. I said, I'm in the trench in Kuwait. I said, hang on a minute, there's a bomb coming over. I've got to get down. Oh, Ronnie, you were killed. You know, you should have stayed in prison.
At the end of this series, people must be thinking, why did anybody ever work with Ronnie Lee? I mean,
well, yeah. I think that myself, to be quite honest. And yeah. But anyway, look, we're
it's time to feature what we're here for, and so which is so this should distract you from Knickers at least for a while.
Yeah.
So okay, so this is the film that I managed to put together. So we had a few stills and we had a few films, as you'll see. We weren't really able to take much footage at the farm. They were quite guarded, weren't they, Declan, in terms of letting us see inside.
Yeah, the werewolf. Yeah.
So you managed to get a little look though, didn't you, and stuff?
Yeah, it's you remarked on that the hens have a lot of feathers missing on their backs, and when I looked into the shed, I could see the water pipes. Like, they don't give them bowls of water or, you know, liquid water. It's I shouldn't say liquid water, but it's pipes that comes in little nipples that they drink out of, you know, a little drop at a time. I just seen that the pipes were very low, and I reckon that's why they're missing a lot of feathers on their backs, because they're rubbing against these pipes, you know.
And are they growing back now then, Declan, are they, yeah?
Oh, well, yeah, you can see the shoots, the little shoots they're starting to grow, but, you know, I'd say in about a month or 2 months to have loads of feathers there, you know.
Okay, so I'll get this going, and but I'm going to stop a couple of times, and you stop me if you need to, Declan. So that's Neville, the VIP van, and so this is one of the things that I wanted to comment about. We commented about this also during the advert. Now, what these are? This is the only film that I managed to, or the only picture I managed to take at the actual farm. When the farmers weren't looking really, but these are brand new transportation cages, and so the deal was that there was 1,000 individuals in the farm, and we were told, basically, in fact, Declan, you were told at 9:15 the night before, essentially, if you could beat the slaughter truck, you can have 200. That's what they said, right?
Yeah, and I had a fairly sleepless night that night. Of course, phoning around people that asked them would they take some of them, but you know, when I was talking to you, Roger, did you know anyone as well? And it turned out we only got homes for 15 of them. Of people, like one other sanctuary took 15 of them, you know. So I thought we might get homes for some of them, but when we were off, and like, what could you do? And you sort of take them more, you know what I mean? If you knew they were going to be killed the next day, you know, so it's a hard decision to make.
You were very lucky because you had an empty shed, and you also had a base for another shed, and so therefore you were able to make that decision, you know. So you were lucky in that sense. The puzzle that we were left with regard to these transportation cages was why were they brand new and why were they there? Because we couldn't really work out why they were there. But the saddest thing from my point of view is the fact that knowing that, you know, just a few minutes or at least a couple of hours after we drove away, those things would have been filled up with the others who were then going to the slaughterhouse, which Irish farmers call slaughterhouse as the factory to kind of hide what it really is, you know. And so these were on the way to the factory. So that was a very sad thing to see, really, you know, brand new slaughter cages. You know, you kind of think, oh, you know, these businesses are kind of, you know, they're running out of steam, but I mean, they're still buying new stuff. So there you go. So this is the first shot of the hens. That one again is Neville. And then I think this one is the sanctuary van, which is larger than Neville. This is in Neville again. I wanted to pause like I did during the advert for this, just to explain. We had two vans which were full, and it was imperative that we emptied the large one first, which is a sanctuary van. So this one is the VIP van, Vegan Information Project van, and these ones are actually in the shelving part of the van, but there was a big cage in front of this, and so this film is shot by the vegan songstress. And I just want to explain that the reason that she was filming rather than taking them out is that she couldn't take them out. I just wanted to make that clear. It wasn't possible for her to take them out because there was a massive cage which took about 3 people to move in front of this cage, so you couldn't move it. That's what I wanted to explain on that one. So as you can see, they're pretty hot at this stage, so we had to get them out quick, and we managed to do that. So this is the straight out of the van, straight into the first paddock, Declan.
Yeah, that's right, Roger. There they are going into it, you know, more things after. Like, it was a very warm day, and we were worried maybe we'd lose some of them on the way back, but we got them all back safe, and you know.
Yeah, there were no fatalities on the way back. Well, that was really good.
We were thinking there might be because we were packing them in fairly tight because we didn't know what 200 hens would be like, you know, in the 2 vans. You know, we wanted to make sure we got them all, so we were packing them fairly tight together. You know, so we had plenty of room in the wind-up, hadn't we, Roger? Tons of room for them.
Yeah. So this is me smashing eggs for the hens. They were laying remarkable amounts, and so we were able to feed them back to them. It's not a very good film, this, because moving through a big crowd of hens like this is quite difficult to do. So I was trying to concentrate on where I was walking, smashing eggs at the same time and filming at the same time, so I didn't do it particularly well.
There's so many of them, like, isn't it? You know, and they come to you, they come over to you and gang around you every time you walk in. You know, it's hard to walk through them, isn't it? You know, and then you would pull their legs out if you stand on their feet and they try to run off. You know. Now, this bit I think is interesting because it's very raucous when they're first going into the paddock, and also when they're being fed and everything. It's fairly raucous. Then when they settle down, it's really quite sweet because you could sit with them. This is after one of our day's work, and we were sat with them, and they were picking at our boots. But at this stage, they're just talking to us. At this stage, you know, it's very quiet and very peaceful. And they jump. I mean, they jump up on your knee quite a lot, don't they, Declan? Yeah, and they're very inquisitive all the time. Everything you do, they're watching, you know, and they look up to, you know, they twist their head and look up into your face, don't they? You see them looking up at you straight in the face as well, you know. But they're beautiful creatures, the hens, you know. And they're always making little noises and sounds, you know, and chatting to each other as well.
Right, so this is me explaining. This is the new compound with the beginnings of, so that's in the distance is where they all are, and then half of them are going to come to this one.
This new shed, brother. That's some old geezer screwing in timber, isn't it?
the same old geezer doing the iron. Iron.
And there's Sean screwing in a few screws. Came down to help us with Roger one or two of the days. So doing great work. There's some old geezer feeding the hens.
Yeah. So this is the day that half of them get moved. So
yeah.
So
and,
Declan, we all want to know where you got your designer wellies from. Go on.
Yeah, and then 30 degrees of heat. This is 6 o'clock in the morning, and we did it well in the 20s at that time, you know. But it's just you know, I'd feed them all and give them all water in the morning, so you do get wet, you know, from the taps running and everything, carrying buckets. You know, that's the reason.
Now this is a bit that everybody's going to love. This. Watch this, folks.
Yeah. 200 hens coming out of the shed. We had to get up at 6 in the morning because the weather was so warm, you know, that they wouldn't suffocate in the shed because they were all crammed into that shed.
So this is now transferring half of them, or a little bit more than half in the end, wasn't it, to the second paddock?
Yeah. They're gradually coming out, and we you know, we fence across the driveway there to make them go the right way. So eventually they start moving up along. They're watching and looking out for everything on the way, of course. You know, plenty of cockerels in the background, crowing away there too. But there they are in the new paddock there now, in the new shed.
Yeah, and the thing to notice here, of course, is how much space they've got now, which is because the population is split between the two. Funny though, you know, you mentioned the cockerels, and when we were first emptying the first van, all these chickens were coming out of these vans, like, you know, 10 at a time. So all the cockerels came running over and started cock-a-doodle doing, and we realised that first of all they were pretty pleased, going, you know, what's all this? But at the same time, for the hens, that would have been the first time they heard a cock crow. Because, you know, obviously all the cocks in the, because these are laying hens, all the cocks would have been killed. So they weren't used to male birds. So they kind of had to get used to that as well.
Yeah. And now there's cockerels around them everywhere now at the moment, you know. So, like in different paddocks there. So at least they've company in the distance, you know. But it's, you couldn't put cockerels in with them because they'd be, you know, they'd give them a lot of hassle to the hens, you know.
Right. So this individual, this picture was taken on the very first day because there was one or two who looked like they were from battery units. Now, I think we haven't made clear that the unit that we took the hens from was officially called a free range unit. Yeah. But the hens were debeaked, and also some of them were in not great condition, and also essentially, rather than being in lots and lots of different small cages, they were in one big cage, really, weren't they, Declan?
Well, Roger, yeah, it's incredible, like, you know. Yeah. But to think that these water pipes were, you know, maybe only 9 or 10 inches off the ground, and the shed itself is 25 foot high, maybe, you know, to think that that's what they were crammed into, just, you know, or less than a foot.
Do you think that's a design fault then, that because I mean they were new to it? The reason they had new transportation cages is because this was the first time they'd sent birds.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a design fault, Roger, because you know, like the farmers have, all the farmers, including the chicken farmers, have in Ireland. There's a group called Teagasc. And they, you know, there's loads of government employees and experts there, and they're researching all this stuff, sheds and equipment and everything all the time to, you know, utilize as much space and everything for the animals so they make more profit, you know. So I wouldn't say it's a design fault, it's deliberate the way it's done, you know.
Yeah.
You know, like there's thousands of people working all the time in all the farming industries, you know, government officials. You know, this one.
Now we're at some of the downside of this, in the sense that here we've got so you've had some health problems and a lot of veterinary bills and medicine issues because I mean, essentially you've got these hens at the time when the industry regards them as very close to being spent, so that means that their bodies are breaking down, and so they're still laying eggs. It's just that now they're having some medical problems for doing what they've been forced to do, essentially.
Yeah, and this one prolapse means that her inside, when she lays an egg, her inside comes out with the egg, and like we have to give them loads of antibiotics and painkillers to relax them, so their inside will gradually go back in.
And is there an operation that can be done, and then you have to put the bit that's come out back in again? Is that right, Declan?
No, but some of them might come out too far, and you would have to push it back in. You know, once you give them loads of medicine, but some of them just goes back in themselves. You know, and more of them lay an egg, and loads of blood comes out with the egg, and the blood will be all on the bodies like that from there. And then some of the other hens start going for these hens, you know, picking up the blood and that, and injure them more. You know, so we have to keep an eye on them to pick out the ones that are like this and save them.
What was a mystery for me in the first couple of days was the fact that they were laying so many. You're thinking, blimey, the farm could have kept them for another while. But then this is the result. So they obviously kind of send them to slaughter just at the time when they think they're all going to start having problems. Yeah. You know, so I mean, like, you know, this issue of spent hen is really real. What they mean by that is we've worn them out. We've used them so intensively that we've worn out their biological system, and now they're about to kind of collapse. I mean, that's essentially what's gone on really here.
And they just might be missing.
Because they would have been selectively bred to do that, to be able to produce loads of hens in a short period of time and then just be finished. I mean, that's that's what they do, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just Ronnie. You know, if they lay, you know, when they're 6 months a year old, they lay an egg every day. Whereas now, when they're just over 12 months or 14 months, they might miss it 1 day a week. You know, laying an egg, but that's a lot of profit for the farmer if he's feeding them, and you know, they're losing a bit of money but that's why they send them off. You know, because they're not getting maximum production out of them, you know.
And that's, I think, what people don't realise about free range. People think, oh, I'm all right, I eat free range.
Oh, no, the hens.
But you've still got the same problem with the male chicks being killed.
Oh, yeah.
At the beginning, and then at the end, they're still killed at 18 months or whatever because their egg laying goes down. So, you know, it's only marginally better, if at all, than intensive systems.
Yeah, and all of the both lots of them get all the same problems from laying the eggs. You know, they all get prolapses and tears inside in the body and everything from laying the eggs. So it's horrendous to see. You know.
So this is the second to last scene. But going back to what you said, Ronnie, about they're almost like programmed to kind of last a certain degree. It goes back to an ALF rescued pig, which they ironically named Rasha, and Rasha got ill, and they called an agricultural vet out, and the vet said that they couldn't do anything for the pig, and they said, well, you're an agricultural vet, and he said, yeah, but I've never seen a pig this old before, because they're used to them, you know, what is it, you know, 6 months, 8 months, they're at the factory again. So, you know, the entire system, from the vets to the farm to the transportation, it's maximum exploitation, and then chop, they're gone. You know, it's kind of ruthless, really. So this is John again, and this is one individual going to a hospital area, and you've got about 5 of those now, is it, Declan?
Yeah, 5 different areas for them, different degrees of sickness, you know, and some of them recovered, and some of them, you know, got 2 more, like that hen we showed earlier on, you know, with blood on her, or 2 more today, and then the day before yesterday we got 6 like that, you know, so they're all at different stages, so we have to kind of keep them apart because they go for each other with the blood on them, you know. And I even have 2 in the house here as well, you know, so between all we have 8 areas for them at the moment, you know.
So we've got one more picture to show, and then that'll be it then. So this is if I get my technology right, here we go.
Yeah.
So this is one of the eggs that you're referring to, Declan, sadly. So
yeah, with loads of blood on it, you know, from tearing their insides, and I think it's incredible, like, the torture they go through, you know. But each of these hens will have lots of problems for the rest of their life, you know. So they'll be constantly giving them medicines and painkillers and stuff, you know. Like
which is why we need people to donate, because I think some people may think, oh, those hens are rescued, they're all okay now, everything's fine, and that's kind of far from the case, because you're still having to spend a lot of money providing accommodation, a lot of money providing veterinary care, for instance, and then there's the food, and there's all this that you know, it doesn't just end when they come to the sanctuary, does it?
No, it's only starting running now, you know, with all of that.
I think. Oops, I'm supposed to get rid of that. I think one saving grace is that this is obviously very early days in that sense, and so there will be these kind of problems at the start. And obviously, the hens have had the ordeal of kind of being taken from what they knew to a new place and all that kind of stuff. Then they got split as well. So they will eventually settle down, and so that it's not going to be like this emergency situation all the time, will it? So
no, I think it'll be, you know, Roger, probably will. It mightn't be quite as bad, but you know, I know from having you know, I had 85 rescue ones before, you know, but it's ongoing. You know, if it's not the eggs, problems from laying the eggs, they'll build up fluid in their bodies then as well, you know, and their kidneys and their liver will start to go, you know, and they build up a lot of fluid in their bodies. There's loads of other problems they can get, you know, as well as you know, problems with their urinary tract and all that, you know. So it's amazing all the things that could crop up with them, you know.
That's brilliant, Bernie. Thanks, Bernie, for sending the donation. Because I don't think people kind of, I suppose, need to realise is this is half again the number of animals. Isn't it, Declan? You've kind of increased the number of animals at the sanctuary by another 50% by taking these hens. So it's it's a big strain on resources.
Oh, it is a big strain, yeah, and an awful lot more work, you know. Like we probably didn't think it through 100% the amount of extra work we had, especially when they're sick as well. You know, it's not too bad feeding them and watering them and stuff like that, but when they're sick, you have to go around a couple of times a day to give them tablets and everything. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of extra work, for sure.
What about this question, Declan? I think the answer to this is going to be no, I think, but I didn't see inside, but you did. So electric rail feeder in the shed, I think they probably fed them a lot when they... See, it was free range to the extent that they let them out. We don't know for how long, and we don't know how many times.
No, yeah, we didn't see much right away. All I know was the pipes for the water that were very low, you know, and it was dark in there, you know, they kept them fairly dark. And then when they were catching them, trying to put them out, they even darkened the shed more to calm them down a bit, you know, before they
started. That's right, yeah.
So we didn't see much in the shed. Kind of, we got no opportunity to look in. I thought maybe they'd want us to go in and catch them, you know, or help them catch them, but found out they opened a few of the flaps and hunted some of them out.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird way of doing it, really, wasn't it? But it was done in the end, you know. So
you think they'd be calmer inside in the darkness, kind of catching them out, you know, but we got them anyway in the end, which is supposed to be the main thing, isn't it? You know,
it is. So, folks, please be generous to make lots of donations back into daylight for the hens. But whether you're watching this live or whether you watch the recording, please do that. It's really important because these hens can still, you know, live for quite a number of years. Because I think the natural lifespan of a hen is something like 8 years, isn't it? And yet they're all killed at about 18 months, aren't they, by the egg industry? But they can live to be 8 years old. So you could have a lot of these hens for a few more years, and of course they're going to have some of them are going to have.
I think it's longer than that, isn't it, Ronnie?
It may be longer, but it's at least 8. Yeah.
But they'll have loads of problems, you know.
Yeah.
I must have forgot from the torture I had the last time at the ones I had before, you know. But what can you do? And when it just happened, we weren't expecting to do this, you know. Just a woman arrived with her son at 9:30, 9:15, 9:30 in the evening, and you know, it was like an ultimatum: take them or they'll be killed tomorrow. You know, the kind of way. You know, so that's the way I was thinking about it. You know, so
Yeah.
You know, whenever it could come from totally out of the blue. You know, so it's just.
Yeah, you're right, Ronnie. I just had a quick look on the internet, and they said between 5 and 10 years. So they said the average.
Because of course they're not. I mean, hens aren't even native to this part of the world. I think they come from the Far East, don't they?
Guinea
fowls, the ancestors are hens, and so once again, it's same as sheep. You're not native to this country, and so they had lots of problems on pasture. It's the same with all these things.
Yeah, you love it, don't you, when people go, "Oh, the vegan diet, that's not natural," and you think, "Yeah, yours is."
I know. I know, along with all the other shit they say. I better start talking some shit as well now. I might carry on.
Come on. Who wants more shit from Ronnie, people? You're not allowed to mention knickers or anything.
No, knickers is finished now. I don't want people getting too excited. But we'll talk. Yeah, great rescue. Was it a great rescue, Declan? You did the right thing, but of course now it's up to other people to help with, carrying on, looking after the hens and making sure they're okay.
You like this one? You love that.
Yeah, those emojis. Yeah.
Right over your street.
Anyway, so there were a lot of funny incidents that I was involved in, kind of outside of prison and leading up to prison. And before my third prison sentence, one of the places I lived in was kind of Palmer's Green in North London, and our nearest underground station was one called Bounds Green. It was called, and I lived in a flat. I had a room in a flat, a friend's flat, and I was in a punk band at the time, where we were all Hunt Sabs and ALF people in this punk band called Total Attack. And the guy who was the lead guitarist, a guy called Rick, who was actually a very talented musician, he actually, stayed. He was staying for a while at the flat, and we used to go, catch the underground into London quite often, and we used to go for rehearsals for the band and other things. And at the time, there's a campaign in relation to the underground because they put the fares up quite considerably, and it meant that poorer people, obviously it was more difficult for them to travel on the underground. So there was a campaign called Fares Fair, and it was aimed at getting them to, reduce the fares again. And what it was they produced all these IOUs, so that, like, instead of giving a ticket when you came to the end of your journey, you gave an IOU, and for your ticket. And apparently that was totally legal. You put your address on the IOU, and then they had to try and get the money off you, and it made it difficult for them. It was just a way of putting pressure on them to reduce the fares. So, like, Rick and I were doing this, except the trouble is we just used to put false address on it, so I couldn't get the money off us anyway. But that's what we used to do, and they hated it. You see, hated it. And what you'd do, you'd get the big oi, you'd walk through the ticket barrier, because at the time there was ticket collectors, not like now, it's all automated. At the time there was ticket collectors, and we'd hand in the IOU to ticket collector, and there's this rule that when you hear the big oi, you never look back, because inevitably you do oi like that, and yet you never look back. You carry on walking, like, don't look back, you see. So one day we'd come back from somewhere, we'd give the thing in, walking along, oi like that, carry on walking. There was this big line of ticket inspectors, like, blocking the entrance, saying, right, you're in trouble now. You've been doing this, like, all the time, right? You're in trouble. We're going to get the police, you see. And they said, they locked us in this room. They said, right, we locked you in here till the police come. We've got you now. We've had enough of you too. We've been watching you and all that. Right? They locked us in this room. Well, the trouble was, there was a window in this room. A little window, really little window, right? And I was only little and, thin, lot thinner than I am now. And
was only a little.
Was only little in, but I was little in. I'm little in height, but I'm not so little in width. Do you know what I mean? I was smaller in width then, you see. And Rick was very thin as well. And what we managed to do, we got this window open. We got out the window. We got out the window and lowered ourselves down the underground station. Like we buggered off, like so. When they were going, "Oh, we got you now. The police are on their way. We finally got you." And all that. I felt great when the police come and opened the door. There didn't no bugger in there. But at the time, a little bit later, I had the BUAV, British Unity Abolition of Vivisection. They had an office in Charing Cross Road. And they let me use a desk in their office to do like the ALF press office, and so I kind of go there every day. And I got contacted by a stockbroker, an American stockbroker. So he phoned up and said, "Is that the ALF press office?" And I said,
"How did it go, Ronnie? How did it go?"
Don't make me do an American. Probably Deb is probably laughing that he's doing a shit accent. And I said, "I'd like to give you some money." And I thought, "Yeehaw! Yeehaw!" Yeah. I don't know what part of America that's from, but generic.
That's Hollywood, I think.
Is it Hollywood? Yeah, it was a Hollywood stockbroker. And anyway, I thought, "Oh, it was like thousands of pounds," but he wasn't a very rich stockbroker. He had this little business, but he had a bit of money. And every so often, he used to give me £100. Well, that's great, because £100 was more in those days than it is now. And anyway, he said, "I want to take you out for dinner." You see, so we went to this place in London. I don't know if it's still there. It's called Cranks. It was a very well-known vegetarian cafe place in London, and but you get lots of ordinary people there, but just vegetarians. Very popular. It's all non-vegetarians, all business people there. And we sat at this table.
Assuming that vegetarians are not ordinary people. Go on, carry on.
Well, they're not, are they? Well, it's only vegans that are ordinary people. Anyone else is like weird, aren't they? So, and he said in a very loud voice, he said, "Ronnie, how do I join the ALF?" Like that. I thought, "Oh God!" I said, "Is everyone looking?" I said, "Shh." He said, "No, I want to join the ALF. I want to burn down a laboratory." And it's like, really, everyone's looking. Oh my God! And anyway, I went to see him. He said, "I've got something here for the activists." And he opened the drawer in his desk in this is stockbroker's place. He said, "Here." He gave me a load of cigars, cigars that are in the tube and all that, really expensive cigars. "When the activists come back from a raid, I want you to give them a cigar." And he gave me these cigars. I had these cigars. So I took the cigars back. And then, anyway, but women obviously complain because, like, loads of the activists were women, and probably more women than men. They go, "What are you doing? We don't want cigars." I mean, a lot of blokes have got cigars, to be quite honest. So I went to see him. I said, "Listen," I said, "a bit of a problem with cigars. But women don't really smoke cigars." And he said, "Oh, don't worry, Ronnie." And he got his bottle of vodka. He said, "Here, I got a bottle of vodka here. When women do a raid, give them some vodka." He said, "So I had these cigars, I had a bottle of vodka." So anyway, I had him in my desk in the office in the BUAV. And I was living with a woman at the time called Kim. And at the end of the day at the BUAV, she came up to the BUAV office with a friend of hers, you see. They came in the office. "Oh, hello, Ronnie, we come to, we popped in to see you." I said, "Well, I had a meeting. I had some animal rights meeting, you see." And I said, "Well, look, I can't stay. I've got to go to this animal rights meeting." I said, "It's only going to be an hour or so. Like, you stay here in the office and I'll go to this meeting." See, so I went to this meeting and come back in the office. They're all staggering around. I said, "What's the matter?" They said, "Oh, we found vodka." I drank this vodka. I said to them, "Do you realise how many ALF raids you've got to do now that you've drank that?" They drank the activist vodka. I didn't smoke the cigars, thankfully. I left them. So I go and get more. I explain it to him, like saying, you know, Albert is now. I said, Albert, I've got very embarrassing. I need another bottle of vodka.
well, he did seem to have a particularly typical kind of stereotypical gendered idea about things. But I want to know, I mean, what did he expect to do? Some kind of balaclavaed person comes in with a chip, kind of one raid written on it.
Yeah, I've done a raid.
A cigar,
yeah, kind of thing. He thought that's how it worked. I'd be sat there at the table getting the cigar out, you know. Well done. Take your hand, here's your cigar, you know. But there was another funny incident at the BYV. There was a chap worked there that I was good friends with. He was employed by them and stuff. And he used to mess about and take the mickey, and which is why I got on with him really. But anyway, I had enough of him. See, so one day they said, "We're so sorry. We're gonna have to let you go. We're gonna have to give you the sack." See, and this was in the morning, and then because normally at lunchtime, me and him, we'd go out, we'd go to this pub, and we'd have beans and chips for lunch. I started getting like really fat because every day we were having beans and chips. And Stitches just well, yeah, everyone gets ill in their own particular way when they listen to me. I keep it decent. Oh, that's a bit of an ask, isn't it? Keep it decent. This isn't really decent now, really. Well, none of it is really. It wouldn't be funny if it was decent, would it, really? Anyway, so I said, we're going for one last beans and chips. He said, no, Ronnie. He said, I'm going to buy some presents. I said, we're talking about it. He said, well, I'm going to give a present to the office manager and the deputy office manager, like, you know, like a cheerio present. I said, well, I just give you the sack. I said, give you the sack, you know, what are you doing? He said, oh, no hard feelings and all that. So I thought that's a bit weird. Anyway, we come back, he's got these things wrapped up. And afterwards, like, he says to the deputy bloke, he says, well, you know, no hard feelings, give you a present. Like, oh, thank you very much. I wasn't expecting that. He opens the present. There's a packet of the Jay's toilet paper in there and a plastic dog shit. So that was his present. And then the office manager, there was this woman was the office manager, and he said, give her a present. He said, and she said, oh, what's this? It's very kind of you. He said, it's something, you know, for you to help you when you're working late at night, you see. And she opened it up as a thermos flask. He said, oh, you know, oh, that's really kind of your thermos flask. She said, oh, blimey, is there something in it? He said, oh, yeah, there's something in it. He said, you've even put something in it. That's wonderful. She unscrewed it, a big cock on a spring shot out. Shot out the top. And then they went mad. They said, leave now, get out of the office now, you know. All that. But this dog poo, so I kept the dog poo because he threw it, the bloke. Oh, that's it. You know, I thought, I'll have that. So I kept it. And there's a bloke who used to come in the office and bring his dog in. It's a big Labrador called Sam. And the receptionist in the BYV, she was a bit kind of larded out, yeah, a bit like that, you see. And anyway, what I did one day, I put this dog shit, I put the plastic dog shit on the floor, like in front of the desk, see. And then I heard, oh, Ronnie, come quickly, you know. I went there, she said, oh, Ronnie, she said, oh, Sam, she thought the dog had done, she said, Sam, the dog. Oh, Sam's done something on the floor in front of my desk. She said, you couldn't clean it up. She said, I can't stand it. You couldn't clean it up, could you? I said, no problem at all. No problem at all. I bent down and I picked up this poo. She was sick on the desk. She was sick. So that was, I mean, no wonder they got rid of us in the end, the BYD, no wonder. But
there must have been a million reasons why. Do you remember, hey Ronnie, do you remember the story about Janet and Gandhi?
That was Janet. Janet, you see, she was like a kind of, she had very well spoken, Janet. And Janet and Gandhi, what happened? She had a little brown dog called Gandhi, and she used to call the dog Gandhi. Oh, Gandhi, see. And anyway, this work bloke come in. This work bloke, a poop whisperer. Yeah, yeah. You have to, when you get to my age, you have to be a poop whisperer. And anyway, but this like workman bloke, rough bloke, come in the office to do something. See, and she said, "Oh, Gandhi," and Gandhi was like sniffing this bloke. Said, "Oh, Gandhi, come away," like that. And this bloke said, "What would you call that dog Gandhi for?" And I said to the bloke, "Oh, it's because she's small and brown." And she said, "No, that's not the reason. It's named after the great Mahatma Gandhi, liberator of India." No. And he said, "Well," he said, "I don't mind them as long as they're in your own country." I thought you shouldn't have said it. I knew that the bloke was like that, basically. But anyway, but we moved to the BWA moved to another place in Islington. It was like a big office place, and they had some spare offices. And they obviously still put up with me for a while. They allowed me to have like a press office, this little office in this like, sort of kind of. It was just across from where their offices was, and like we there was like people used to come and see me in there, and they kind of and a guy came to see me one day, and he said, "I've got a big action planned, Ronnie. Big action planned." He said, I'm going to break into this laboratory, and it was quite a high security. I said, "You're going to break in there?" "Yeah." I said, "What? You've got a team of people?" He said, "No, I'm going on my own." And I said, "Well, it's quite a secure place." He said, "I've got all the equipment. I've bought all this climbing equipment and special cutting equipment and everything to break in there, you see. I'll do it." I said, "Don't you want other people?" "No, I can do it on my own." "Well, all right, okay." Anyway, he said, "I'll come and tell you how I got on." You know, let me spoke like that. Anyway, a couple of days later, he come and I said, "How'd you get on?" He said, "Oh, I had problems. He said, "I got on the roof, but it was more difficult to get in, and I wasn't able to make entrance." I said, "So what did you do then?" He said, "Don't worry, I still damaged the place." I said, "How'd you do that?" "I pissed through the letterbox." He pissed through the letterbox. That was all he could do. He pissed through that. Anyway, in the ALF supporters newsletter, we used to have an action, like this diary of actions, all the actions that happened. And we put that in there. We put laboratory damaged. And he pissed through the letterbox in this laboratory. That's all he could do.
Yeah, the real question though, Ronnie, did you give the guy a cigar? That's what we want to know, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. He probably deserved a cigar for that. At least he did something. He did some damage. But a mate of mine, it was a mate of mine in the UMSABs, and he got he was working at some insurance place or something in the middle of London, and he got sacked. It's the same thing. He got sacked in the morning. And what he did was, when his boss went out to work at lunch, he went in the boss's office, pissed all over his desk. Oh, God. And then left. Obviously, there we are. Seem to be on the subject of piss now, don't we?
So on this high note, have you got any more to come, Ronnie?
I've got one more really funny story,
right.
And that'll be the end of it, I think, because we're coming to the we're overshot now, aren't we? What happened was, this was a bit later, and we had an office now in Hammersmith. I got contacted by a reporter on the Yorkshire Post, and there was a lot of actions going on in Leeds, and there was a very active ALF cell in Leeds. And this reporter said, "Listen, I want to interview the activists in Leeds, do an interview. Can you arrange it?" And I said, "Well, leave it with me. I'll see what I can do." So I got in touch with these people, and they said, "Well, it's got to be. He can't know who we are, where we are, or anything like that." And I said, "Well, I'll sort it out." So what I did was I arranged to meet him in this lay-by on the way into Leeds. I hired this transit van, and on the way into Leeds, I met him in this lay-by. Right, I made him get in the back of the transit van, and I made him wear this Margaret Thatcher mask, but the eyes were taped up, so he couldn't see out the eyes. So he had this Margaret Thatcher mask on. See, and I'd been to the house where these people were, their house, and there was this place where you could park right outside their houses. So I thought, yeah, that's all right. I'll park there, take him in the house. But when I got there, somebody else was in that parking space. Right, I had to park right down the road, and I had to walk him all down the road in the Margaret Thatcher mask with the eyes taped, and he was staggering all over the place. He was falling all over the place. I told you. I thought, anyway, who sees this? He's going to phone up, say a bloke's been kidnapped. He's been made to wear a Margaret Thatcher mask. But anyway, he went in the house and he went upstairs to they come in balaclava. He took the mask off, did the interview, got in the paper and all that. And then I had to do the same all the way back to the van. In the Margaret Thatcher mask. I took him back to the lay-by, and then he, so it all worked out at the end. But it could have gone that very, very badly wrong. But I mean, there are more funny stories, but I suppose we've got to end sometime, else I'll be going on all night, won't I? So I hope
I can answer that, Ronnie. No, you won't.
Because I'm in charge. But I hope people have enjoyed this episode. And if you have, or even if you haven't enjoyed it, please give generously to Back into Daylight for these hens. You've seen, the wonderful conditions they're living in now, and they could so easily have not be alive now if.
Good timing, Maz. We're just about to end.
He's back. Well, you'll have to watch the recording, won't you, Maz? Catch up. Watch it on catch up. You see, how they are now, and have an appreciation of how much it's all costing to for their accommodation and their medical care and everything else. So please give generously to Back into Daylight and help these hens. And also,
I know. Before we go, I've got an announcement. People will probably know that Downright Show is having a week off because Wendy is having a she's away. And so I thought, well, since we got the slot, I might as well fill it. And so I came up with this idea. I've been meaning to do this for a while. Some of my old lectures are very relevant to the animal movement, and they can teach us a lot. In fact, quite a lot of them are about social movement theory, and so I might do that. I just thought I'd see how this one goes and see if people kind of enjoy it, in the sense that this really puts it's really about the ethical components of society and them being under threat. And so the Frankfurt School is a kind of neo-Marxist effort, and they came up with this idea of instrumental reason. It's about seeing others as instruments for your own benefit. And so I'm going to go through all that, because this actually is quite an interesting thing to go through. It kind of helps us understand a little bit about what we're up against. So that's going to be the usual Animal Rights Show slot next Monday at 6, if people would like to come along to that. So that's my advert done on that one.
That sounds, I've never heard of that before, instrumental reason.
Yeah, it's a very interesting idea, actually. Yeah.
I mean, I'd have thought it'd be something to do with music, to be honest, if somebody said it to me, but obviously not.
No, it's not instrumental in that sense.
Sounds interesting. Actually, I should be there, as I always am, on a Monday. Monday at 6, is it, Roger? Same as always?
No, it's 7 o'clock for you, Ronnie, and it's 6 for everybody else. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're trying to say something to me, Roger. I'll have to give one of my lectures.
And it's free cigars from Ronnie for everybody who scans.
or vodka. Don't drink it all at once.
Yeah, what's that? The pub landlord, kind of, and a wine for the ladies. It's very gendered, that guy. that guy is very.
Yeah, I mean, he was an older bloke, so he probably got brought up in that kind of.
Yes. Well, Declan, we wish you well, and I know that you've got a heck of a lot of work on a day-to-day basis. So I hope it goes well, and let's hope these kind of emergency situations with that. Let's hope that they kind of clear up a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully,
anyway.
Roger. Yeah, hopefully, Roger. Yeah.
So if people can really follow you on Facebook, I suppose, can't they, for updates?
Yeah, Facebook, right. Yeah, and then on the website and stuff as well. So there's lots of areas, but. And thanks a million, Ronnie and Roger, for doing it.
You're very welcome. Well, thank you for rescuing the hens, because they wouldn't be around now if you hadn't done that.
I had a good quickly. With a great laugh, Ronnie, listening to you.
Roger's cool. Yeah, I know.
I thought it was the other way around. I thought it was.
See, people are on my side, Roger. You see.
Well, I know. Well, I suppose the general always wins out.
That's it. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Bernie. That's great, and we'll no doubt see you in the chat of on Monday. Bernie will probably be along at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, 7 for you, Ronnie. 7 for you. Right, folks.
Well, we'll come along Monday and listen to you reason about your instrument, Roger.
Yeah, I'll give you an instrumental. What a virtue signaler I am.
Yeah, thanks, Michael, for making a donation. Hopefully, loads of other people will give money as well.
Some people have got no shame, have they? Some people have got no shame. Yeah. Right. So on that note, and since you're the general of people with no shame, Ronnie, I think we should say goodbye and end of an era again. So that's the end of the series. Jailhouse Vegans is no more.
It's no more. But if people want to watch the series, it's still on Roger's. Unless Roger's going to delete it all now. It's on Roger's YouTube, so you can watch.
What, you think people are going to watch it more than once, Ronnie? Come on.
Well, there are masochists. Some people are masochists. Some people like to suffer and torture themselves. You never know. So it might, but it's all on there. If you missed any previous episodes, just go on, search for Jailhouse Vegans on Roger's YouTube, and they're all on there.
Yeah, and the adverts even. So
and there's quite a few different funny episodes on there.
There's Linda being very kind, so thanks for that. Linda. We might come back with something like Tales from the Activist Past or something, because there are some. Well, I mean, you've got loads of stories outside of prison, haven't you, Ronnie? So
I've got quite a lot more. Yeah. I don't know if there's any more about knickers. I think I've told the knickers one.
Oh, good. Yeah. I think that I'm going to write you. If we do this new series, I'm going to write you a contract about the things that you can't say. I think.
Yeah, pretty much everything. You can't open your mouth. You just got to sit there. That's it. But yes, we could do something else. We'll have to have a think and see what we can do, and carry on raising money for sanctuaries.
You could tell us more about your days in a punk band. You're the only punk musician who played triangle, weren't you, Ronnie?
I couldn't even play triangle, Roger.
No.
I used to just sing because that was all I could do. But you could never hear me. They were so loud that you couldn't hear me. We used to give out song sheets to people with the words, so that because the words were good, they're all about ALF and stuff like that. And Roger must control Ronnie.
It won't be easy. It won't be easy. I'll tell you that.
An electric shock thing, won't it, to control me? It's like watching it's like watching the two Rinnies.
The two ninnies, I think that's supposed to be.
Oh, the two ninnies.
Yeah, it's
goodbye from him. Goodbye from him.
And goodbye from me.
Bye, everyone. Take care. Cheers. Bye.
Hey, we're live on the internet, folks. So welcome along. And let me introduce you to Sam from Liberty Animal Sanctuary. Now we've got to say, technically, if there's a bit of a delay on Ronnie's voice, is because he's coming from Panama. And unfortunately, we've only just found out that he's taken all the money from all the other shows and he's gone to Panama to become a millionaire. So what's
No,
going on?
I'm out here with my mate James Ashby. We're setting up some investment thing in some weird currency thing. He tells me that it's going to be all right to put all my money in. So there we are. And of course,
the more money you've got, better for the animals.
Better for the animals. If I'm a millionaire, then that's better for veganism, isn't it? So thank you very much for all your donations, everyone. And
look at this. Look at this. Right? That's from Ronnie Lee. I am lags.
Lags.
Respect on the show.
That's it. Yeah, lags. That's a good one, isn't it? Lags.
Not heard that for a good while.
Yeah. But no.
This is the sixth one, Ronnie. Yeah.
The sixth one. Yeah, it keeps on and on going. It's like when we first started it, I probably thought it'd be about 2 episodes. But
yeah, we can't shut you up, Ronnie. That's the problem.
It's because I was put in prison for such a long time that there's so many stories coming out of it. But it's nice that that can be used to raise money for animal sanctuaries, and the one that we're doing it for this time is Liberty Animal Sanctuary. It's up in the up in Staffordshire, and another lots of different animals, lots of farmed animals there. It's a brilliant place, and hoping that people are going to give lots of donations to Liberty. I mean, start giving now. I don't know whether you've got the PayPal there, Roger, to put up. I mean, we have got the show coming up. The show is on next Thursday at 7 p.m. on Roger's YouTube, of course, as always. And there'll be in the description of this advert, there should be a link to the actual main show, I hope. And that's the that's where you send your money. PayPal me, Liberty Sanctuary. So I mean, people can start donating now if they want. They don't need to wait, and then you give money now, and then you won't have to suffer on Thursday watching us all again.
Well, that's true. How many other animals have you got at the sanctuary there, Sam?
Getting on for 200-ish, I think.
Yeah.
Had a count up for a bit, but you can have 20 chickens in one go and pump your numbers up, can't you? So I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
Do you have like a ceiling that you kind of like think, well, we're full now type of thing?
Yeah, you have to be responsible, or else you'll just be hoarding animals and not be able to care for them any better than some of the places that they've come from. So large animals especially, yeah.
But it's funny because before we came on air, we were talking about the good old days, as we do, especially in this show, and we were saying that there's been a bit of a revolution, hasn't there? Because a lot of sanctuaries we know, at least, they're vegan run. Whereas Ronnie, you were saying you were trying to get homes, ALF homes, and we could hardly find any vegan run ones, and they were all cats and dogs. Yeah,
the cats and dog sanctuaries, and you'd go there. I mean, we rescued a lot of. I mean, the ALF did rescue some farmed animals a bit later on, really, at small numbers. I remember a rescue where some goats were taken from. I think they were taken from a laboratory and rehomed. But it was mainly this, the animals like cats and dogs and guinea pigs and rats and mice and those type of animals. And there were sanctuaries for those, especially cats and dogs. And so what we would do before we did a raid, we'd go round to sanctuaries and kind of sort of discreetly ask them if they would take, animals from the raid, because we needed to have the places set up first for the animals to go to. And so, we go to an animal sanctuary, and sometimes they'd be having their dinner there. We'd go in and see them, and they'd be sat there with a chicken leg on their plate or a hunk of beef or something. They were invariably meat eaters, the people around these places. And the other thing that was kind of I suppose amusing and a bit sad at the same time, was they all hated each other. Like you'd go to one sanctuary and say, oh, can you take some? We're gonna, be getting some beagles, and can you take some? And they'd say, yeah, we can, maybe take 4 or 5. And they'd say, you haven't been to that sanctuary up the road, have you? And we'd go, well, no, we were going to go there. Don't go there. Don't go there. She's horrible, that woman that runs that. No, she's awful. Don't go there. You see, but we'd ignore it, and we'd go to that sanctuary and then ask if they'd take some animals. And the people running that would then say, talk about the other sanctuary and say, oh, you shouldn't have gone there. They're terrible. And all these places, they all hated each other for some reason, the sanctuaries. I don't know. Hopefully that's not still the case these days, but it seemed to be then. But we just ignored it. We just obviously, we sussed the place out. We'd have a look at the sanctuary, make sure it was a decent place. We didn't want to be taking animals into bad conditions. But they'd be okay with us, but with each other they weren't.
Well, we've got a good comment there from Dave. If you're getting any sound pollution, I just realised I got my washing machine on, so I don't know if you can hear it.
It's that time of year again, is it, Roger?
It is, yeah.
How domesticated.
Yeah, coming up for August.
It'd be time for your yearly bath soon as well, won't it?
Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah.
Or do you just rub a flannel round certain places now?
Yeah, well, since the lockdown, I don't mean a bath sort of thing. But,
no, it doesn't. Well, they say if you go about 6 weeks without a bath, then you stop smelling for some reason to do with bacteria or something.
There was an experiment. This guy lived in a desert. I don't think it was a particularly hot desert, but all he did was he rubbed himself down with like a rough towel, and he said after a few months, his hair started to really look good, and he didn't smell anymore and everything. And so it was a kind of experiment that they did.
Did anybody verify that he didn't smell?
With a rough towel.
Because this desert sounds like there wasn't many other people there to say otherwise.
It was probably on the BBC, Sam, so the BBC got that.
That sounds a bit painful. You'd have to be careful where you rubbed yourself with a rough towel, wouldn't you? It could be quite...
With sand on it, probably.
With sand on it could be quite... that could be quite painful, couldn't it?
Again, the respect has all gone. No, I've moved on to electricity now, Michael. So
Roger doesn't wash my hands. Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
that's it. Anyway,
we're gonna show you a bit of a teaser. Let me see if I can get it up here. Come on. There's a bit of a delay between the computers, folks, so hang on a second. Doesn't want to do it. Hang on.
I can hear the spin cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You unplug the washer in instead of computer.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
There we are.
Yeah. So so we've got a few pictures. So when they come up, Sam, maybe you could introduce the residents.
I'll have a go.
Just say a couple of things, which is what we'll do. So this is a bit of a teaser, folks. So we're only going to show you a few of the residents on this time. Okay, let's see if we can remember how to use this technology. There we go. Almost there.
That's a bit of Rosie the pig. Oh, there's the rest of her. So the big pig there, she is the boss of the sanctuary. That's Rosie.
All right.
And we've had her since she was tiny, and she was really poorly with a great big abscess in her face that was just left, and the vets had to deal with that. And that little one behind her was from Kidderminster. And that's a little pig called Daisy that was living in somebody's house, and the council were going to evict him, so they just begged for a home. And she was actually the first pig we ever had, Daisy was. She's the same age as Rosie. They're both around about 2.5 or something like that.
What intrigues me about Rosie, Sam, is that she's fairly small, isn't she?
Is absolutely. If you were stood next to her, she's big. She's,
okay.
Yeah. She's 150 kilo pig or something. We keep them slim because we don't want them having joint problems in the future. Obviously, overweight, make them fat, and they'll just end. Because she's only 2.5, she could live till she's 15, and she might end up having arthritis by the time she's 7 if we give her loads of. Because she eats mainly hay, pig feed, and loads of vegetables. So we try to keep the weight down the best we can for their health. The vets are all happy with them and stuff. So she's just showering at the goats over the fence. That's Daisy and Bruce. Bruce is a piglet from a pig we rescued from an allotment who both pigs were pregnant. We ended up with loads of piglets, and between us and Footprints had all the piglets pretty much other than Bruce, and they sorted rehoming, and some still live with them. Yeah, they're really good people.
Question. So whereabouts are Footprints? Are they
they're near us. They're just in Maidley, the other side of Newcastle, so they're really close to us, really. That's one of the goats we had. He was a dairy boy that was going to be shot, and someone we knew worked at the dairy asked them for 4 of them, so we got given 4 boys, and now they're like a year and a bit old, and they're just mental. And they just eat anything that moves.
Was he dehorned, yeah?
Well, they were debuddied, but by somebody who hasn't got a clue how to debud, so they keep growing, but really they're not growing properly, and they keep snapping off, and we're constantly having problems, vets coming out, because horns are snapping off and blood loss and stuff. So it's a non-stop thing, and they're too old now to do anything about, because it'd be too much of an invasive procedure. It's just a case now of trimming them down, keeping them the best we can, really.
Well, I'd like to thank Bernie here, but we want to point out that we're really asking for money mainly, Bernie.
Not for we. But I've got a story.
Some people are into that.
I've got a story that combines we and goats.
Interesting
enough. I would have, because when we had the ALF press office stroke ALF supporters group office in Hammersmith, I worked there with a friend called Vivian Smith, and she rescued a male goat from it. It was a farm producing goat's milk, and they had a male kid that was going to be go for slaughter. She rescued this kid. And he wasn't little. They kept him a while. He was like a kind of sort of teenage goat, I suppose. And we found a home for him, a place for him at the sanctuary in Cambridgeshire. And so I had a big old car at the time, and Viv sat in the back seat with the goat, and we drove all the way. I think we had to drive all the way up the M11 from London up to this sanctuary up in Cambridgeshire, and this goat in the back with Viv, and we were almost there. We got to the gates of the sanctuary, and the goat pissed all over her. In the back of the
it was your car, right?
Yes, my car, yeah. So we only had about 100 yards to go before we got to the sanctuary. He obviously waited all that time and then just went at the last minute. And obviously I had to clean all the car when I got back, and Viv came home. The woman who rang the sanctuary, Viv, came home wearing her clothes, or some of her clothes, that the woman gave her to change into.
Right. Your mate's just come in, the dog.
Hey.
Who's this? He's a bull ex-badgering dog rescue.
Lovely.
Absolutely bonkers, aren't you?
Brilliant. Yeah, love lurchers. We've had a few.
Speaking of dogs, who knows I think it's either comparable or even pigs might live a little longer than dogs, aren't they?
I've read 12 years-ish, but obviously they don't know, because a lot of pigs don't get the chance, so I don't imagine they've had a lot of scientific research put into how long a pig grows, because not many people have until the end of this lifespan, I suppose.
Well, 12 years, that'd be a bit little less then, wouldn't it? I guess.
Yeah, I'm assuming different breeds of pigs, like different breeds of dogs.
Yeah.
I'm assuming.
Smaller dogs tend to live longer, don't they? It might well be the same for pigs.
So who have we here?
I'll be honest, I'm not very good with chicken names. If Emma was here, she'd be telling you. She knows them all. I'm going to say that one is Hedwig. I'm probably wrong. And the one behind, we've got about 1 million of them Warrens, so I'm going to say her name's KP, because that's one that we've got. But yeah, a lot of the chickens that come in are horrendous. I go to like farms when they're renewing stock, and if they're giving them away for free and I can blag some, I'll blag some, basically. Yeah.
I've always got this kind of theory that, you know, like we always name other animals. I wonder whether they get together and go, well, you know, what silly name have you been given? Because they've probably got their own names, really, you know, in terms of their own society, you know, which is quite weird. But, yeah.
I think they have names for us, to be honest.
They've definitely got names for me.
Probably not very complimentary names, I don't think.
They do like hand signals and stuff.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm gonna these are two of the videos, so I'm gonna just try and play one at a time because I've had a bit of a technical issue with this. In fact, I got a new modem today because my my internet kept crashing, and they told me I was going to get an upgrade, and it arrived, and it's just a replacement. So I'm a bit sad about that, but never mind. Let's see if this will play. I'll just do one at a time. So it'll be a bit sketchy, I think. But it should be the sheep moving. It's a little bit jumpy, unfortunately.
The sheep where they are there, we've been bringing them into this little yard area just off the field, just getting them ready to when they get sheared next week. So just getting them used to coming in this gate, having the food, then we can use that area to shear them, get them back into the field after. They're just getting used to it. Not that they need to get used to it because you put food out and they're wherever you want it to be.
Do you have to do the hooves quite a lot, Sam?
Yeah. I say my partner's brilliant at like she's from a farming background. She grew up on a farm, so she's shit hot with that sort of thing, keeping on top of medication and obviously all the issues to look out for that I wouldn't have a clue what to look out for. They were caged lambs from 2 years ago that we managed to get off a local farm, all bottle fed from tiny. And now they're just like big cats that won't sit on your knee and stuff.
And this chap's a turkey, is this right?
Yeah, female turkey. I think that one's called Pickle. We've had so many turkeys. People find them in the back of slaughter trucks. We've had a few where they've been to the slaughterhouse, emptied all the turkeys out, took the wagons to be washed, and there's still turkeys in the back. Live turkeys in the back of the slaughter trucks. Whether somebody at the slaughterhouse feels sorry for them and passes them on, or I don't know. We just get a call saying someone's left a turkey in the back of this truck alive, and will you look after him?
Hey Ronnie, have you seen Sam's arms there? If you're going to make it in Panama, mate, you're going to have to get some tattoos.
Yeah, I'd have to get some transfers. Probably I'm a bit old now with tattoos, or I might write something on my arm in biro, maybe. You know, try and get by that way.
Don't get tattoos like these. These are terrible. These are big mistakes in your life.
Well, that's what they said. There was that good meme, wasn't there, where there was a couple of people in a nursing home, and they were kind of doing guess the tattoo. You know, what did it used to be? Kind of.
And it's just a blue blob.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, blue blob. Right, so that's the last of those. So we've got some really brilliant film from you, Sam, and also some more excellent pictures for next week. So. That's just a teaser, really. We're such a tease, aren't we, Ronnie?
We are indeed, and it's going to be well worth tuning in on Thursday evening. Lots more pictures of animals, videos.
Last year during lockdown, the Animal Rebellion group did a live stream from our sanctuary, like a virtual sanctuary tour, and they started doing a few after, and that went really well. We did like an hour live going through the animals bit by bit, and it was really good, to be fair.
Yeah, I think a few sanctuaries do that, and it's an interesting one actually, because there are some sanctuaries that I know that won't let the public in because they say, well, you know, this is the resident's home and all this kind of stuff. Well, that would be like a compromise, really, in the sense that you could have humans that the other animals know going around with a camera, and that would be a way of letting them in without letting them in, if you like. It should be quite interesting.
We are lucky in the fact that a lot of our animals, because they've had so much hands-on interaction with people, I say we've had visitors who've been to loads of sanctuaries, and they say that our animals are really friendly, and that's just because you have so much time spent with them, I suppose. So it is good for the animals. I like interacting with people and the animals together. And the amount of meat eaters and vegetarians who come and then change their opinion after they've had hands-on interaction with animals, I think it's great for the veganism of animals.
There's kind of pros and cons both ways, and you kind of understand that. But again, you know, when people meet farmed animals, they're meeting individuals for the first time, aren't they? You know,
we've had kids come in and they don't understand what a chicken is, and then half an hour later they'll be sitting there with chickens all over them on the floor, dead excited, saying, "Oh, there's a chicken on my knee," and then they go home and I'm never eating chicken again, and that's great.
That's what you want, yeah. That's what you want. Yeah, I think there's a big part of play by vegan-run sanctuaries that had farmed animals in actually educating people to go vegan. I think they got a very important role in that.
Educating and having people interacting with an animal, seeing the personality, and then thinking that's the same as the dog I've got at home's personality, and then they don't want to eat it. Obviously, it's good for veganism.
Right, Ronnie, we've been on 20, so do you want to give the last little plug and we'll say goodbye to the world?
Yes. As I say, do come along on Thursday evening, 7 o'clock. On
they'll never get to Panama in time, Ronnie.
No, yeah. When's the return flight? You might have quarantine for 2 weeks.
I've got to go to the Bahamas and then to Bali before I return home briefly to pick up some more donations.
I love the way you said that.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So give to my. I'm setting up one of them. What's the name of it? Where they have them? I forgot the name of it. Is it Patreon thing?
Oh,
yeah, one of them. Give all your money to that.
You want bits of some coin? You want some bits of
Bitcoin or something? Yeah, it's one of them things. I don't remember because I mean I'm more in the age of like pieces of 8 and guineas and things like that. It's more my age.
Collecting something in the future.
Collecting stamp. I used to collect. I've still got a stamp collection actually. I've still got it. I'll have to sell it really. I used to collect coins. You know, I collected coins, and I had all these coins from all like going right back to like 1900, all in an album and everything. I kept them, and I when I was in jail. My parents looked after him, all these coins, and then
that's what they told you.
Yeah, well, kind of, yeah. Because what happened was, I went round to see my parents some years later, and I said to my mum, "Oh, I wouldn't mind having a look at the coin collection. You know where it is." She told me it was in the cupboards, one of the cupboards upstairs. I got it out, I looked through it, and like all the silver coins were missing, all the kind of florins. People won't know what a florin was. It was a 2-shilling piece of old money, wasn't it? It's be worth 10p now, and florin and half crowns and things like that. They were all gone. And what had happened? My dad had taken them to put in the cigarette machine. he robbed my coin collection.
Cash my gold.
Put in the fag machine. Yeah.
Is that one of the stories in your biography, Ronnie?
I think it probably is in there. Yeah, that he did that. Yeah, he was nearly as bad a crook as me, to be honest. My dad.
But for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Weekend, folks. Actually, I've got to tell you, before we came on air, these people here were mean to me because I was saying I'm not quite sure if I've got any allegedly funny stories left about my time in prison, and so Sam and Ronnie was going, well, why don't you go and smash a window, and get in for a bit more, so you've got a funny story to tell. So I thought that was pretty mean, So there you go.
But you still go and do it anyway.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I think it's mean to the poor prison people that would have to have you in there, isn't it?
Yeah, I go back to with the quick chat instrument that we used to.
What we want to do is come here to prison in wherever I am in this exotic location there.
You're still in Panama, I think.
In Panama, I forget where I am all the time. Anyway,
we'll
see
you next week. And
come along Thursday 7 o'clock, and have lots of money ready to donate to Liberty Animal Sanctuary, and we look forward to seeing everyone then.
Yeah, and thanks for all the work you do, Sam, at the sanctuary, and we'll see you all next week, folks. So
thank you very much.
Bye for now.
Take care, folks. Bye.
Bye.
We are live. We are live on the internet.
Hi, everyone.
To the extent that we're live, Ronnie.
Well, we're just about live, you and I, Roger, aren't we? To be honest, kind of clinging. We're clinging on from week to week.
So, Sam, is it true that you've been learning all the names of your birds at the sanctuary?
yeah, I've got them all in here now.
It'd be as bad as Roy on Animals in Need. Roy from Animals in Need. He could hardly remember any of the names of the animals there at his sanctuary.
So, welcome along, everyone. This is number 6. Running out of steam. Is this going to be the last one, do you think, Ronnie?
We might squeeze another one out. We'll have to see how much of this I get through today. There might be another one.
Want to rephrase that, Ronnie? We might squeeze another one out.
Squeeze another one out, yeah. Well, you can only see the top half of me here, can't you? Don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah,
there we are. I'm like that newsreader with a shirt on and shorts on, like him on the news the other day.
I think they're naked. I think they're naked from the waist down, the newsreaders, to be quite honest. I mean, it saves money. You don't have to buy any.
Monty Python used to do that, didn't they? You know, they used to do another something completely different, and then they would pan back, and he wouldn't have anything on down below. Yeah,
well, it saves money. I mean, why bother to buy the lower clothing when no one's going to see it? You know what I mean?
Just sat on a commode.
That's what I say. Well, sit on a commode. I mean, that's what I have to do anyway. You know.
So we've got some.
I don't have chairs in our house. We just have commodes.
Hi, Laura, Bernie V, Deb, Philip, and Vegan something.
Hi, everyone. Hope you enjoy the show, which is going to come up very soon. Well, I suppose I better start telling some funny stories, haven't I? And Roger's got a couple of funny stories as well, haven't you, Roger? You've remembered.
Well, yeah, I've got a couple of stories anyway.
A couple of stories, yeah. Whether they're funny or not, we'll let people judge. Now, do you want to tell your stories first, Roger, or do you want me to go first with
I'll just
some of mine?
In between your hilarious stories.
Not in between. When people are killing themselves laughing, you can bring them back to earth, can't you, with your stories? Well, what happened was, of course, I got in 1986. I was put in prison, and 1987 I went on trial. I got sentenced to 10 years, and of that sentence, I had to serve 6 years and 8 months, which I spent in several different prisons. I was in.
Was it true there was a petition to try and get it increased?
To try and get my sentence increased? I did start one, yeah, but not many people signed it.
The Deirdre Rashid one took over on Coronation Street and wrecked it for you.
Yeah. Yeah. I know there was some. I know at the early part of my sentence there were people were protesting and stuff outside the jail. But I used to say, well, don't protest outside the jail, you know. Yeah, I said go and protest outside, you know, some place where animals are oppressed, because they're being treated far worse than I am, you know. So I didn't really, you know, I tried to get people to do that instead of come outside the prison, to be honest. But what happened? I was in a long-term prison called Long Lartin, which was down in Evesham in Worcestershire, and then towards the final 2 or 3 years of my sentence, I got moved to a semi-open prison, a place called Channings Wood, which is near Newton Abbot down in Devon. And semi-open means that there was like a big fence around the outside, but within the prison you had a lot more freedom to move about within the prison than in a conventional prison. And really, for the first time in Channings Wood, I was able to watch the television, because in the other prisons that I've been in, you couldn't see television. They'd have film shows occasionally, and you could all go to watch the film show if you wanted to, about once or twice a week. But there was no television because these days prisoners, certainly in some prisons, they have televisions in their cell. But we didn't have that. We could have a radio, but the televisions were in these big rooms called television rooms. We had, I think, three television rooms that we could go and watch on our. There were like 6 different wings in this prison. I was on one of the wings, and they were all named after rivers. And the one I was on was called Clyde, named after the River Clyde. Or, I mean, it might be Bonnie and Clyde. There might be another one called Bonnie. It might be named after criminals. Not really sure. I thought it was rivers anyway. Anyway, so I had these TV rooms, and I used to like to go and watch. There were really only 2 programs that I used to watch. One was Star Trek. I used to like Star Trek, with Captain Kirk and all that. And the other one was the wildlife films. And and not many people used to watch these things. I'd be in the television room with about 2 other people watching these programs. And remember one evening there was a wildlife film on. And a wildlife program. I thought, that's great, I'll go and see that. There'd probably be the usual couple of other blokes in there with me. I opened the door to the television room and it was absolutely packed. The TV room was like absolutely packed full. And you could, there was smoke everywhere because they all smoked. And I thought, bloody hell, the wildlife suddenly become like really popular. And then I looked at a little bit closer. It was a porn film. They're in there. I was really disappointed. They were watching. They usurped the wildlife program, and they were all watching a porn film. Because I thought, bloody hell, what's David Attenborough up to? First of all, when I first.
The Galapagos looks different.
Yeah, and what had happened is somebody bribed one of the prison officers to smuggle in, to bring in a porn video. And they're all there watching and when I went in the TV room, they as soon as I opened the door, they switched the telly off. And then when they saw it was a prisoner and not a prison officer, they switched it back on again. It was a porn film. I mean, I didn't stay and watch it. I was dead disappointed. I went back to my cell. I was dead disappointed it wasn't the wildlife. But another funny story in there about the television room was there was this a great big Hungarian guy, a big Hungarian prisoner. I think he was doing a long sentence. I don't know, it was a robbery he did. It was some violent thing he'd done anyway, this big Hungarian bloke. And this Hungarian bloke, for some reason, he loved the IRA. He loved the IRA. And it was at the time when there was like all the IRA bombings and stuff going on. And when it came on the news how the IRA had carried out an attack, they'd blown this place up, everything, he'd jump up and he'd start saying, go on the boys, go on the boys. And nobody, and some of these other prisoners were like muttering under their breath for that, but nobody dare say anything to him because he was such a big bloke. and no matter what they did, if the IRA had blown up an old folks' home or something, he'd be jumping up, go on the boys, and everyone was keeping quiet. But the other thing involving the boys was that there was like a kind of rumour went round the prison that I had boys in terms of that I was some kind of a gang boss, and I had these people, the boys, that actually worked for me because, of course, in the trial, I was referred to as the general. The police gave us all ranks, and I was the general because they wanted to give me the biggest sentence, make me out to be the big leader. But of course, when this kind of gets translated to prison, it kind of like some of the prisoners had it in their mind that I was some kind of like this big gang leader type guy, And they used to do this thing at the prison where they'd allow some of the prisoners to go out and camp on Dartmoor for a couple of days. There'd be couple of prison officers with them. They go on a camping trip out to Dartmoor. I was asked if I wanted to go. I didn't want to go. I didn't want to go and camp on Dartmoor with a load of prisoners. rather stay in my cell and read a book. But anyway, they used to have these camping trips. And anyway, one time they'd had one of these, these camp outs on Dartmoor, and this guy that had been on it, it came into my cell. He said, Ronnie, he said, I've got something to tell you. He said, this other prisoner that was on the camping trip, he tried to step on a frog. We were walking along and he tried to step on a frog. And I said, all right, okay. I said, I think he gets out soon. I said, I'm sure he gets out soon. I'll put the word out to the boys. I'll put the word out about him to the boys, see. Anyway, a couple of hours later, this bloke the bloke who was supposed to step on the frog, he come running myself. Oh, Ronnie, he said, it's just been a terrible misunderstanding. He said, I didn't try to step on that frog. He said it was an accident. The frog just jumped out in front of me, and I did my best to avoid the frog, and I didn't step on the frog. He said, no, I really didn't try to step on the frog. I said, are you sure? I said, that's not what I heard. I heard you deliberately. He said, no, it wasn't. No, he said, and he said, please call the boys off. He said, please call the boys off. And I said, well, I'll tell you what. I said, seeing as I'm in a good mood today, I said, I'll give you one chance. I said, I'll call the boys off this time. But if I hear anything more about you doing anything to animals, harming an animal, I said, the word will go out to the boys again. And he said, oh, thank you, Ronnie. Thank you so much.
Good activism.
You see, but this thing, like in prison, these sort of, rumours and stuff, like because I suppose they're so bored in there, and everything gets kind of hyped up. You get all these stories, and I remember one time I was sitting outside the library. It's quite a nice sunny day, and I was reading a book. I was there was a library which was a separate building to the other, like where the cells were and that. And I was sat with me back against the library wall reading a book, and a few yards away there was like a footpath, and there was a couple of prisoners walking along, and they obviously didn't think I could overhear them. And one said to the other, see that little bloke, the little bloke with glasses sitting next to the, sitting over there. What do you think he's in for? What do you think he's in for? And the other one said, oh, he looks a bit brainy. He's got glasses, looks a bit brainy. I reckon he's fraud. He's done a big fraud he's in for. And they went, no, he's a dangerous fucker. Yeah, he's a dangerous little fucker. He slashed a butcher. He slashed the butcher to pieces, cut a butcher right up, cut him right to pieces. And the other bloke said, oh, fucking hell, he don't look like a dog. Oh, yeah, he's dangerous. So I just kept quiet. I thought, great, if they think I'm dangerous, brilliant, let them think it. Can you threaten to set the boys on my sister? In what way? Well, I mean, it'd be great to be able to. I'd threaten a lot of people with the boys, to be quite honest, if I could.
Dad's Army.
Dad's Army, yeah. It was, well, the funny thing was that kind of, in a lot of ways, like the ALF was a bit like Dad's Army, because everyone thinks, oh, there's these kind of super commandos all in ski masks and carrying out these daring raids and stuff like that. And like, yeah, sometimes, it was like that. But other times it was like, it was like Dad's Army. It's like the son went on a raid with a bloke, and it was a beagle breeding place. And the bloke I was with, he fell in the cesspit. He fell in this, I think I've told this story in the previous one of these.
Pie?
He was doomed, this bloke. No. Yeah, he fell in. I suppose people could think of me as Captain Manwaring, couldn't they? In a way.
Don't tell anybody your name, Ronnie.
No. I know, yeah. So it didn't, things didn't always go to plan, to be quite honest. You know, it wasn't always kind of a slick operation. But talking,
it's not scary. It's a mixture, really, isn't it, Ronnie? Because you were saying about things get exaggerated. Really, that's because people don't want to. Some people don't really ask other people what they've done and everything, but other people do. And of course, nobody's done the stuff that nobody likes. Like nobody's mugged an old lady and done that kind of stuff. I used to rob corporations. I never robbed anybody's houses and this kind of stuff. And so everything gets ratcheted up because of that. Because nobody's doing this low level stuff that we know that everybody's doing, right? It's just that they've got to exaggerate, really, haven't they?
Kind of, yeah. Because I mean, really, the vast majority of the prison population are kind of petty burglars, really, and petty thieves, and really quite young. Because the main thing that stops crime is age. That's the main thing that stops crime when they get older and they kind of grow out of it. It's all young. They're all kind of.
How long have you been out then, Ron?
How long have I been? I can't remember. It's too long ago now that I came out for me to remember.
You can't remember how to commit crime.
1992. So how many years is that? Is that
29?
It was last
20 always.
Last century.
29 years I've been out. Yeah. So it's some time ago.
Well, when you were in there, was there many other animal rights sort of prisoners in there? Because I bet no one had heard of animal rights prisoners as such when you're in there. If you told somebody, they'd be like, "What? You're in jail for that?" kind of thing.
They were a bit like that. They couldn't understand that somebody would do something when there was no financial gain. Because, as I said, like most
liberty for an animal.
Yeah, like most of them were. I mean, there were some in for violent crime, of course. Especially in the sort of long-term prison that I was in, especially in long-lasting. But in general, most of the prison population, they were kind of thieves and burglars, people like that. So it was for monetary gain, really, that they were in for. So they found it very difficult to understand when someone was in for. There was one time I was in my second sentence, and it was for damaging a place that bred animals for laboratories. And we rescued 120 mice from this place, and I was done for that as well. I was done for like burglary of 120 mice. And when they found out about this, the other prisoners would go, "Oh, yeah, valuable mice were they? They were like rare mice, and you were going to sell the mice." And they thought that. And I said, "No, they were just ordinary mice." And that, like, first of all, they couldn't get a head around it. Why would someone do that? And I mean, when I explained it, it was like. There was a lot of sympathy, but at first they just couldn't understand why someone would do something where they, not that many of them, they weren't really doing anything themselves that would earn themselves a massive
lot. Say, why are you messing around? If you've got something against vivisection, just break their legs or break their hands.
Yeah, there were some were in that way, yeah. In that way. Although I've had people say that I used to do street stalls of anti-vivisection street stalls, and some members of the public used to say that. You ought to shoot them. What are you messing about doing a street stall for? You ought to shoot them. And I say, well, why don't you go and shoot them?
Or just stop buying the stuff that they make and that instead.
Yeah, they go, no, I can't do that. But
I like my makeup too much.
Wanted me to do it instead of a street stall when they didn't want to do it, But as I said, I was talking about like the rumours that used to go around in prison, because there was like all prisons, there's a chapel in the prison, and like a load of guys in prison suddenly become religious. So they become religious and they go to church and chapel because it's a way of kind of it like breaks the monotony, especially in prisons where people are locked up most of the time. They'll all go to church and think, they've all become religious, but it's just to get out of the cell, really. And there was this chapel at Channing's Wood, and there was a guy who was a chapel orderly, which meant that he kind of was meant to look after the chapel and tidy things up and keep it clean and all that. And but this guy was he was really known to be like a really lazy guy, you know, this guy. They were saying, well, why give him that job, like he's really lazy. And of course, after a few weeks, he got the sack. You see, he got the sack just because he didn't do the job properly. But then the rumours started going round, you know, it started off how he got the sack because he couldn't do the job properly. But then, and then the next I heard, he got the sack that the chaplain came in, caught him having a wank. Yeah, caught him having a wank in the chapel. That's why I got the sack. I thought, well, I didn't say anything. I thought, well, I know that's not true. Anyway, a couple of days later, so come through. Oh, that bloke got the sack. Oh, they caught him. Bent over the altar. Another bloke. There's another bloke behind him. So they drank the communion wine, and they used the holy oil, and it was all like that. It's like, come on. and then I said, oh blimey! I said they're going to have to get they're going to have to get the bishop in. They're going to have to like reconsecrate the chapel. That's not right. Reconsecrate. And then a couple of days later, some bloke came up to me and said, oh, do you know, we've got a day off next week. I said, what's that? He said, oh, the bishop's coming, they're reconsecrating the chapel. And that's the kind of level, you know, how rumours speak like that. Because the other thing in there was that we were allowed to make phone calls. They brought it in that prisoners could make phone calls. There was a kind of a phone box, and you got a special prison phone card, which I think are probably worth a bit of money. I wish I kept mine. Got HM Prison on, and you buy these phone cards, and you can have. I think we were allowed like 10 minutes. You had to book up for your phone call. You're allowed 10 minutes a night on the phone, and I'd be on the phone a lot because I'd be phoning friends and family and everything.
Phoning the boys. And,
they're phoning the boy. Well, yeah, this is a little bit to do with that, because what happened was I was walking along the corridor in the prison. The bloke came up to me and said, Ronnie, he said, is it true you can have people killed? I said, where did you hear that from? I said, don't tell people, don't go, how'd you find out about that? So how'd you find out about that? I said, don't go spreading that around. I said, I got 10 years already. I don't want more. I don't want them finding out about that. Just keep quiet about that. He said, how'd you have them killed? You see, how'd you have them killed? And I said, I just make a phone call. And he said to me, oh, is that why you're always on the phone?
I pretend I'm talking to my mum, but it's all code.
Yeah, it's just code, yeah. But but there was a time, I mean, we had Princess Anne come to visit the prison. Princess Anne was due to visit the prison, and I got called up to see the governor.
And she got fired because she was found in the chapel, was she?
She's found in the chapel. Yeah, she's found in the chapel. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Probably visiting one of her relatives.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. but she I got called to see the governor. He said, you know, Princess Anne's visiting the prison. I said, yeah, I had heard. Like, you know, I said, would you want to have her here? I said, it's bad enough in here without her coming, isn't it? And he said, well, I don't want to hear any of that. He said, you ought to keep away from Princess Anne. You ought to keep away. If you come anywhere near Princess Anne, we'll put you in. You'll be locked up in the punishment block. We'll lock you up. And I said, why do you think? Why do I want to come near Princess Anne? He says, well, don't you come near her, because they're worried I'd do something to her. You know. Well, I don't know. I'll take her in the chapel, maybe. I don't know. You know. But like, yeah, because of course they knew what I was in for, and you know, the fact that she was into hunting and all that. But I didn't go anywhere near her. There was all other prisoners. Oh, we've got to go and see Princess Anne. And I said, I'm going to see her. I don't want to see her. I just stayed in this cell, read a book. I don't want to see her. But we had a talk from a hunt master, because they used to have these talks, you know, get people in from outside to give talks. And I didn't normally used to go, but then someone said, you know, who's giving a talk? You know, kind of, it was the same day. He said, oh, get a talk this afternoon. I said they got a hunt master of the local hunt coming. So I went you know, I was supposed to be on education, but I skipped off and I went to this talk.
Well, they didn't come to you and say you're not allowed to go to that one.
No, they didn't come and say that. No,
The one you can generally go in and kick off.
Oh, I give him shit because he thought I'll come and talk to these prisoners and they don't know anything, and I'll tell them how great hunting is and everything because they're just prisoners. And he regretted. I'll tell you what, he regretted coming to the prison when I'd finished with him. But we, one of the things that I on that sentence, I did a lot of education, and I decided to learn a few foreign languages, or certainly get some exams in foreign languages, and I did French, German, Italian, and Spanish. I got A levels and stuff in them, and I used to always try to find someone to, because of course you have to kind of, part of the exam is the oral. You have to talk in the language. So I was always trying to find someone who could talk. With Spanish, it was easy because in Canyons Wood there was a load of Colombian drug smugglers. They were in actual fact, they were like poorer guys really that had been used as what they call drug mules, you see, and they'd been caught at Heathrow Airport with cocaine and put in prison. And there was one chap that I used to talk to, and he was learning English. He was very keen to learn English. I was keen to learn Spanish. So we used to have these kind of conversations. I'd speak in Spanish and he'd speak in English. And we got Scrabble. We played Scrabble. And he had English letters and I got Spanish letters. And he used to make English words. I used to make Spanish words. So that was easy. But other ones, it was kind of more difficult. But on the Italian, it was there was a guy that came into the prison, and he was done for drug smuggling. And he was an older guy, a little old guy, Italian guy. Didn't speak any English at all. And what he was doing, he was dressing up as a priest. He's dressing up as a priest, because he thought, oh, they'll never stop a priest, you see. So he was dressed as a priest, smuggling drugs, and he'd done loads of runs with drugs. And then one day they did stop him, found drugs, and he got put in jail. But he was like a real, he was like a really traditionalist. He was like Catholic, and he was really traditionalist. And he hated it that women were, like the Church of England was starting to allow women to be priests and everything. And he absolutely hated it. And he kept writing, he kept wanting me. He wrote these letters to the Archbishop of Canterbury and that, and he wrote them in Italian. And he said, oh, Ronnie, and he speaking in Italian, he told me, I've written a letter to Archbishop of Canterbury, protests about these women and that, And I used to try and discuss it with him, but no, I want to send this letter. And he'd write the letter in Italian, and he'd want me to write it in, translate it into English and send the English letter. And so I'd get the letter, right, and it would always, I wish to protest, women shouldn't be allowed to be priests, allowed to be whatever it is, vicars or whatever they have, Church of England, and all that. And when I used to write it in English, I used to change it. I used to say, congratulations on allowing women. And I wish the Catholic Church would have. And he said, have you done that letter? I said, oh, yeah, I've done the letter. There you go. You can post it off now. And I changed it. I wrote exactly the opposite of what he wanted me to write. And then on the German, it was difficult. It was difficult on the German side of it. There was not really anyone in there who spoke German. But what they have in prison, they have these prison visitors, and these are people if you have prisoners that don't really get any visits or many visits. Maybe their family are a long way away or something like that, and they have these prison visitors that come, and they're just like volunteers, people that want to do a bit of good and go and chat to the prisoners. And the guy, one of the teachers up at the education, said, oh, there's a prison visitor that speaks German. He's English, but he's worked in Germany. He speaks German, and I'll get him to come. Come and visit, come on, you can have a visit, and he'll chat to you in German. So I thought, oh, that's brilliant, you know, this guy. Anyway, I had to give up seeing him because he didn't want to talk German. He was a mad Jesus into Jesus. And I said, oh, come on, we'll talk German. He said, no, I want to talk to you about Jesus.
Jesus in German, though.
No, no, he didn't want to speak about Jesus in German. No, in English. He didn't want to speak German.
He wanted you to understand
he wants to understand about Jesus. Yeah, so I got to get rid of him. Well, not
with the boys.
With the boys, yeah, you go on, yeah, put the word out, you know.
You got him a job.
Well, he liked Jesus. He liked Jesus, and they'd be doing the favour sending to Jesus sooner. You know what I mean? We are.
Well, it's 5:30, mate.
It's it's time to. It's time to have a break from me and see some animals.
Yeah, we're trying to get Ronnie's show for a bit. So
yeah.
Before we move on to the sanctuary, I just want to do a little thing about this. This is Jennifer Faust, aka the Vegan Songstress, in the Vegan Life magazine, which the lads told me, I didn't know this. It's got a hard copy which goes out.
The boys told you.
The boys told me. Yeah.
The boys.
Yeah. So that's the article, and that's pretty good. So we're pleased with that. And the song's going to be played on Irish radio in a few days as well. So it's kind of starting to spread a little bit. So that's quite nice. Right. So to business. Yeah, if you want to go to the Vegan Songstress on YouTube, you can subscribe to that. That'll be brilliant. It doesn't cost anything because we want you to keep all your money for the sanctuary. So let me first of all put this up.
Put the link. That's the donation link for the sanctuary.
Yeah. Okay. So
and when you make a donation, what would be good if people can try and do it friends and family. You know, if you get the option, which you should on PayPal, to send the money friends and family, because that means that PayPal won't take any of the money.
And then I'll officially be your friend after.
And then you be your friend, or even your family.
Or your family. Perhaps. Yeah.
Actually, there was an early comment, Sam, that you might want to deal with, which was about a donation thing. So I don't know whether you've got a there. Have you got an alternative to PayPal?
We haven't really. I'm not sure what other alternative there would be that would be safe. That's the only thing. There's a bank. The bank details. You can do a bank transfer. The bank details are on the Liberty page. You can do a direct You can do a direct bank transfer if you don't want to use PayPal, which is fair enough.
Well, maybe Susan can go to Facebook there and check that bit out.
Yeah.
If not, if she sends a kind of private message to you, you'll probably
that's fine. Yeah, that's much appreciated. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be able to probably give her an email or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's libertyanimalsanctuary@gmail.com.
Right. So this is the good bit of the show, folks. When Ronnie shuts up and we show some pictures of other animals from the sanctuary. So this one is Liberty. There might be a little slight delay in them changing, but we'll see. It's changed on this one. It's doing the same thing again. I tested this earlier on, folks, and it worked.
It worked.
There you are.
So who are we talking about here, Sam?
That's Jim, the pig. He's awesome. He's one of the first residents we had. He's just a big, lovable, large white pig that was just someone found abandoned and neglected with all sorts of problems. We've had him since a piglet, and then he's just one of my best mates. He's brilliant. And that little guy on the other side is little Chris, the sheep who thinks he's like the guard dog of the sanctuary. And he was a farmer, basically a farmer down in Herefordshire. He was in his 70s, the farmer was, and he had too many sheep. I think he had 600 breeding ewes or something. Wow. And he couldn't look after the caged lambs and the ones that had been sort of left by the mums and that. So someone who lived locally got in touch with him and he just gave him up, and I went down and picked him up. And
so does Chris bark? Does Chris bark now?
No, he probably will learn though. He's quite clever. Well, we've got another sheep called Chris, who's a really sociable sheep, but he's massive, and that's little Chris because he's dead sociable as well.
That's big Chris, right? Okay.
Yeah. That's it. They on the right there, I call them the bushwhackers because they just walk around like security guards together. Them two were just found on the back of a slaughter truck. Just literally they'd been in the slaughterhouse, dropped off a load of turkeys, took the trailer back to be washed out, and there's still turkeys in the back, and that's where them pair come from.
Yeah, you said in the advert, Sam, that you thought that maybe it was the slaughter people just not wanting to take all them off or something.
Maybe somebody there's, I don't know, found a bit of compassion towards some of the animals and was just like, because it seems strange because they were 2 weeks apart that it happened, so strange one. And then on the left, the big turkey, the male on the left, that's Phantom. He's like the biggest turkey we've got. He's big Norfolk bronze breeding male that was infertile. So the guy who had him said, I don't really want to neck him because he's like one of the family, but I will do because I've got another turkey now that isn't infertile. So can you have him? And he came and dropped him off. And the same with the one on the right, Nico, that's another male, black and white one. Similar sort of situation. People don't want them once you've got a new, younger turkey and more fertile turkey. And yeah. And then there's a lot of,
oh, member of the family, but I'm going to neck them, yeah.
Well, that's what he said. His words were, I don't really want to neck him because he's like member of the family. So that's one of the guys on the left before he molted. And the guy on the right there, his, like, I don't know, the guy who had him forever, because he's an old boy, he's about 15 years old, that cat or something like that. And he died during the COVID, whatever, outbreak. And the cat was left on his own, so we had him, and that was it. His name's his name's
a huge problem there, Sam.
He's just miserable, and he's just old. And he, to be fair, he's really nice. He just wants to relax. He doesn't like a load of either. His name's Vincent.
Actually, they're very similar look to what Ronnie's showing as well. There, funny enough. So
he's just got a very unfortunate face.
Yeah, that's true.
And these are just two more of the pigs. So that's Hilda on the left, who is
Rosie,
like...
We met Rosie in the adverts. So
yeah, Rosie's the boss. And Hilda on the left, she's like an assassin. So she'll come up to you, acting all cute with little fluffy ears and whatever, and get close to you, start stroking her, and then she'll try to take your kneecaps off. Okay. She's a right grumpy one.
Send the boys round.
No,
yeah, you don't need the boys. You don't need the boys with her about.
No, just
right.
Send her.
Okay. On the right,
here's a face.
Oh, on the left. Yeah, that I'm thinking that one there is. We've got some intersex hens, basically, and I'll be honest, I don't know a great deal about them or why we had so many. But somebody came with it was a hen rescue that they had 100 intersex hens. So basically, they're hens. They are female biologically, but they've got a real male character to them in the fact that they try to crow. They've got great big combs and they don't lay eggs. And so this is why I've never come across them before, because I'm assuming in the industry, if they weren't laying any eggs, then they would have been culled like months and months ago. But these were allowed to live till they were like 18 months old. And then we rehomed quite a few. And I think we've got about 10 left now, mixed with all our normal warrens. And on the right is Tuk Tuk, and she was just found walking around an estate near here, and a lady thought she saw a carry bag in the grass, went out and looked, and it was Tuk Tuk the chicken, and she fell in love with her, instantly stopped eating chicken, and that's in my kitchen, just sitting on the side, just wrecking the place.
Yeah,
but she doesn't live at the sanctuary. One of her friends is fostering her at their house, so they've got like a couple of rescue like rats and stuff like that, so she just lives there. That's two more of the lambs on the left. That's JJ, and I'm going to say that's Mabel, maybe April with him. Just two more of the lambs from Hereford that we picked up. And on the right, that is Heather, just another pig. Actually, that pig there is from Tower Hills. We helped just to give them a bit of support just to lower their number of animals. So we picked up 2 pigs and 9 sheep from Tower Hills last year, and that's one of the pigs. Because obviously the big sanctuaries must just get inundated with requests all the time to take animals. There's Chris again on the right showing off, and that's Sundance, the alpaca. He's just another old boy. I think he's about 17 now.
I've left the best picture right to the end, which is what do you call the alpaca name?
This one is Sundance, yeah.
All right. I think we've got a picture of him right at the end, which is looks very ET-ish. I loved it, so I thought I'm going to keep that one to the end.
He's a different kind of alpaca than you normally see. Normally they're Waiakas, but he's a Surrey alpaca, and the wool grows sort of down like dreadlocks rather than your typical kind of wool. So I don't think people probably have them so much for wool. That's why they're probably a bit rarer. But one of the traits is that they look a bit scruffy and scraggy and a bit angry. Yeah, that's just two of the lambs. That is April and Mabel, two of the lambs from Hereford. But that's when we first had them, so they had to wear jackets because it was obviously they were just freezing. They had heat lamp and stuff in the woodshed where they lived in the stable block. But when they're out in the field, they had little jackets on, keep them a bit warm. They were donated by members of the public. We put a little request out and got quite a few. I'm thinking the dog jackets, but they liked them. They kept them warm, and we still got them. So we'll use them again or donate them to other sanctuaries when they have lambs.
Do you get people kind of knitting, little jackets for the chickens and stuff like?
With the chickens, we get offered a lot to put jackets on them. The problem with them is the feathers can get caught in them when they molt and the feathers are short. They can get stuck in the jacket, and then it causes them pain. So we tend not to. If we have chickens that need extra warmth, we have actually got like an area that's indoors. We've basically got a great big static caravan on there where they can go in. It's warmer until the feathers grow back, and then can go back outside again. That's the only reason we don't use those jackets for chickens, just because if they get them caught on anything, it pulls the feathers the wrong way. It can cause lesions and things like that. They're a good idea, but it'd be good if you had, say you had 1 or 2 chickens and you could constantly monitor 1 or 2 chickens to make sure they're okay. But if you had them on like 150 chickens, it'd just be too much to keep on top of.
Yeah, because it sounds like a really great idea until you put it in practice, which is really interesting, isn't it?
Well, obviously it's like the feathers go one way from the body. So if they get caught and pull them the wrong way, like if you brush a cat the wrong way down, don't like it, so you'll end up causing problems plucking feathers out and stuff. So they're a great idea if you can monitor that they're wearing them safely, kind of thing.
Right, now this is going to be a treat for everybody. So this is the video that I put together. So I'm just going to let this play, Sam, so you can just give us a running commentary, if you will.
Well, there's them 2 bushwhackers. They just follow you around everywhere you go. They're behind you, watching what you're doing. You sit on the floor, they come and sit on your knee. You walk up the field, they come follow you up the field. I don't know what they're trying to do, to be fair. When they've got blue heads like they have there, it means that they're just happy. And when they have red heads, it changes. It means they're sort of angry. So these 2 are normally blue. That's Lionel Richie, the guy at the back is. That's his name. These are Polish breed. So he came because he was a lot of beta cockerel almost. The other hens and cockles are beating him up. So we had him, but he isn't a beta anymore because I've got a big scar on my leg from him. He's just thought he's hard as nails now. He's got a girlfriend.
It makes all the difference.
These are battery bits. So some of them are the intersex hens, and some of them are from a battery farm I went to up in Oldham where he was shutting down. So he had, I don't even know, thousands and thousands of birds, and just in literally battery runs in pitch black. It was disgusting.
Yeah, I showed the film to the animal rights team earlier on, and they were saying we love the one who jumps in and just says, "Fuck it, I'm getting in there."
Oh yeah, they don't mess about. This is little Pickle, one of the little girl turkeys. The turkeys, right, are so inquisitive. Honestly, I never interacted with turkeys until we had a sanctuary, and they're just brilliant. Like, honestly, they always want to be with you. They want to come sit on your knee. They're brilliant, and they make the best noise. And if you try to take a picture of them on your phone, they just peck your phone out of your hand, so you haven't got a choice now. Oh, there's Rosie and Jim having a light lunch. Oh.
They seem busy about it.
They just can't even be bothered to stand up, Luke. That's how lazy they are. Sitting in the pig ark, just eating, I'm assuming that's spinach, or it might actually be dandelions, from what I can see. They love it. They love grass clippings. Anything grass, pigs love. People always think you just feed them, Luke, and there's Rosie having a wallow. People just think you feed pigs just all your scraps. You're obviously not allowed to do that by law. You're not allowed to feed them anything from your house because of the mad cow outbreak years ago. So literally ours just live on vegetables that we buy directly for them, hay, and they do have a bit of like sow pellets type of thing. Oh, they love having just a wallow in the mud.
That reminds me of when I pissed the bed, actually.
Here's Sundance. See what I mean? He's got like this grey on his face, which makes him just look grumpy. But he'll quite happily eat out your hand. And if you put his bucket on the floor, there's no chance because the goats will just beat him up and nick all his food. Oh, and little Babs the pig. Oh, that picture there. So that's Derek on the left. He was a dairy boy that was just going to be shot. He's about just over 1 year old, I think now, or something like that. We do have quite a problem with the goats at the minute, where 2 of our 4 goats have got, we're assuming like a genetic growth problem with the front legs, which is going to cause us some real problems going forward, which we're not sure what we're going to have to do with them, because whether it's a surgery route or we don't know, they both got problems where the bones on one side of the leg grows longer, so it's twisted the feet and it causes them quite a lot of pain. And say they're 1 year old and they're on painkillers and stuff already. So that's something we're really, really looking into at the minute. But it's so hard to get any sort of specialist help because nobody really knows. Even the vets don't really know. Because nobody really bothered before, have they? They've just thought, oh, it's a problem. Farmers just have them shot instead.
That's it, yeah. Yeah, it's I always say that, until recently, we the most information we knew about other animals is how to exploit them rather than help them.
How to cook them, not how to look after them.
Yeah, so I left this one right for the end because I love this picture. That's my favourite one.
Him on the left, that's Derek. Oh man, he is just a nightmare. He is like the cheekiest goat we've got, and you can't even walk past him without him trying to just eat your coat, eat your hood, take your shoes off. Jumps up and gets his feet stuck in your pockets and rips your pockets off. But we still love him.
What's the score with this, Sam? Somebody's asking you about the noises from Sundance.
Sundance, he just goes, makes these weird noises when he's pissed off about something, and then he'll spit at one of them. So if I do something, say you've got to catch him to give him an injection or something, like make sure his feet are okay or whatever, he gets dead pissy and spits at somebody else, like the goats.
He looks like E.T. He looks like E.T. in that picture, doesn't he?
He
but
does,
the alpacas, they're I suppose they're mainly kept for their wool, are they? That's
yeah, but there is a growing market for strange and fancy meats, and they are on the list of it.
But the ones for the wool,
yeah, but it's true. I think that a lot of people celebrate these, circuses closing down. It ends up just being wild animals and not being used anymore. And so they bring in alpacas and llamas because they're domesticated, aren't they? So
they say it's becoming strange. There's a farm actually near us where they've got camels on there now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. There's
For
a
me,
few camel farms. That's right. Yeah.
They've got wild boar and camels, and I'm pretty sure nearby there's a rhea farm as well. Rhea, like an emu, where they're breeding those for meat as well. So it seems like anything's fair game nowadays.
Yeah, back into daylight, we were offered a couple of emus about 18 months ago, but they had no space for them at the time. So
we got offered a rhea before, but they're okay as long as, because they're a pack animal, so you have to have them living with other animals that'll tolerate each other. But also, they can run at 30 miles an hour, they can swim, and they can jump about 6 foot high. So you'd have to build Jurassic Park to keep them in, or else you'd just be chasing a rhea around Staffordshire, which you wouldn't be able to catch, like Roddle and Emu, beating everybody up. So luckily, we managed to get him rehomed directly to somebody else who had rhea, so they could be a group together. But I still would have probably tried.
Anyway, folks, if you enjoyed that, which I'm sure you did, seeing all the animals, well, I mean, that's just some of the animals there at the sanctuary. It's lovely to see them. Please give generously. You've got the PayPal address going along underneath the screen, and also on the Facebook on the Facebook page, there's the bank details if you prefer to pay that way. So please, Please give all your money, or at least some of it.
We don't like talking about money. I don't like money as a thing, but it's a necessity, and obviously animals cost money, and we want to rescue as many animals as we can viably look after. And what else can you do, really? I work as well, and you know what I mean. Try and do whatever we can do, and yeah.
Yeah, I got a full day at the sanctuary tomorrow doing fencing. Here's Wendy being positive. Seen that?
It is, and some things that don't move.
Yeah, that's true. It's a pity some of them don't just eat each other and have done with it, and then.
Wendy's on a roll here. Lovely to see you in your natural habitat.
In my natural habitat, yeah.
That's Bali, apparently.
It's Bali, yes,
yeah.
Yes.
He's moved from Panama to Bali. So,
yes, near my favourite bush here.
Right, Ronnie, be funny, lad. Come on,
George. Be funny. Well, it's your turn, Roger, because you've not told your couple of stories, so we need to hear those.
Yeah,
my two stories.
My two are sports related. So, I was once in a cell with this guy called Moran Nuds, and he's one of these guys who used to specialise in.
That sounds painful.
Moran Nuds,
yeah, Gary Moran Nuds, he was, but he was a bodybuilder. But he used to,
I'm not taking a Mickey.
No. Another one of those.
Not if he's a bodybuilder, don't worry.
He was a bodybuilder, but he specialised in stealing particular cars. And I'm not a car person; I just don't know anything about them. But there was a particular one that he would always steal. But one day he said, "You know,
but the same one all the time."
No, the same type of one all the time.
Oh. Well, I took it back and he stole it again, and it.
Yeah, that's right.
He was determined.
Yeah, he came out of prison. And stole it again. Went back in again. We know who stole the car this time. It's that Nuds.
Now be serious, Ronnie.
I'll try.
So he said, "Look, why don't you come down the gym?" Because he actually said, "I've got very prominent ribs," which is true. And he said, "That's really good for upper body look and all that kind of stuff." And I said, "All right then." So I goes down, and it was really weird because it was the first time, in fact, it's the only time I've ever been to a gym in my life. So the first time I went to a gym was in a prison. So it was like walking into something like a Sylvester Stallone movie or something, you know, and there's all these people kind of, you know, muscles on their muscles and all that kind of stuff. And so they said, "Well, have a go on." I think it's called a bench press. You lay on your back and you do all that, right? Well, I've got a kind of problem because I had a bike accident. Came off a motorbike in the 70s, and so I've got a pin in my arm, so I can't lock. I can lock this one. You know, you got to lock it up. You know, I can't lock this one. So anyway, I got on my back, and they gave me this thing, and I couldn't lift the bar. And it didn't have any weights on it. and so there's all these guys stood around me kind of thing, you know, muscles on their muscles and everything. And I couldn't even fucking lift the bar without any weights on it. And I thought, oh, geez. So I got off this thing and I thought, well, what am I going to do now? So I thought, well, I'm not going to try anything else. So I just hung around until the session was over and that was my kind of only time I was ever in a gym. And I suppose it was exactly the wrong thing to do, you know.
not a great success, but it's strange because all these guys, you know, the muscle guys, we had them at Channing's Wood, because you know I'd go in the gym and I'd be playing the badminton and that. Sometimes I'd do the circuit training.
Protein deficiency.
Yeah, bloody vegans. That's the trouble.
Can't even lift the bar.
Can't even lift the bar. But no. Yeah, what they used to do, that they'd be in there straining and all, you know, building their muscles and, you know, in front of the mirror and oil on them and all that, you know, and then they'd go outside the gym and they'd be there smoking cigarettes, smoking fags. So it's like, and in actual fact, that's not, you know, lifting really heavy weights like that. You need to do stuff that gets your heart going. The circuit training is much better, and rather than just trying to strain in with a great big. I was in a Sunday league football team at one point, and people used to be smoking while they were playing football. Some of them.
Goalkeepers. The goalie just having a fire.
It was when mobile phones were new, not the brick ones, but you know the little ones, but they were new. And I even knew somebody who was on the phone when he was playing football. So he was kind of on the phone to somebody, kind of
Smoking a
explaining.
fag, having a drink.
Yeah.
I'm just allowed to do a tackle, mate. You know, that kind of stuff.
Wait there a minute.
So my next story
It wasn't Paul Gascoigne, was it?
No.
You had a fishing rod and 4 cans.
When I was, this is in Weymouth, the semi-open, like Ronnie's was talking about, and they used to be in a football league, and so, but they used to have to obviously play their away games at home. So that means they would play the same people twice, but always at home, and it coincided with education. So in the first half, the opposition goalkeeper had to stand right outside of his box because he was getting so much abuse and things thrown at him and everything. And then when it came to half time, all the prisoners had to go in. And so the opposition goalkeeper could then go and stand where he was supposed to stand in the first place, which is in his goal, which is good. And
so he scored a load of goals first off, just lobbed the goalkeeper.
Yeah, just lob him. Yeah, that's right. So he's kind of like the prisoner's way of kind of getting a few goals. And so I was in education at the time, and so I thought, well, we started a magazine which we gave out free, and so I said, well, look, I'll be the football correspondent, and that meant that when everybody else went in at half time, I was able to stay out and to do the match report, that kind of stuff. But it was really weird because it was like chalk and cheese, like the first half was just chaos because all the cons were there. And they were right up to the line and everything. The opposition were too scared to come over to do things like throwing. And then in the second,
sounds like a Stoke City home game.
It was a proper game in the second half.
Yeah, so it's probably higher quality.
I'm not saying anything.
I know. I think I played football a couple of times in jail. We did used to do it a bit, but I've got a few funny stories leading up to prison, really, because there's quite a few incidents leading up to prison, in between prison sentences, because I was throughout the 70s. I was very involved in hunt sabs, and when I wasn't in jail, I used to go, sabbing a lot of the time. And in our sab group, we had a young lad of 15 years old joined our sab group, and we went out to see him, and his mum said, "Look, I'm letting him join the sab group, but I want you to look after him. I don't want him in trouble or anything like that." And we said, "Oh no, he won't be in trouble. He'll be all right." Anyway, he goes on his first sab. Walk straight up to the, one of the hunt, one of the red coats, and knock the bloke out. This young lad just knocked this bloke, punched him, knocked him out. You see, and he got done. He got arrested. He got done for actual bodily harm. He was in court, and this was down in. He was in court down in Salisbury. And a couple of us went to give evidence, and we went to give evidence, said, "Oh no, the huntsman attacked him, and it was self-defense and all that." That's what, because like his mum was in bits, his first hunt, and he'd done that and got arrested and all that. Anyway, got off. We got him off. I got him off. They obviously believed that the huntsman attacked him. Anyway, at half time during the court case, myself and this other lad, this other sab, had been giving evidence as well. We were walking around Salisbury. He sees this lingerie shop, this lad. In the window of this lingerie shop, there's a pair of crotchless knickers. And this lad said to me, he said, I bet you a £5. He said, you daren't go in that shop and buy those crotchless knickers. Well, I said, yeah. I said, right, give me a £5. Then I said, you've got to give me the £5 to buy them. I'm not. And he says, yeah, you won't do it. He said, here's a £5. You won't do it. I said, come with me. So I walked in the shop. There's a woman says, oh, can I help you, sir? I said, yeah. Could I have that pair of crotchless knickers that's in the window, please? Okay. She said, oh, yes, certainly, sir. That'd be, that's £5. All right. And anyway, she starts putting them in the bag. Yeah, we said there was £5 on them. We knew they were £5. She starts putting them in the bag. And I said, I said, just to be sure, I said, before you put them in the bag, I said, is it all right if I try them on? And she went mad. She said, take the knickers, give me the money, and get out of the shop. So I had these pair of Chrysler's knickers. And basically, like, I was living with a woman at the time in London called Kim. I talked about Kim and her exploits in the last episode of this. Anyway, of course, I said to her, "Oh, I've got some Chrysler's knickers. You know, would you like to wear these?" And she said, "No, I'm not wearing them. I'm not wearing them. What do you think I am? Some kind of pervert or something? Shouldn't wear them." See, despite my efforts.
Well, it'd be second hand.
Didn't you dare her? Didn't you dare her with a fiver?
No. I'd already spent the fiver. Well, he's fiver.
Got your mates.
So we had to give it. So he lost a tenner because he had to give me the fiver to buy him, and then he had to give me another fiver. So he was tenner down. You see. So what I used to do to get my own back on, and whenever we had visitors, I used to peg them out on the line. People would come, they come, they go, "Oh, Kim, I see your knickers on the line," and all that. And she'd go mad. She'd go mad. But I never cared about things like that. It's like I used to buy all the condoms for my mates. They were all embarrassed. "Oh, you know, I'm too shy." And I said, you know, and they'd say to me, "Well, can you go buy me condoms in the chemist?" So they'd all wait outside. I'd go in there, you see. And I'd always buy like a packet of 12, you know. I'd go in there, get a packet. And what they used to do in the chemist, I'd probably do the same today. But if it's a woman assistant about to serve you, suddenly a man assistant would kind of rush over and push her out of the way, you see, because they thought, oh, the customer would be embarrassed to be served by a woman. The condoms, so like they come along like barge out of the way, say, "Can I help you, sir?" not the woman assistant out of the way. But anyway, I went in one day in the chemist, and I had the packet of 12, and I was holding them out like to I think it was a woman, and I said to her, "You haven't got any bigger packets than this, any larger quantity?" She said, "I don't know." She said, how many were you thinking of? I said, "You haven't got a gross, have you? You don't say you haven't a gross." I said, only I've got a very busy weekend ahead, you see. And there was these elderly women. They were probably in there buying Snatagin or something. They were like, and I stood there, and I overheard them. They were going, "He's a filthy, dirty, filthy bloke. Oh, he's disgusting."
Yeah, vegans are non-stop all the time.
Yeah.
They must have there was a weird story from the Cold War. You know, when there was a lot of kind of silliness going on between Russia and the States, and so the States ordered some condoms from Russia, I suppose it was the Soviet Union, but they ordered them for about 13 inches long and really kind of wide girth and everything.
Oh, really quite small ones then, Roger.
Well, the Russians made them up, but then they stamped them medium and sent them back. You know, so it was all
not small, not small.
It's better than firing rockets at each other, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Masculinity wars.
Yeah.
My dad's been
it's funny, isn't it, when you look at the three the presidents as they were, of course. There was like Trump in America. They had Fart in America, Trump. Right, they had Johnson over here, and Johnson in America means dick, prick, doesn't it? In essence, what they call it, a Johnson. And they had shitbox, didn't they, in Russia? Putin. So they were all kind of quite appropriately named, really.
Well, he's probably got someone watching this right now, so I'm not saying nothing about that. I'm not ending up in a hold all.
Yeah, I said the boys. Hold all.
Zipped in a hold all, found in a cupboard.
You better stay away from people with brollies with sharp ends on them now, Ronnie, for a bit.
That's it. Yeah, the old ricing. Yeah.
Someone throwing a hat at you.
Be careful. Yeah.
One phone bowl of hats at you.
Oh no, yeah.
Have you got one more story then? Because
one more story. Let me just see. What's a short one? Well, I don't know whether many people know this, but I was actually in a punk band in the late 70s, early 80s, band called Total Attack, and all of us were like either ALF or Hunt Sabs. You know, we were all animal rights, and nearly all our songs were about the ALF and stuff like that. But we were like this, like kind of bit of a mad band, really. Like there's all sorts of things this happened to us. And we had a guy.
Most punk bands were very sober, weren't they?
They were very sober, but we were like we were a bit crazy. And our rhythm guitarist, he used to do loads of jumping. He used to like to jump up and down all the time, and you know stuff. As you know, I suppose as a lot of punks too. Just like jumping up. And we were doing a gig. It was in London on North Circular Road at Palmer's Green, I think. In this pub, a pub called The Cock, it was called. It's funny because they changed the name of it. I think they changed the name of this pub called The Cock, and it became the Middle Wicket. I don't know why. Yeah, it's kind of I thought it's they maybe someone complained about being called The Cock. They called it Middle Wicket. But anyway, what happened? We were in this place beside the pub in their kind of where they had the bands. He was jumping up and down. He fell through the stage. And the stage was like up to his chest, and he still carried on playing his guitar. He broke the stage. And another time, we did a gig in a hall. It was at Finsbury Park, and the same guy. We had a couple of sort of backing vocalists, and he had one of these drain testers. We used to use them on the hunt. It's like a big smoke bomb thing, you know. And he said and we were the first band on, and there was some like more, you know, prestigious bands on after us at this gig. And Aubrey, his name was, who was the lead guitarist. He said to the one of the vocalists. Backing vocalist, he said, like, when we get to the end of our set, I want you to set this drain tester off, this smoke bomb, so there's a load of smoke and it looks good and everything. And she said, well, yeah, but when will I know when it's the end of the set? And he said, well, I'll nod, and then you'll know, you see. So anyway, she's got this big drain tester. And of course, the trouble is he's nodding all the time, you know, he's playing and nodding. And after he played about 2 numbers, she set the bloody thing off. And it went up. All this. It set the sprinklers off. The place was full of smoke. The place had to be evacuated, and like the fire brigade came. You see, and everyone was outside. I think it had to be, and all the other bands were out to get us because, of course, they couldn't play. They were after us, so we just went home. We just
where the incendiary devices came from. It must have been from that, I imagine.
It probably was, yeah. It probably was. And then we did
you fucked that night up for all them, so you know it works.
It did, yeah. It set the sprinklers off, and we had we did like a recording. We went in a recording studio. And we did it's on you know. The tracks it's on YouTube. Look for Total Attack on YouTube. And there's another Total Attack which is from some other country, but this is Total Attack, and it's by the YouTube channel is a guy called Alex Punks. It is. You look for that, you'll have see our the 5 tracks on there that we did in the recording studio. And anyway, at the time there was a DJ called John Peel. Who used to play a lot of tracks from new bands. You know, bands would send him.
He's the one that made the Buzzcocks massive.
Yeah, if they send him tapes, you know, like cassette tapes, little cassette, and he'd play them, and then that's how someone got famous. So he thought, you know,
it's funny, doesn't it, to actually have to explain who John Peel was. Though.
John Peel, yeah, that's right. Because there was a John Peel who was a famous huntsman many years ago, and
he got dug up, didn't he?
Some people tried to dig him up, didn't they? No. because we had badges done saying I dig John Peel. See. Anyway, so this John Peel, the DJ. So we got this cassette tape done, and we thought, we'll send this to John Peel. And then our drummer said, "Oh, don't worry, don't send it." He says, "I know a friend of mine works at the BBC. If you send it, it just comes in the post with a load of other tapes, and he might not play it." He said, "I've got a friend who works at the BBC, and I'll get him to put it on, put it on John Peel's desk. Put it in a little parcel just to John Peel, and I'll get my friend to put it on John Peel's desk." So I thought, "Oh, that's brilliant. A short circuit everything. We'll have a bit of chance." So every night I'm listening to John Peel on the radio, and like weeks and weeks go by, he's not played our tape. I thought, well, that's what's going on. You see, so at one of our rehearsals, we sort of pulled this drummer guy and said, "Listen, John Peel's not played the tape. What's going on?" And he said, "Well, I was meaning to tell you, but it's quite embarrassing." You see, and what had happened was this was the time of all the IRA and stuff.
Oh.
And they ended,
Letter bomb.
what they done? They got the bomb squad. They destroyed. They destroyed they done a thing and destroyed it because it was on his desk, and they thought, "Oh shit, someone's put a bomb on your desk," because it didn't come from the normal mail.
That's fucking a story. That's a mega
so they
story.
destroyed our tape, so it was never played.
You're the most punkiest non-punk band ever.
Never played.
they were literally drowned in infection. I used to know.
And then but he left our band, that drummer, because he got us this gig at this it was a carnival in a park, and it was quite and they had bands there, and if you played there. This is in South London, it was, and it was quite a big thing to get on the stage, and he knew the guy that organised the festival. He said, "Oh, I've managed to work it like that. We get on the stage. We quite. Oh, this is great." Anyway, we were on the stage, and I wrote this song called Donegal Bay, and what it was, some people may remember Lord Mountbatten, who's a cousin of the Queen. He got blown up by the IRA. He went out fishing, and they put a bomb in his boat that blew him up. You see. And in Donegal Bay, and the song was called, and we had this song about how we weren't sad that he was dead. We weren't sad he was dead because he's a horrible bastard, because he used to shoot animals and all sorts. Anyway, so we were doing this particular. We'd done this. It's the second one we were doing on the stage, and some bloke started throwing eggs at us. He obviously didn't agree with the song. He started throwing eggs at us, and I tried to make a joke. I said, "I hope those are free range." That was only a vegetarian joke, wasn't it? I should have said, "Please throw tofu." Not eggs. That would have been
an egg replacement powder.
Anyway, the egg replacement. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Loads of chickpea water.
Please throw chickpeas. And anyway, the drummer, he jumped, and a couple of the eggs hit his drums. He went mad. He jumped off the stage. He ran into the crowd, trying to chase this bloke, right? And then when he didn't catch him, when he came back, he says, "I'm not going to be in this band." He said, "I'm not in this band to have eggs thrown at my fucking drums." And then he left. And that was more or less the end of the band. Then after he left, it ended. There we are. It ended with
I'd just like to say,
the band was ended by animal products.
Yeah. I've just had a message come through from Deb Thompson while you're talking. She's just donated to us, so I'd like to say thank you. She's watching this now.
Oh, absolutely wonderful. That's yeah. Please everyone.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Give what you can to Liberty. They're doing a great job. It's still a difficult time for sanctuaries. It's still hard, because of the COVID and everything, for sanctuaries to do the normal fundraising they do.
It's that expensive. I won't be throwing any flax.
So yes. We could have had a whole dinner out of people, couldn't we? Just keep playing songs they don't agree with, which would have been nearly all our songs. Yeah. I don't think. I'm not sure they had bean feast in those days. I think it was more rudimentary, the food then. It was more
cabbage.
Yeah, just throw beans
coming at you and stuff.
Yeah, sauce. I think there was sauce mix. Sauce mix, I suppose. Something soft. Got a turnip. Got a turnip coming at me on the head.
A Swede.
A Swede, yeah. We don't have a shopping list. Can you please? This song is going to upset people. Could they please throw carrots? And
no butternut squashes.
Yeah. Yeah. No parsnips. I don't like parsnips. Don't throw parsnips.
Oh, they're well nice, they are.
No, I'm not very keen on parsnips for some reason. There we are. There's always something. Some of us aren't.
Oh yeah, you just have a list of things to throw behind the band.
Acceptable things to throw.
Yeah, and so we can have a dinner out of it afterwards. Anyway, I think that's probably we've gone a little bit over time, but I hope people enjoyed it.
Welcome again, Ronnie.
I say they're welcome. There is going to be another one. There's more stories left.
Oh, well, I want to apologise to everybody watching that there is going to be another one, I'm afraid.
So we'll, obviously let people know when that is and who it's for and everything. Obviously, it'll be a vegan-run sanctuary as all the others have been. But please do give generously to Liberty. They're doing some great work.
And I'd just like to say how much I appreciate what you guys do for what we do and that kind of thing, trying to help us raise some money to carry on doing it. It's a massive help just to have you guys on board. We really do appreciate it, honestly.
Well, it's great to turn, to turn the prison thing into something positive.
Something positive, yeah.
Kind of help the animals out of it, and up yours to the judge as well.
Well, I'm all out of prison stories now, I'm sure. So it's all down to you now, Ronnie.
Yeah, you'll have to go back in, Roger, and have some more, won't you? Really, for the next series.
Well, I did get a letter from the cops today saying that I've been illegally parked, but I can't remember doing that thing. Yeah.
That is pretty bad.
So maybe I should just refuse to pay that, and then I'll have a story for you.
You might have.
The story that the letter came. They'll
take it out your pen. They'll just take it out your pen. They'll take it out your pension. They'll take it out your pension, Roger.
Yeah, I'll send it to John Peel.
Yeah, put it on his desk. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we went out with a bang, as you could say. But there we are. All right, folks. Well, thanks everyone for watching. Or if you're watching it, the recording of this on Dave. It will be on YouTube, the recording, for a while before it goes to Dave. So you'll have a chance. Tell all your friends to watch the recording and give their money.
Yeah, so the YouTube one though, rather than the Dave one. Yeah, so
yeah, the YouTube. Yeah, the YouTube, because it won't be on Dave for about 5 years' time. That'll be on.
And everything will be out of date, but all the jokes will be out of date by the time it's on Dave. No.
Yeah,
they won't remember who John Peel is.
You don't expect Ronnie's jokes to be in date, do you, Sam? That's
they were out of date years ago.
It's timeless.
They're well past their tell-by date. Right.
Right. We end on the high point. High point there, Roger. All right, folks.
End of the fun.
See you next time, and keep donating. And thanks everyone for watching and for your kind contributions to Liberty Animal Sanctuary.
Right, have you finished now, Ron?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, good.
For now.
Hey. We're live, so welcome along everyone to the real advert for Jailhouse Vegans 5. So, the real ones. So we've got Tracy here from
Stacey. You're getting things wrong already. It's Stacey.
Stacey. Oh, blimey.
Stacey, not Tracy.
Yeah.
Get my name right. I'm
Ronnie Lee as well, without the makeup. So that's wrong, isn't it? So, anyway, welcome. Over to you, Ronnie, before I make another mess of it.
Before you make, it's good because, this is we were supposed to do this on Friday, and Roger drove his van on a beach and sank in the sand. And so we weren't able to do it. Or we did kind of do a show to explain why we weren't doing the show.
Doing it, yeah. And I had a sinking feeling.
and that show lasted half hour. So we're hopefully not. We're going to try and be a little bit quicker tonight, aren't we? Otherwise, people are going to be fed up and they won't come to the actual show. But it's going to be a great show again, as all of these are, of course. And it's going to be about our prison experiences. This is the 5th Jailhouse Vegans, because I mean, I spent really quite a long time in prison, so I've been able to get five shows. Oh, hi, Bernie. But Bernie's a sucker for punishment. He's back again tonight. So this is I'll be on my 3rd prison sentence. I think Roger will be on your first, or it's technically your 2nd one, isn't it?
Technically my second, I suppose.
Second one, yeah. Technically 2nd prison sentence, and my 3rd.
I always conveniently forget the first one, really, but it
kind of do. Well, it sort of merged into when you were on remand, but that was because you were in prison for something you didn't do. They stitched Roger up on his first prison sentence.
I was stitched up.
He was stitched right up, and he ended up calling the judge Batman, and then he got extra time in prison for that. But it was worth it. It was worth it sometimes. It's worth getting a few weeks to call and assault a judge. Anyway, like, this is my 3rd sentence. When I got sentenced to, I had a 10-year sentence. I wasn't in for 10 years, but I was in for 6 years and 8 months of it. And I was in prison in Leeds, and then I got moved to a long-term prison called Long Lartin, which is near Evesham in Worcestershire. And so this show is going to be about my time there. And I think you were in Leeds. Roger was in Leeds, and then you got sent to a place called Weymouth, didn't you? Up in northwest, up somewhere up there, you know.
Yeah, I wasn't in many compared with you, but I was in Hull, Leeds, Liverpool, and then Weymouth. But what we really want to know, Ronnie, is what led to the miscarriage of justice that meant that you ever got let out. That's what we want to know, is it?
Well, that's it. That was a mistake. They might be looking for me now, but they probably can't see me. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I think, why did we let that guy out? You know, I mean, they tried to keep me in. They wouldn't give me. I kept trying to get parole, and it kept being turned down all the time. So they kept me in for as long as they possibly could, to be honest, on my final sentence.
And did you do the kind of Shawshank thing about you eventually went, to be honest, I don't give a shit or something, and then they let you out? You know, that's the way it works.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was getting to that. Well, I knew that 6 years and 8 months. In those days, you got let out unless you sort of misbehaved in prison and got extra time added on. In those days, you did 2/3 of your sentence. So, like, I knew that I'd get out after 6 years and 8 months. These days, you do half. You do half the sentence, then the other half you're on some kind of probation type thing with lots of rules and regulations. Somebody thinks the Batman was funny. Yeah, there was a guy. I'll tell you, a guy I knew. He was on trial. He was at the magistrate's court for. They raided a battery farm. You know, rescued some hens out of a battery farm, and they got caught. And they were up in the magistrate's court, and he said, I'm going to wear a special outfit in the magistrate's court. And what he did, he went and bought a chicken suit, and it was like a kind of more or less like a baby chicken suit. It was like yellow, and it was zipped up the middle. See, and he's in the magistrate's court, and they're all going to the magistrate's court charged with this, you know, raiding the chicken place. And he's dressed as a chicken, and the magistrate's outraged. He says, "I take that off immediately. This is disgraceful, you know, insulting the court and all that. Take that chicken outfit off." And he said, "All right, fair enough." And he unzipped it. He was naked. He was naked, like. So the magistrate there ordered him to zip. He ordered him to zip it up again, like.
Well, it would.
So there we are. I've got a cat tied up in my earphone here now. I don't know if they're not biting me; they're being tied up in my technical equipment. There she is. Come on.
So, Stacey, and apologies for the wrong name. Tell us a little bit about Garden. How many other animals are there, for example?
There's just about 200 to 250 thereabouts, but since I've been running this garden sanctuary, I've taken in and helped rehome over 1,000. So that's in the past 3 years.
Yeah,
permanent residents.
Permanent
residents, about 250.
Yeah. Do you get a lot of people kind of guilt tripping you and dumping them and stuff on you and that?
Well, I get lots of messages about taking them, but if I can send them off to other sanctuaries, I've been doing that as well. But because I take mostly birds, there's not many sanctuaries that take on birds really, apart from like farm-type birds, but not parrots and little parakeets. So I get lots of those, and the guinea pigs as well. But if I've got room for them, they're welcome.
And you've even rescued fish, haven't you?
Yeah, I've got rescued fish.
Yeah, that's brilliant, because that's quite unusual for sanctuaries to have rescued fish. But there are fish that need rescue. We rescued a load of goldfish once at home that somebody didn't want, and one of them, I mean, they don't tend to live massively long, but like one of these goldfish lived years and years and lived. I think he lived for I don't know, forever, more or less. One of them, long time. But
I've got rescue axolotl as well. You know axolotl?
Yeah, they're salamander, aren't they? Yeah.
I've got 4 of those as well. Absolutely lovely they are.
That's brilliant. Yeah, because of course, you know, all these people get these animals and then can't look after them, don't they? They got special. They need specialised treatment. A lot of these kind of what they call exotic animals, and people really don't know how to look after them, do they?
So, Ronnie, this is the PayPal address, right?
That's the PayPal address. It's paypal.me/thegardensanctuary1, and that's where we want people to send all their money, you know, the life savings.
Give us your money.
Here's your money, but don't forget to put the 1 on the end, otherwise some other bugger will have the money. You've got to put the 1 on the end. It's the Garden Sanctuary 1. Remember that. And you know, I hope that lots of people make donations, and it's a brilliant sanctuary. All the different animals that are rescued, and also animals that are kind of a lot of animals are sort of, as Stacey mentioned, they, you know, it's like a gateway to other sanctuaries. So that helps people. If people can contact Stacey, and even Stacey can't take the animals, they can be directed to where the animals can go to, and I think that's really important as well. So you know, we're hoping that people will give. I mean, it's going to be a great show Thursday at 7 o'clock.
You're so modest, Ronnie. That's
I'm referring to your involvement, Roger. I mean, my involvement is doesn't really add to it. It's your partaking in the show that actually makes it great. You know,
my name's Ronnie Lee. It's going to be great. It's all about me.
That's it. Yeah. So people can give at any time and give now. You know, and that saves you watching. Spare you watching on Thursday. Then if you give money now. No.
So Stacey, we're going to do a bit of a teaser. So we're going to go through about 4 slides. So we'll show these again on the day, but then we've got lots of other really interesting pictures, and then we've also got some really interesting videos as well to show on the day. So who are we looking at here, Stacey?
Well, this is now named Caesar. He's absolute love bug, but that picture on the left-hand side was the house that he came from originally, and the lady that had him had passed away, and when the council went into a property, there were 37 cats, a Staffordshire Bull Terrier, numerous birds, 2 cockatoos, obviously including Caesar, and they were living in horrific conditions. So he's come to live with me, and he's a really, really lovely boy. Got fully vet checked. He's absolutely fine, thank God. He's only a young parrot. He's only about 6, and he's really happy now, and he's doing absolutely amazing. Yeah.
So we've got on the day we're going to show a video of the birds grooming you, but we're going to leave that. We just tease people with the idea, but. That person really was a genuine cat lady then, really. What do you say, 37 cats?
Yeah, but they were living in terrible conditions.
Yeah.
I think maybe that she started out with the best intentions, but become overwhelmed.
No, this is an interesting picture.
Yeah, so this is a very old wild squirrel, and a lovely lady who's been feeding him for the past few years had noticed that he was having trouble eating. And when she was trying to look at him, she could see that from a distance that his teeth looked like they were overgrown. So she asked me if we could help. So I got a trap down there, caught him, got him to my vet's, and he's had his teeth cut. This was on the first time they were cut. And then she contacted me about 5-6 months later where they'd overgrown, so his teeth had to be removed from the bottom. So now she just puts out soft food for him and things that are easier for him to eat. But he's quite an old boy, so he'd done really well. But he'd like to help wildlife.
What was that? Did he have some kind of condition which made those teeth grow extra quick or something?
Well, he was an old squirrel, so I don't think it had been a problem that had been there all his life. But that however he'd been eating, they hadn't been grinding down, so they just ended up overgrowing. And as soon as they go past that point where they're not going to be ground down by the other teeth, they will just continue to grow. But squirrels' teeth actually start off right from the back of their mouth, and they come through the jaw and up, and they would just continue, like all rodents, just to keep continually growing. So if they get problems like that in the wild, they would basically starve to death unless they embed in the mouth and they get the infection and they die. So if anybody sees wildlife that can't eat or is in trouble, they have to intervene and help them.
Yeah, it's interesting that, because you don't kind of associate squirrels with being rodents, but of course they are, aren't they? So that's the thing.
Yeah, because of course in one of the previous JAILHOUSE Vegans, of course, I told the funny story about a friend of mine that rescued a squirrel who couldn't go back to the wild because of that problem where her teeth didn't meet and she had to go regularly to have them clipped. And the story featured this squirrel biting a senior police officer through the thumb and him having to go to hospital. So if people want to hear the full story, they'll have to listen to one of the previous episodes where I told people about that. But it is and she had a big aviary built on one of the windows. She lived in a top floor flat and had a big aviary built on the window for where the squirrel was able to live because she couldn't go back to the wild.
This is a lovely picture, Stacey.
Yeah, so that's Mango, and Mango was the first cockatoo that I'd ever taken on. I didn't even know anything about cockatoos, so I had Mango, and I've had him 2 years now. So I went to the RSPCA centre because they wanted me to take some little canaries, and whilst I was there, one of the officers said, I know a person who's got a cockatoo. The cockatoo was his mum's. His mum's passed away and the bird's just been locked in the hole for years and no one's bothering with him. And she said, will you take him? And I said, yes. So there is a picture of Mango in his previous home, which I think we'll probably see on Thursday. But he was 24 when he came to me, and he looked so sad. You can see in that picture when you show it. He was so sad because he'd just been locked in that cage all the time. But now he's in an aviary, which all birds should be in aviaries. I don't believe they should be in the house at all. And he's a really happy boy. He doesn't like men very much, but he loves women, so he can have a cuddle from them.
Who likes men, eh? But
I know, yeah, exactly.
It's interesting, I mean, it's kind of heartbreaking to think about. There must be millions of other animals all over the world in these little cages. Yeah. In fact, when I was doing my PhD, there was a criminologist who was the external examiner, and one line in my work was, all these houses filled with prisons, with lifers in them, and the only crime that they committed was that they weren't human, and that really affected him because he was a criminologist. Yeah. It's true though, isn't it? They're stuck away there, and they haven't done anything to anybody. Apart from not being born human. That's the only thing.
And a lot of people take on parrots because they think they're beautiful, obviously, and if they can talk as well, everybody wants talking parrots. But their needs are vast. They can't just put them in a cage and leave them. So when people have them, they'll start screaming and they'll chew the house up. So the average parrot will be in at least 5 homes, and a lot of them spend the last years of their life just locked away in a room on their own or covered up because they are a lot to look after, and they really scream loud because they want attention and they get bored, because in the wild they'd be flying the skies and in the trees and doing things that they have a right to do, but we put them in cages and take all that away from them. So I like to, like Mango in his ivory, you can even see in his feathers, he's just so much more brighter and he's happy and he interacts with everyone. He's lovely, and he's a lot better now than he was. But yeah, I really love Mango. He set me up for life, adopting cockatoos. If you come and see him, I don't think he'd be that friendly with you, though. So, you know, I was talking about Adam earlier, Ronnie. That's my dog who loves Adam.
Oh, yes. Like, loves the taste of Adam, you mean? So Adam's a mutual friend of ours who kind of got bitten by one of Stacey's dogs, and, you know, constantly tells everyone about it.
Lovely Murphy's there. But Murphy's starting life was not a very nice one. But Bronson, the little piglet who he's with, he was being given away on the internet, free to good home. So a friend of mine messaged me and says, "Can you take on this little piglet?" So I haven't got the space to keep pigs full time. So Bronson came to me. He was absolutely covered in mites as well, which I didn't realise until I ended up with them all over me. He came here, got him all sorted out, and he's gone to New Hope Animal Sanctuary, which is a brilliant sanctuary down by Kent, and he lives there now. He's a fully grown pig, but yeah, he stayed with me for a few months. Absolutely adorable little piglet he is. Well, he was. Now he's a big boy.
Yeah, we made that point last time, didn't we, Ronnie? That one of the unfortunate things for the fate of other animals is that they're so cute when they're young. It's their downfall in a way. Right, I think we might be going on for the last one for now, I think.
Oh, there's Bronson again. This picture was actually taken on Christmas Day, and there was me and my mum, obviously, all having a vegan dinner. 6 dogs in there, Bronson and Noodles. It was absolutely lovely. It was so nice. So we shared dinner with Noodles and with Bronson as well. And Noodles, he used to live in the house most of the time. He was rescued from being a Christmas dinner, and they all got on absolutely lovely. It was so lovely, Ronnie. I can't even explain. Imagine Christmas Day, a little piglet trotting around, and Noodles. It was
yeah.
So
they're free instead of being eaten.
Yeah,
you know.
I've seen
you're a vegan. You're a vegan who had turkey at Christmas.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the best way to have turkey at Christmas, and pig as well. That's absolutely wonderful. But it's interesting. I got attacked by a parrot once years ago. I went to see some people that are involved in animal rights down. I think they live down in Dorset, Poole in Dorset, somewhere like that. I went to see them. Went to see them for the day, and they had a big rescued parrot. See, and anyway, when I went to get my coat off the coat rack, and this parrot flew at me and bit me on the top of the arm, and the woman said, "Oh, I should have told you. I should have told you the parrot regards that coat rack as his territory." You see, she didn't tell. She got to tell me in a bit.
What was he, Ronnie?
He was I can't remember now. He was a big parrot. I think he might have been green. It's hard to remember. A big green-coloured parrot. Is that?
Don't get too technical now, right?
I can't remember. I just knew. It wasn't the parrot's fault. It's just that she didn't tell me that for some reason he claimed ownership of the coat rack. And when I went to get my coat, he had me this parrot. And when I got home, there's a big lump out of my arm. Right, and I come
do you reckon your arms were a little bit extra tasty, Ronnie? Because you
it must be because animals bite me. They bite me. I mean, cats. They bite me all the time and stuff. And the parrot bit me, and maybe I am. Maybe I'm quite tasty.
You're a tasty geezer. You're a tasty geezer.
Yeah, especially now. Now that I'm old, probably a bit kind of
a grizzly.
Having a bit.
We're going to show the PayPal one more time. So. Right, we're on 20 minutes, so we ought to say goodbye. And I hope we've what's that word? Kind of tickled your fancy. You know that thing about.
I don't think you're not allowed to say that, Roger.
Right.
Hard now. Yeah.
We hope you intrigued enough to tune in. That's what I mean. So when's the show, Ronnie?
I mean, it's Thursday. It's Thursday evening. It's Thursday coming up. The 13th, Thursday the 13th, not Friday the 13th, Thursday the 13th, at 7 o'clock, and it's on Roger's channel. And I think I'm hoping that in the kind of the write-up information section of this one that Roger will put the link to the other one, and then it's easier for people to find.
I did that already. I beat you to it. It's
you beat me to it. Yeah, that's good. And then you can just click on that, and so it's be there 7 o'clock on Thursday. There'll be more hilarious stories from prison.
There's Amber chased by everybody's being chased by a goose,
including one about a very strange murderer. Very strange murderer.
Ooh.
There's going to be a little story about a very strange murderer on there.
Oh,
that did a most unusual thing, but we won't go.
You should have warned me about that, Ronnie. I'd have set up a dun.
Yeah, we won't go into that any further, because otherwise you won't come and watch on. You won't come and watch on Thursday, but please be there. And
assuming anybody will anyway, so there you go.
Please be ready to have your money ready to send to the garden sanctuary, and we'll see more. We'll see more of the animals, and we'll have a very enjoyable evening. So.
No, that's the question. Millions of people have asked that.
People ask. Yeah, a number of times people have said that. I really don't know. Really don't know. Don't worry, Louise is more than a match for me. She really is, to be honest. Yeah. But yeah, I have had that said quite a few times.
I bet you have. Right. Well, thanks, Ronnie, and thanks.
Yeah.
Stacey, and we'll see you just in a few days, won't we? So
be ready with all your money.
Yeah,
in your,
bring your purses in your wallets, folks. That's
your money in your bank account to transfer across the garden sanctuary, and it will be well worth it. So we'll see everyone, and even more people hopefully on Thursday.
Yes, indeed. So bye.
Take care, everyone. Bye.
We're live, Ronnie. We're live.
Well, you're only just alive, aren't you?
Yeah, only just alive.
You've had a terrible day, haven't you? And today, Roger.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've had a terrible day. So essentially, that means that we're kind of going to cancel this and come back because Stacey can't make it, right?
Yeah. What happened was. But this is quite a funny story, really. It's probably not really funny for you. Roger drove his car onto a beach.
His van
onto a beach, and he sank. He sank into the beach.
Yeah,
and the AA wouldn't help. The fire brigade wouldn't help. So what actually happened in the end, Roger? How did you get out of the beach?
Yeah, the first thing was I contacted the AA. And they said that they were worried about their vehicle sinking as well, so they wouldn't come out. And they said, you better contact the emergency services, which I did. And they were a bit funny as well, weren't they? Because
they're just like no one wants to help us.
Yeah, they were kind of going, what service do you require? And I said, well, we're stuck in sand, so I'm not quite sure. Hello to the world.
Like where do I go?
What service do you require? You should have said beach rescue. Honey, the beach rescue.
Yeah, and so they said, police, ambulance, fire brigade, or coast guard. I said, well, we're stuck in the sand, so I suppose it's the fire brigade. And she goes, do you want police, ambulance? And so she wouldn't give us any advice.
Oh no! Tell me about the AA though, asking all like COVID questions. They get like list of COVID questions.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
another thing. Yeah, they asked about COVID.
This is the AA.
Have you had COVID? I said, well, I've just had a test, actually, funny enough, and it was negative. And said, do you have any passengers? Yes. Have they had COVID? No. Have you left Ireland in the last 3 days? No. And we went through all this checklist, right? And then they said, and by the way, we can't come and help you anyway.
See, but by the time they finished that, you could have completely sank, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Why did you ignore the quicksand warning signs, though, Roger?
Because I can't read. No, it's.
So anyway, what happened in the end? How did you get out?
Yeah, well, it's a favourite place for those guys who have those sailboard things, with the big,
With
So they do so it's actually fascinating watching them do, because they jump into the air, you know, and they can do all these spins and all that. And so they said, look, vehicles are getting stuck here every day, so we'll get you out. Don't worry about it.
Every hour.
Once every hour.
Every hour.
Yeah. So what happened then was we decided to wait, and this guy said, well, I've got a tow rope, so we'll wait for the gang to come back, as it were. But that was going to be 2 hours. That's why we cancelled with you, Ronnie.
Yeah.
They said it's be 2 hours, and then the guy came over with just his van, and he said, let's give it a go, right? And so it didn't work first time. Then there's another couple of guys and Jennifer got behind and pushed.
Yeah.
And so he kind of said, you've got to think about the sand like flour. He said, if you roll onto it, it'll compact it and make it hard. So he was rolling his car to give him, you know, some purchase kind of thing. And then he just took off and kind of just yanked.
Yeah, it was so great. Yeah,
and so about three of those, and then 3.
And it was out. Brilliant. Yeah. It reminds me once, we were sabbing a hunt once. I mean, this is quite a few years ago. In my van, I had an old Morris van, ex-post office van, and we were sabbing the hunt, and we got stuck in the mud. And this farmer come along, and he said, "Oh, Harry, it's tractor," and we had to pretend we were hunt supporters because he was hunt supporters. So we said, "Oh, we're following the hunt, and we're stuck." And he was talking.
Thinking about farmers.
we were nearly thinking of asking a farmer.
Farmer. And anyway, if we said if we'd said we were sabs, he'd probably have pushed us more into the mud. So we said, "Oh, we're following the hunt." He said, "Oh, yes, they're a good hunt," and he started talking all about the hunt and that. And we didn't say anything. We just let him put us out, you know. So yeah, but I'm glad you got out. But what's actually happened is
just to explain to people who are signing in. We this is the advert. We're kind of cancelling it because I sank in the sand.
Yeah, because we got stuck in the sand on the beach just 2 hours ago. Yeah, this is a news bulletin.
Yeah, sorry.
Hello, welcome to 61 News.
When I told Louise, she said you should have found a room.
A room?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. We've got a room here.
Yeah. She said, "What actually caused the car to sink?" We won't go into that. So I never thought of that.
How would you get at that?
Because it's not I'm clean-minded.
Say something Dublin.
I'm clean-minded, so I never thought of that. See?
Oh
my God. So anyway, So what happened was because we cancelled it meant that Stacey from the sanctuary she decided to go and take all her loads of dogs for a walk. You see, so she's not around to take part in the advert, and we kind of really need her in the advert because we want her to talk a little bit about some of the animals. So, but we can. Oh, there's Bernie. Everyone's here, and
no? Like, I wonder could she log in later?
I'm just going through this just to show that we've got a bit of an audience.
So we've got a few. We've got five people.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah. So what we'll have to do is rearrange for a time when Stacey can make it, and then we'll hopefully over the next couple of days, couple of evenings, and then we'll do the proper one, because it'd be good to have, like, I mean, you know, we've got videos and photos of the animals.
So this is I won't play this, but this is the thing that we're going to start with during the thing. But so this is it's garden sanctuary, isn't it? And so
it's the garden sanctuary. Yeah. There's lots of
guinea pigs, and then
I mean they've got small. It's a smaller. It's a local sanctuary, and it's for smaller animals. And I mean they have got farmed animals in the sense of chickens and ducks, I think, and turkeys. You know, they've got the smaller ones. And I think what they do as well is if they get anything kind of larger that comes to them in a kind of emergency, they'll kind of maybe look after that animal overnight, and then the animal will be taken to a sanctuary that actually can, you know, one that, you know, homes the larger animals. So they act as a kind of sort of holding place as well. But I mean, when we have Stacey on, hopefully, as I said, over the next couple of days we can rearrange it, and she can talk a little bit more about the sanctuary. It's just a shame that it's a shame about you sinking on the beach, Roger.
Yeah, no, I got a sinking feeling. I did.
It's lucky you were in the car, isn't it? Otherwise you might have been completely. It's lucky you were in the car, because you might just.
I was actually in the car when I was saying.
Mad, crazy. Anyway, as long as you're all right, that's the main thing. Because we were thinking you might have to pay hundreds of pounds to someone to come with a crane or something. You know, that's what. Do
you think you're going to be? Are you going to be empty of stories by the end of this one? Do you think, or do you think you've?
No, I think there's quite likely to be another one.
Oh, right.
Because you see, at the moment,
I was thinking after that we could do a last one where we can do an update on all the sanctuaries that we've featured. You know, that'd be quite good. For example, there's some
that'd be nice.
You know, that we didn't cover and stuff like that, and so.
It'd be good if we could get a person, because of course it was a shame we didn't have anyone from when we did the first one. I think we probably just didn't think of having someone from the sanctuary on that, and it would have been good if we, you know, like Diana from the.
We can have 6 people on screen with my little stuff, so we could maybe get everybody together and.
Maybe if they can make it, you know, the people from the different sanctuaries. I mean, it's, you know, to have that many people all do it all at the same time might be difficult to organise for everyone, you know, because of course they're very busy people with the animals and everything. But we could get a few, and we could talk.
We've got a late comer, Ronnie. So do you want to explain once more time what's happening? Yeah.
Well, what's happened is this is kind of, we're just having a chat now because yeah, we're just having a chat now. We were going to do the advert, but what we're going to do is we're going to rearrange the advert for another evening very soon, hopefully over the next couple of evenings. Because come on, pass me some across to me, some of that. Pass it across the screen. There we are. Yeah, it's that way, isn't it? It's that. I always get this wrong with the hand.
Me and Jeremy did that with a phone skit one time. We were passing phones.
You can do it if you remember what side it is. I always get confused. So I think it's a mirror, but it's not a mirror. It's the other way. So, what happened was Roger and Jennifer decided to go to the seaside, and they drove their car or their van on a beach, and it sunk in the sand. You see, and they thought they were going to be like stuck there for ages. So what happened was the show got cancelled, which meant that Stacey thought it was cancelled. So she's gone off and taken like they got loads of dogs, and she's gone off to take them for a walk. So then Roger got out of the sand quicker than he thought he would, and we tried to kind of do it, but because Stacey's not around, we decided
it must have been quicksand, Ronnie.
Quicksand, yeah. But
quicker than I thought.
Is there such a thing as slow sand? Because there's quicksand. Is there slow sand?
No idea. Actually, it's funny because these kind of surfer people, they said first of all, a woman came over and said, "Oh, this happens to about 4 of us every time, so don't worry, we'll get you out." Then this guy came over and he goes, "Oh, this happens about once every hour." So they were really quite confident that they will get us out. It was just a question of waiting for enough people to be there to do it, you know.
Yeah.
And then because the guy said, "Well, you've actually driven into exactly the wrong part of the beach, because there's actually a car park on the beach and it's all marked out. It's just the middle part of it is all soft and squidgy, and that's the bit you're supposed to avoid." And I didn't know because
they haven't got a thing. They should have a warning thing there, shouldn't they? Say don't park here.
You also have a big sign saying, but he said the actual squidgy bit actually moves around because it gets blown. See, essentially, what you've got to do is you've got to dig down until you're at the hard sand, which is down below. But I mean, the actual back axle was on the sand; it had gone that low. So so I was thinking we might do some suspension damage here if we're not careful. But I think we got away with it. And like I say, the guy knew his stuff because he said, "Look, I'll come forward," and then he came back and forward a few times, in order to compact the sand to give him some grip. And then he kind of just went forward, and rather than try and tow me out, he kind of jerked the van out. So
at least you're out. That's the main thing, because of course, you know, I thought you might be, you know, completely disappear. I didn't know. You said I'm sunken in the sand. I thought, you know, is this the last message I'm gonna ever get from Roger? You know.
Yeah. Don't worry, I wouldn't waste your time on you, Roger.
He won't send it to me, no. I thought, oh, that's nice. He sent me his last message, you know.
Yeah. Kind of. And you could have done that and brought the flag down and all the rest of it.
I could have done, yeah.
I suppose we have to just go now.
We better go, but as long as people know that we are going to, we're going to do the proper one. I mean, hopefully, I'm hoping we might be able to do it over the weekend. But we'll just have to see.
When's the actual show?
The show is Thursday. The show's Thursday on next Thursday evening. So it's for 6 days.
13th of May. I've actually got it in my diary. Look.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So, I mean, we're hoping to do the advert a bit earlier this time because you normally do it on the Monday, but we're hoping to do it a bit earlier this time, weren't we? So that we could have longer to share it and everything. But so hopefully we can do it over.
It was your fault that I sank in the sand doing that, Ronnie. If it kept it the normal routine, it would never happen.
You wouldn't have gone to the beach that day.
No, that's right.
Yeah. But, anyway, so well, hopefully, but you know, people that follow you. Obviously, there are people here that follow your channel for some mad reason, Roger, isn't there?
Yes.
No.
Hi, Michael.
Michael.
We're just explaining that I've only just been pulled out of sand. My vehicle sank in some sand about 2 hours ago. So we didn't think we'd be able to make it. So we cancelled the advert. And so we're kind of just coming on just to cancel because I managed to get out.
Just coming on to explain people. People
well,
that
explain
it's cancelled. And we're going to do a proper one because Stacey, when we cancelled it, obviously Stacey from who runs the sanctuary, the garden sanctuary that we're doing this Jailhouse Vegans for next Thursday evening. She because she thought the show was cancelled, she's gone off and taken all their loads of dogs for a walk, so she's not able to take part. And really, we need her for the advert because you know we wanted her to just talk about just a few of the animals there and stuff. So we're going to rearrange the advert, and then obviously people that follow Roger's channel will know when that's on, and hopefully that will be over sometime over the next couple of days.
Yeah, you were the last guest panelist on the show, weren't you? Because on
the animal rights.
Yeah,
on the animal rights show. Yeah,
but
we've
got Christoph Dont on Monday, a psychologist.
Who have you got Monday? Sorry,
Christoph Dont. He's a psychologist based in Kent. Done some really interesting research. His research suggests that people with a right-wing bent tend to be more. They eat more meat and they've got kind of worse attitude towards other animals. I don't think it really need a psychologist to work that out, would it? I know you say that.
Was he paid like thousands and thousands of pounds to come to that conclusion? Or
I'll tell you one thing. with regard to the last show, I was very disappointed because remember this. We made this ticker for the last animal rights show, and we didn't get anybody working out that it was a joke, did we? Which is weird because I had the animal rights show does not promote illegal activities, and you said or offers financial advice, like all that James Astley stuff. So I put that in, and nobody seemed to notice. So a joke wasted.
I'd have thought people, you know, who were joining for financial advice would probably have been disappointed, wouldn't they, when they saw that?
All the time.
Well, and you want to put parking advice now on there as well, now, Roger.
Yeah, I can give people. I used to teach the sociology of poverty, and it was so ironic because sometimes all the students were overseas students, so they were quite well off to actually get over in the first place. And I realized that I was the one mostly in poverty, and I was giving the class. You know?
And they were richer than you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I find that nearly everyone's richer than me. No, but
yeah,
we are.
You know, I've got a funny attitude towards money because I don't really care about it. I never have really, to be honest. But
no, nor me. Do you know? I think I've only worked 8 years of my life. I worked out how long I'd worked, you know, and it was only 8 years.
You mean
like in normal work, you know, normal work.
You got that wrong a bit. You see, I mean, you do a lot of work. It's just you're talking about having a job.
I'm talking about having an official job. I
remember my brother. I was on the dole, and we were campaigning and all that. And he was working for British Steel at the time, and he said, well, look, you haven't got a job. I've got a job, but you do more work than I do. He kind of recognised that we did.
Yeah, there is a difference. Yeah. Of course. I mean, when Louise and I were running the Greyhound Action, the campaign against the ground racing industry, I used to work about 80 hours a week on that. Yeah. There was just so much in the end. There was just so much interest in it at the end that I spent about 80 hours a week on it. It was like huge, and that's like, you know. You could argue that's much more meaningful work than somebody just going and to produce some useless product or someone working in a useless enterprise.
Like I was in 1975, I was running a twin cinema in Kirby, Liverpool, right? And it was a split off from Ladbrokes called J&A, and I was the chief projectionist, and my wages were £25 a week, and my take home was 19 quid. But we worked out, because I was the chief and all that, I was doing like 90 hours a week. Talking about working for the man, you know.
It's not my first job. I got was £5 a week. It's working in the solicitor's office, just as like I was a clerk, but I was just a general, you know, just had to do any kind of job that no one else wanted to do.
You got your first job, they didn't even have money in those days, Ronnie. She said to me.
Well, they didn't have money.
Yeah.
They did. I got paid.
For 1 year.
There were pieces of 8 and guineas and things in those days.
Used to be you know, when you could be long-term unemployed, people used to do that on purpose because...
Dave's only worked for 1 year. Look at that. That's brilliant. He's only worked for 1 year. Can beat that.
Well,
that's true, isn't it? You know,
He should be contemptuous of passionate about compassion, which is completely true. But we were talking about a year ago, probably at the beginning of the lockdown and all that. I was talking to Ronnie. We were planning something online, and we kind of worked out that, you know, like with all the kind of, you know, famous kind of vegans now, we never thought about becoming famous. In fact, quite reverse. We did a lot to hide our identities, right? And we never thought of using the money to make money. It just never crossed our minds, did it? Just never did.
Not in any way did we think that we could use animal rights as a career, or veganism as any kind of career. That never occurred to me that I somehow get a job in this, you know.
Said, you know, there are two lots of people. Some people see a problem and they think this is my cause, and other people see the same problem and they think this is my career. And I've always been a little bit wary of careerists, and I know that I get a lot of flack from that because they nothing wrong with wages, and I agree with that in people to some degree. Although ironically, you know, the more wages you get, the more taxes you pay. And at the moment, that means the more money is going into mean, what did they do? They announced 30 million quid in your country, England, Ronnie, to go to Porton Down for future.
Oh yeah, they put you know, like subsidies into those things. So I remember once I was.
But that's going to be taxpayers' money, though, Ronnie.
Of course it is, yeah, all taxpayers. Because once I refused to pay. At the time, it was to do with, you know, like I think it's a road tax on your car. It was, I think that was what it was, and I didn't tax my car, you see, and I got this summons and all that, and I was actually in prison when it came through. Oh, you know, you've got summons and all that, you know, and you know, what's the reason why you didn't pay the tax? And I wrote, you know, when I wrote back to the court, it was all that. You know, I'm not going to pay tax because it will go towards weapons and it will go to. I mean, I don't know. The road tax probably goes towards the roads, but it was tax anyway. And I wrote all this letter, and they actually let me off. But they might have let me off because I was in prison already. Of course, they thought there's no point doing anything to this guy. But I wrote this big long letter explaining why I didn't want to pay the road tax because, I mean, now you can't get out of it as easily as that. To be honest, now. Take your car away and all sorts these days.
Yeah, it's the same as the you can't be long-term unemployed anymore, really, without getting a lot of hassles. I understand all that, you know, so it's not really a strategy anymore, I suppose. But even so, I used to say, well, look, what I would do if I got wages from the movement, or even expenses and everything, I'd work all the hours under the sun and take as little as possible. You know, this goes back to when I was the BUAV committee member, because we used to do stalls in Liverpool. We're talking about 1982 now. There's stalls in Liverpool, and this little old woman who must be dead by now. She used to come up and she would give us a quid out of her pension. Yeah, and then she'd come back a few weeks later and she goes, "Oh, this is still happening. Isn't it terrible?" and all that. And when I went down to the BUAV, which is once a month, I think it cost me about £12.50, I think, altogether. And I was so guilty about getting, even though that, you know, they reimbursed me because it was a coach fare. I wouldn't go on the train because the train was more expensive than the coach. I felt so guilty about it. You know, I was thinking, I'm spending the animals' money here, you know. And I know that's a kind of silly way of looking at it in some ways. At the same time, I always felt guilty, you know. So
I think it's a thing to bear in mind. I think it's okay. You know, I think especially these days, I think, you know, it's okay for people to be employed to, you know, to campaign for animals, but it kind of depends on, you know, what they get. If those people are being paid like an exorbitant amount, then that's obviously not right.
Hello.
Oh yeah,
hello,
TV star. Hello, Danny.
So Danny's just. So again, this is supposed to be the advert. We're kind of cancelling it because Stacey's not here. The reason we're cancelling it is because we went down. We went down.
Actually, because like I was saying about going to the drive-on part, whereas he was saying like to
go onto the road bit.
Kind of was my.
So it's Jennifer's fault that you sang to the song.
It's not all my fault now.
Totally your fault, 100%.
It looks so funny because it's like.
But you see, this is we're supposed to be cancelling this thing, but like so far we've taken nearly half an hour to cancel.
We normally do for an hour.
But talking about being paid for stuff, I remember when I was ALF press officer, I had to go down to somewhere I think it was somewhere southeast London way, to do an interview because there'd been a raid down there, and it was they wanted to do an interview with me for the local news program. You see, and this guy was sort of saying, "How do you justify this?" and all that. He was being, you know, trying to be clever, you know, the interviewer. And I explained, you know, why people had done what they did. I think it may have been an attack on a laboratory, probably was. And then he thought he'd be extra clever, and he said, "Now, Mr. Lee," he said, "how much do you get paid by the Animal Liberation Front for doing this press office stuff?" See, and I said, "Oh, well, no, they don't. No, I don't get paid by the Animal Liberation Front." I said, "I get paid by the government. Actually, I get paid by the government." He says, "What do you mean? Which mean?" I said, "Well, I'm on the dole." I said, "I'm on the dole, so I get you know, the government pay me. And I said, so they should pay me. I said, it's quite right, they should pay me, because they put all this money in subsidies into, into animals being oppressed, you know, into animal experimentation and farming, animal farming and all that. I said, it's quite right, they should pay me. I said, so yes, I'm paid by the government. And he didn't know what to say. He was completely gobsmacked by it. Which I thought was brilliant. You know, he thought he was being clever, asking me how much I was paid by the ALF.
In Dublin coming up, and they kind of ask you that question. And there's one guy in particular who's pretty nasty. He always comes up and he insists that we get paid. And it doesn't matter what you say to him, you can't convince him that we're not. And I think sometimes it's a little bit like some of the cons, that they couldn't believe it when I told them that we weren't paid for doing ALF stuff. And it's kind of because they wouldn't ever do anything without getting paid. No, so they can't
I think that's right. Because the hunt in the hunt sabs, the hunt used to accuse us of being paid by the Kremlin.
Yeah.
They go, you're paid by the Kremlin. Like the Kremlin are going to pay people in this country.
The Essex Hunt used to say that first, and we used to say now, and they also used to have this weird thing that the Kremlin told you where the hunt was, and they gave you some sandwiches, and they gave you some money, and so we said, yeah, well, on a Thursday, every Thursday, this postcard arrives telling us where you are, and we don't know where it's from, but all the R's are backwards. We say,
yeah.
They kind of believed it, you know. It's bizarre. Yeah. You know?
But there's one that said to me, he said, I know, he said, you're paid by the Kremlin, you're paid by the Kremlin. I said, no, I'm not. I said, no, it's not. I said, my money comes straight from Peking.
Michael pointed out that it takes a long time to cancel this thing.
Yeah. It's on an age, isn't it?
I know. We better go. And Danny says, what did Danny say? If I'm doing something for animal rights and I take a day off, I get compensated, not paid. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's it, reasonable.
Yeah. Right. Well, we better go, and you know, obviously people will keep an eye on Roger's channel, and you see when we're going to do the real one.
Yeah, we'll do the real one, the real thing, folks. So sorry about that. If you're dying to see some cute pictures of other animals, you have to look at our ugly mugs instead. So
oh my God,
but it will be worth, the real advert will be worth it when we do it, won't it?
I doubt it, Ronnie, but there you
go. Unless you go, no driving on any beaches.
No.
Now and then.
I'm going to be beach free until this program. Right, people.
Bye.
We'll see you.
Everyone. Bye.
Yay! We're live, folks, and this is Earth Day. So we're all being powered by the waves coming from Ronnie's brain. So we're not using electricity for today. So
yeah, I'm winding. My computer's a wind-up computer, so.
I'm pedaling. That's what I'm doing.
So if you see my hand doing a funny thing, it's not what you think. I'm winding up the computer all the time.
Instead of winding me up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be winding two things up tonight, the computer and Roger.
So what's on the agenda today, General?
Well, we're this is JAILHOUSE Vegans 4 for a very lovely sanctuary down in East Sussex. Hugbits Wood, and we hope people listening are going to make lots of donations, and the link to donate is a PayPal link, and Roger's going to be putting that across the bottom of the screen. There we go. So if people can, it's ever so simple, just go on there and give loads of money, because it's a brilliant sanctuary. Later on we'll be seeing some photos and videos of some of the many animals that are living a lovely life there after being rescued. So JAILHOUSE Vegans, we're talking about jail obviously again, and the funny things that happened in jail to myself and this time to Roger as well, because he's in prison by now as well. We're up to 1987, and this is my third jail sentence. So we've already covered the others on the three previous ones. So lots of humorous stories about prison. Because what happened was,
hey, when did your fourth one start running?
my fourth prison sentence. Well, I'll probably be arrested for doing this show, I would think.
Yeah, that's still to come.
That's causing like grievous bodily harm to people in it, I suppose. So that'll be the fourth one. My third one, I'm already in jail on my third one because I didn't get bail. I was a ALF press officer at the time, and I got arrested on conspiracy charges and conspiracy to cause damage and incite other people to cause damage to places that connected with oppressing other animals. And Roger was one of my co-defendants. He got arrested as well. And before my trial, I was held on remand first of all in Hull Prison, and then secondly in Armley Prison in Leeds. And I think it was spring of 1987, wasn't it, Roger? We went on trial at Sheffield Crown Court, and I think there were about 10 of us altogether. About 10 defendants went on trial.
Can you remember all the prisons you've been in, Ronnie? Can you?
I think I can probably, yes. I can probably remember. There was probably about a dozen, to be quite honest, altogether.
Yeah, I think I was in 4. I think.
It's probably easier to tell you about the ones I haven't been in.
Yeah.
That'd be a shorter list. I mean, some of the ones I've been in are closed now. Like I said, in the previous prison, the Oxford prison, which was the first one I was in, has now been it's been turned into a hotel. It's a hotel. You can go and people can go there and say, "Oh, I spent a week in prison." Well, no, you didn't. You're actually in a luxury hotel. It used to be a prison, and they've got the trappings of the prison. They've got the doors are still the prison doors. So somebody thinks, "Oh, I'm being put in a cell now," and they go in there, and that's like a totally luxurious room, you know. Anyway,
well, people can dream. Can't
I can dream of that. I'm a tough guy now.
The charges then for your this trial. You had conspiracy to cause arson, you had conspiracy to cause criminal damage, and conspiracy to incite others to cause criminal damage. That's what I was charged. You were the same, weren't you?
It was, yeah. So we weren't actually charged with causing the damage, but we're just charged with like planning to cause it and like planning to encourage other people to. I mean, you couldn't get further away from it, could you? Like the thing is with those charges, it's much easier to prove those charges than to prove that somebody actually did it, because all you've got to prove is just put together, you know.
Yeah, it's very convenient though, isn't it, Rush? Because like you can conspire with somebody you don't actually know. So say you were at the kind of, you think of a wheel, you're at the center, and so I'm connected to you, and then you're connected to somebody else that I don't know. But because of the way that conspiracy works, I'm in league with the person that I don't know.
That's right, and they use it all. They didn't used to use it because it used to cause a big fuss, like civil liberties fuss. But they use it all the time now. You know, see that kind of erosion of civil liberties. But you know, we went on trial in 1987. Well, a couple of funny things I remember about the trial is a friend of mine, John Curtin. And a lot of people in the animal rights know John. He goes back years. He was in the public gallery. I turned around to look at the public gallery, and he got a black hanky out of his pocket and put it over the top of his head. I thought, thanks, John. That's like really cheered me up, you know. See him do that. And another thing was there was the judge sat there. This Frederick Lawton, wasn't he? He was like an ex-Nazi bloke. He was our judge, and they brought him out of retirement just to kind of so he could sentence like a few animal rights people. And he was sat there, and there was this kind of a couple of people sort of in plain clothes sat next to him. And sometimes judges have magistrates sat next to him, but this one bloke sat next to him. His coat fell open, and he had a gun. He had a gun inside, you know, like obviously to protect the judge. And the rest of the trial, I was terrified. I was trying to put my hand in my pocket in case he's going for a gun. And, you know, like shoot him. Like, yeah, the gun. He was some special branch bloke there to, I suppose, in case we attacked the judge, or you know. So, but anyway, we ended up. Sadly, I think pretty much all of us. I think maybe one person got acquitted. I think we all either people pleaded guilty or I got found guilty of all 3 charges. I think you got found guilty of all 3 as well, did you, Roger?
No, the last 2, not the first one.
Ah, so you weren't. No, so you it wasn't quite as serious. But Roger still got 4 years. Roger got 4 years. I got sentenced to 10 years. I was quite pleased to get 10 years because I was expecting. My barrister said to me, "Oh, I think you'll get 15 years." So when when the judge says you'll go to prison for 10 years, like I went, "Way!" like that. And people thought I was mad. What's he cheering about? He's got 10 years, but because if you're expecting 15 years and you get 10 years, then it's quite a result, really. So anyway.
There's a question, Ronnie. Yeah, it was a trial by jury, and Frederick Lawson really only made one mistake in the entire thing, where he didn't know, because the incendiary devices that were the centre of the case, they were made. Their principal, they call them fire bombs, explosives, and everything, but their principal component was 2 firelighters, and the judge didn't know what a firelighter was. And he said that to the jury, and he got firelighters. What's one of those kind of thing? And then the barrister had to explain to the judge what a firelighter was. And he goes, "Oh well, I don't have those in my bachelor flat in Chelsea." And that was really his only kind of gap that he made.
Yeah, bachelor flat in Chelsea. Yeah. He probably never lit a fire in his life. He's always had some servant to do it for him, so he didn't know what a firelighter was. Anyway. But anyway, yeah. But he so anyway, I got the 10 years, and I went back to Army prison. Roger was on bail, weren't you, Roger? But I think you on the sentencing. I think you didn't turn up. Is that right? You went on. He went on the run.
Yeah, I didn't return to one of the scheduled court cases. Yes, that's right. So I was disappeared. He was
disappeared, and so he was a hunted. You were a hunted man, weren't you, Roger?
Well, really? I actually always found that as a bit. I was very angry about that, funny enough, because I thought, well, every copper in the land would nick me as soon as they saw me. But they don't know anything about me. I used to have this kind of thing about, you don't know me, that kind of thing. And I know it's a ridiculous thing to think, but I almost said, well, look, I'm kind of one of the good guys. You don't know me, kind of thing. And yet you knew that they would grab you as soon as they saw you, and it was kind of like on the say-so of somebody who stood for Parliament for the British Union of the Fascists. And you thought, hang on, there's something wrong here, surely.
Do you think the people had your photo, most wanted?
Yeah. Well, I was in a squatter for a time in Manchester, and this guy came and he goes, "Oh, there's a terrible article about you in the Manchester Evening Post," and you often got people saying that kind of thing about you, and so I trotted off to Manchester Library to have a look, and it was a really bad article. It was saying things like I was stirring up trouble in the anarchist community in Europe, which wasn't true. I had connections to the IRA, which wasn't true. And so there was all kinds of lies. And I suppose it was by putting out that kind of thing, it made people less sympathetic. And so they would be more liable to shock me if they saw me, I suppose.
They wouldn't hide you.
Yeah.
They did nearly get you, didn't they, at one stage?
Yeah, it was really funny. We were in this rented place in Anglesey. And we were settling down to watch a Woody Allen film. I think it's called Sleepers. And I'd pulled the couch up because the TV was like a small little box in those days, black and white. And so I pulled the couch up. We got the kids off to bed and everything. And suddenly there was a bang on the door, which was at the side. And I just heard this voice saying, "Is Alf in?" and my partner goes, "Who the hell's Alf?" He goes, "Oh, don't be smart with me. Is Alf there?" And so I kind of twigged that there was something going on. So I made a dash for the window, opened the window, and suddenly they burst in. But because I put the couch there, the door hit the couch, and it was a bit like a film, it all bounced back on them and everything. So as I jumped out the window, I just felt this kind of hand on the back of me. But I got out, and there was like a building site. And so I ran into this building site. And I just laid low for ages and ages. And then I couldn't work out whether the cops had gone or not. So I crept back into the garage and turned the electricity off and ran back out again into the building. and then my partner came out with a torch, you know, and I was kind of going, psst, psst, you know, like this, kind of, you know, have they gone? Oh yeah, they're gone ages ago.
So why did you turn the electric off? Was that a cunning plan?
Yeah, to bring them out of the house.
Well, so go and look for the fuse box, like.
Yeah, make it look as though there's been a power cut. And so I thought whoever's in the house would come out to try and find out why the electricity had gone off, and I could work out who was in the house. You see, so
that was very clever.
Oh, it worked. Yeah, very good.
How did they get you in the end then? Because eventually they did get you, didn't they?
Well, it was weird because we used to go on Sunday. We used to go down to the local shop, which is just down the road. It was a little village out in the middle of nowhere. I used to go down and get the paper, and we'd come back and we'd read the paper. It's usually the Observer and the Guardian. We'd read the paper in bed, and so we all settled down, got a cup of tea and all that kind of stuff. I opened up the Guardian, and there was a picture of me, and kind of, you know, wanted and all this kind of stuff. And again,
in the Guardian,
yeah, and again it made this claim. Well, it was kind of a bit sneaky that they had my picture in a little story next to an article about the IRA, and it looked as though there was some connection between the two, right? And so somebody in the village must have recognized me, and so I think about 2 days later we got a bang 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 on the door, and they were.
You were the only fugitive in the village.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, the only fugitive in the village. Yeah. In the village. Yeah.
so they got you in, and you ended up, I suppose, in Armley, didn't you? Back in Leeds prison during the 4-year sentence. That's
yeah. The thing is, it was a bit because I thought I was going to get extra time because I've gone on the run, and then eventually they said that I wouldn't, and then I asked if I could give a statement from the dock, and I said that I wanted to remind the activists of the policy of the ALF, which was not to harm anyone, because at the time there was all this rumor that the ALF had started to move into Semtex and this kind of stuff, which in the end the police didn't even believe that you know, they said you're not going to go from firelights to Semtex. You know.
and the judge said, "What's this Semtex? I've never heard of that before."
Yeah, I don't use that in my
yeah, you will in a minute because there's some under your seat.
Uplifting experience.
Yeah, because I mean, when I was put in Armley, because I've got 10 years, I got treated as a Category A, highly dangerous to the public prisoner, and. Don't encourage Ronnie on his beans. Oh, Wendy was listening to the beans episode, the first one about the beans. Yeah, you'll have to go back on YouTube.
That's an answer to this one here. The bean seduction story. Is that Mr. Bean? Is it?
Oh, the bean seduction story. Well, the bean seduction story. We probably won't have time to talk about the bean seduction story, but if you listen to the first edition of the Jailhouse Vegans, then I think the bean seduction story is in that one. How to seduce a vegan? You use baked beans.
Sorry, Amber, we don't pay Ronnie enough for him to do the story twice.
You'll have to. That one's on Dave now. That one you'll have to. You'll have to watch Dave for it. Oh yeah, but so anyway, I'm treated as a Category A prisoner, and they've got these special cells for Category A prisoners, all with thick walls and double bars, and all the furniture is made of cardboard. It was all thick cardboard. It was really strong. I suppose it's in case you use the chair to hit the prison officer or something, you know, as a dangerous criminal.
It still hurt, wouldn't it?
It would still hurt with the cardboard, yeah. Because I used to do step ups. So I was really into doing exercise and that. I used to do step ups on the chair. The cardboard chair, you know, it was like really strong. But everywhere you went, you had to have 3 prison officers with you. And I think the reason why they had these 10 Category A cells, and I think the reason why they made me Category A was just to keep the cells filled up, because it was extra work for them, you know, keeps them in the job. And so if I wanted to go to the toilet, three would go with me. I mean, they wouldn't come right in the toilet; they stand outside. And then on the exercise, on the exercise, you wouldn't go on the normal exercise yard. You'd have exercise in this compound. It had a huge fence round it with all barbed wire on the top, and all outside the fence there was prison officers patrolling with German Shepherd dogs. And so all of us that were walking around was all a category A prisoners. So I was in with some like really, really dangerous guys. And I got talking to this one bloke, and he killed someone. He'd coming home one night, it was near Christmas, he'd seen a bloke, and it was an elderly teacher, and he killed this bloke. And I was walking around with him, and I said to him, "Why was it you killed? Why did you kill that bloke? What did he do to you?" And he said, "I killed him because he was there." I thought, shit, I thought, shit, I'm here. I hope you don't think I'm here. Like, you know, I was not really
like a mountain.
Yeah, you see. So anyway, eventually, I got. What happened was this guy, a rapist, came in that got 10 years, and they kind of probably thought, well, the rapist is probably slightly more dangerous than Ronnie. And they put him in my cell, and I just went.
No, the thing is, though, Ronnie, right? You mentioned the rapist, right? And Deb makes the point here about, you know, our policy wasn't to hurt anybody, and you receive these lengthy sentences, and of course our trial coincided with the Vicarage rape trial, and they got less than you, and even a Tory MP stood up in Parliament and questioned that. Is that, yeah, how come these ALF people are getting more? Because the Vicarage rape trial was a really vicious attack, you know, and so I mean that is true. I mean, like, we have actually had a non-violent policy. We did,
and I think that Jack, you know, Lawton, who sentenced us, I think he had a rape because he didn't just do us. He stayed on for a couple of more cases, and I think one of his was a rape case, quite a bad rape case, and he gave the bloke 4 years. You know, and you know, we're getting the same as that or more. But the thing is, you see, someone like a rapist, they're not a threat to the system, are they? They're not a threat to big business, not a threat to the system. They're just, they're a threat to individual people. And so people who are all part of the system would regard people like us as more dangerous, which is why they, you know, we're more of a threat to them. We're not more of a threat to ordinary people. You know, we're more of a threat to them. So that was why we would, you know, they would give us the long sentences.
We kind of covered this one really, because we, I mean, like, you went on hunger strike to get vegan food in the first time.
Yeah, on my first sentence.
By the time we got to the 1980s, you just had to waive your vegan society.
Yeah, if you were a society member and you had a card, you could just show them that, and you got a vegan diet. And you know, the vegan diet really was pretty good. I didn't really have complaints about it. I thought it was. I mean, it wasn't expensive. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't kind of luxury, but it was nutritious enough. I never really, you know, had any complaints about the food.
Do you remember the bottles of Vecon, Ronnie? Remember, I still like that. You don't like it, do you? Vecon. It's like kind of Marmite, but it's green.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I think I prefer. I'm not very keen on. I find Marmite too salty, really, to be honest. So anything that's a bit less salty than that, I don't mind. But we used to get it in when we got the yeast extract. We used to get a goodie bag with vegan food in. We'd have a vegan diet, but we'd get a goodie bag because there were some things like we couldn't, like the prison tea. We couldn't have it because they put the milk in it already, and so we had to make our own tea. We got tea bags, make your own tea, soy milk. And we get in our goodie.
We managed to get some fair trade tea. Remember that? Because we didn't have tea for about 3 months because we wouldn't thing. And then they started getting tea for us, and but we insisted that it was fair trade. So that was pretty good.
We did that as another little victory that we won over the system, I suppose. But the Marmite and the peanut butter that we got used to be in just plastic tubs. It didn't really say what make it was. So I don't know what, you know, what sort of, certainly what I got. But as I said, I got moved to an ordinary cell, and they were like, there were like 3 of us in the cell, and but I ended up in this cell on my own, and then I thought it was great, sort of my own, you know, And then they put another bloke in with me, and he walked in the door. It's quite a tall bloke. Come in the door. He had a swastika. He had a swastika tattooed on his forehead. I thought, oh shit, like, it's a Nazi come into the cell with me. What am I going to do? I got chatting to him, and in actual fact, he turned out to be quite a nice guy. And so I said, well, how come you got a swastika? He says, oh, like, oh, I got in with a bad crowd, and and all that, like the right wing people. He said, but I rejected it all now, gone against it all now. And basically what happened, it was in connection with them that he was in prison, because what he did was he was in for robbery of a Union Jack. These guys had kind of he'd gone with these guys, and they'd seen a Union Jack on sale in the shop, and they said, oh, go in there and steal the Union Jack. So he threatened the bloke with a knife, nicked the Union Jack, and like it was the first thing I think he'd ever done, and he was on trial. And what happened? Because he kind of, I suppose apart from that, he hadn't done anything else. He was looking at quite a lenient sentence, and he went to court, and to his horror, all these Nazi blokes turned up and sat at the back of the court. And when the judge was all going to give him like about 18 months, and be lenient. They all started seeing Kyle in. You see, and the judge said, because your friends are here doing that, I was going to give you 18 months, but you will have 4 years. So because of that, you got extra time. You see, but he had, I had to go to the dentist. Yeah, it was. Yeah, but I got him. I got him interested in going vegan, and he went vegetarian. Whether he eventually went vegan, I kind of don't know, because I think he ended up getting moved to another prison. But he. I had to go to the dentist. I had a bad tooth. I had to go to the dentist. And like prison dentists are dodgy, because they're like dentists that can't get a job anywhere else. They go into prison. And they're always like terrible. They call her like the butcher, And this one I went to in there, he was this mad Zionist bloke. He had all pro-Israel stuff all over the dentist surgery, and stuff, And he was quite, he wasn't very pleasant, to me. I had to have a tooth out. He took the wrong tooth out. He took the wrong one out. I never went back to it. I thought, oh no, I won't bother. I'll put up with it now, But anyway, this guy, Cogsy, his name was, this guy with a swastika. He had a bad tooth. He says, oh, I've got a really bad tooth. I'm going to have to go and see the dentist. And I said to him, hang on a minute. I said, before you go to see the dentist, I need to tell you something about the dentist. I said, it's like a Zionist in Israel and all that. And I said, the other thing you need to worry about, he says he'll have gas there, won't he'll have gas. And he was telling oh my God. And he held out. And in the end, he said, I'm going to have to risk it. I can't stand it. So he went to the dentist. I thought, I thought he's not coming back. He's not coming back. The time I thought he's not coming back, like, he's had an accident in the dentist chair, But he did come back. He was all shaking, and he was all, oh, blimey. I said, what happened? He said, he got me in the chair. He had the drill, right? And he said, what's the meaning of this on your head? And he pointed at the head of that. And he said, I had to say, oh, it was when I was young, and I'm not like that anymore. And he said, the dentist says, I'll let you off this one time. And it's like that. He managed to just get... he managed to get through it. But like, there was another guy came in the cell. And it was like, he had a visit, and he said, oh, I got a visit. He said, I better put on my visiting trousers, you see. And I thought, oh, he probably smart pair of trousers put on for a visit. So what he did was, he took his pants off. I said, well, you take your pants off. He says, oh, I have to take the pants off. And he put the trousers on. I said, what is the visiting trousers? What it was, there was a hole in where the arse, there was a hole in the trousers where the arse was, like underneath. And what it was is to get drugs. He was having drugs smuggled in, and like put the drugs up his bum. So he wore the special visiting trousers that had the hole in the bum.
God.
And then, and when he came back to the cell, like we had a bucket in the cell to go to the toilet in. We have to empty it down this sluice. We got that out. And he went and he had to kind of poo in the bucket to get this. It was all wrapped up. This this cannabis. And he was going, "Oh, do you want some as well?" No. Don't want any of that. It's terrible. And then another
Did he say, "Do you want some of this shit?" No.
Some of this shit. Yeah, well, probably some of it. I mean, you couldn't tell the difference because it's brown anyway. Isn't it? You know, what you didn't tell what was what, would you? Really, I wouldn't go anywhere near that. You know. But then he'd sell that to other people and all that.
To answer Paul, no, real prison is much funnier than porridge, Paul. So don't worry about that.
Well, how it was like porridge was like the layout of it was certainly certain prisons, what are called local prisons, which is the prisons that you go to first of all.
Yeah, Army looked like porridge, didn't it?
Army looked like porridge. The cells are the same and all that kind of thing, and so it's a similar. The settings similar to visiting travel. I had some. It may not come in this one, but I had visiting overalls. But that's another story. Visiting overalls. I'll wait for the story about the visiting overalls. Anyway,
is it clean, Ronnie? Is it clean?
Is any of my stuff clean, Roger? It wouldn't be funny, would it, if it's clean? No. Anyway, so. And this isn't clean. This story is not clean at all. This next one. What happened was, I was kind of going. You get let out in the morning, right? Get let out in the morning, and you had to take your bucket. You know, we take turns, take the piss bucket and pour it down this sluice in what they call a thing called the recess where you go. It's like where the toilets are and all that, and it's called slop out. They happen to go slop out, and you go out with a bucket. Anyway, I was doing that, and this bloke came up to me and said, "Ronnie," he said, "Ronnie," he said, "I'm up for the half ounce. I'm up for the half ounce." So what are you talking about? He said, "I hear you're giving half ounce. I hear you pay half ounce." I said, "Because half ounce tobacco, that's the currency in prison." Yeah. I said, "What do you mean?" He said, for bum." He said, I'm up for the half ounce. You want to, I'm willing, half ounce for bum. I said, "What are you talking about?" And I looked across to where because my cellmates were his cellmates, because he'd only been in a couple of days, this bloke. And the two blokes he were in with, they were blokes I used to have a laugh and joke with on exercise. And they were like pissing themselves laughing because he was desperate for tobacco, this bloke. And they told me, they said, "Oh, you want to go and see Ronnie Lee? He'll give half ounce for, the bum." So he was very disappointed that I wasn't going to pay him. But he was in. I mean, what he was in for that bloke was crazy, because what happened was he went to pay his electric bill. And he's got his name and everything on the bit of paper. He says, "Oh, I could pay my electric bill." And they opened the till. This place paid. They opened the till, when I opened the till, he grabbed a load of money out of the till and ran home with it. So obviously they wouldn't have any idea who he was, would they? And that's why he was in prison for, that bloke. I mean, we used to have on exercise there, because I was no longer having to exercise in this great big cage. It was the ordinary exercise yard. You used to walk around in a circle, and it used to be like, really boring. Walk around in a circle for an hour, and so there was a guy that I got, sort of friendly with there. He was from Sheffield. He was in for he beat someone up with a snooker cue for some reason. So anyway, he was in the prison, and what we used to do, because obviously a lot of people in prison smoke, and some of them, you get swoopers, and what they do is on the exercise, they'll pick up dog ends. They pick up dog ends, you see. So what me and this other bloke used to do is we used to get cigarette paper, and we used to make fake dog ends. We made a load of fake dog ends, you see. And what we used to do is, as we were walking around, it was like out of that film where they shake the trousers and the Great Escape and that. We were like the same with dog ends. We were going around just throwing these fake dog ends out of pocket, and then we were having a great laugh watching them pick them up, going, "Oh, yeah, there's all these dog ends," and just imagine when they got to the cell and unwrapped them, and all they found was more cigarette paper. But what happened was that there was like one of these dog ends. We, for some reason, we probably was a bit longer. We made it a bit longer than we should have picked it up. And I think he thought, I can smoke that and this now, you see. He lit the thing about like that. And he started ranting and raving, "Whoa, fucking hell," like that, shouting, and all the prisoners saying, "Shut up." And, and we nearly died. We were absolutely like, when you laugh so much that you think you're going to die. We were like that. And this prison officer was shouting, "Lee, you're in prison, you're not supposed to laugh, what's the matter with you?" But it was like, it was like so hilarious. And like obviously we used to have visits there. I think when you're on remand before you get convicted, you can have more or less have a visit every day. I think, apart from Sundays, something like that. But when you're convicted, I think you can have about maybe one a week, one every 2 weeks. And I was kind of one day I was going into the visiting room, and there was this prison officer there, and normally like they'll pat you down, search you, it's not a thorough search. They're looking to see if you're, taking anything, it's trying to smuggle anything out on the visit that you're not supposed to. Because what guys would do, like some of them sell drugs in prison, and then they get money. Other prisoners will smuggle money in, and then they pay the ones for the drugs, and then they smuggle the money out, you see. So they're kind of looking for things like that. So I'm going through the visit, and there's this prison officer. Anyway, I've noticed it's like he's got a pair of gloves on, pair of like plastic gloves, And I said to him, what are you wearing those gloves for? And he says, oh, because of AIDS. And I said, oh, I am sorry. I had no idea. I had no idea you had the disease. I'm so sorry. Yeah, he went, "Burn." And
I'm looking at the time. What do you think?
Yes, yeah. Well, this is kind of it's quite a convenient spot now, because really that's sort of that's probably all the funny stories I can remember from Armley, from Leeds. So I think that it would be a good time now to see some photos and videos from the sanctuary and from Wendy to talk about the animals.
Wendy said the prison sounds like an average night in Sheffield. Of course, it was Sheffield where the trial was. So
the Sheffield was in the trial, but the prison was in Leeds.
Yeah, but Sheffield doesn't bring back any happy memories. I remember that kind of weird kind of roundabout. You walk underneath, don't you? And all that. Anyway.
Yeah, they used to make when we were driving into the port, you'd have all people like staring at the coach because they knew that you were prisoners going to the court. I used to make faces like at the window, and I'll give them their money's worth. There's a mad deranged killer going for trial at the window. Anyway, these are lovely. They're lovely.
Right. Wenda, so we're going to run through these. Do you want to just tell us who we're dealing with here?
Right. On the left is Harold Pierce, and the same year that he came to us was his little friend Douglas. Now they're two orphan lambs. We take orphan lambs every year rather than let the local farmers leave them in the field for carrion and foxes. I need to say also the reason they're wearing little sweaters is that they come to us in a very weak state. It's very, very important that they use whatever energy they've got to grow, to get well. And by just popping a little sweater on them, it actually keeps the heat in the body. So we don't do it for decoration.
Yeah, Wendy, can you say that carrion and foxes bit again?
Yes. What happens with a lot of sheep farmers is because the sheep these days have 3 lambs, at least 2 or 3, and to make money from the lambs, they only need to raise 2 healthy ones. So if one is sick, like a third lamb often is, it's the weakest one, they just leave them half dead lying in the field to feed the foxes. So the foxes supposedly don't take the healthy lambs. They can't take healthy lambs. It's a rubbish thing to say. But we decided that we would actually go out and say to the farmers, please, we don't want to walk through fields anymore with half dead, half eaten lambs. Bring them to us. We won't berate you. We won't say anything to you. We'll just take them and raise them. And we'll be very grateful to you. So over the years, we must have taken and raised about 60 orphan lambs that would have been left in the field.
I thought you said awful lambs at first, but it's awful.
It's my microphone. It's halfway down my throat.
Let me see if I can move this on.
Good idea. This is so beautiful. Those of you who came to the trailer on Sunday would know that Sigri, the little piglet on the left, joined us after an interesting car journey, and the lamb on the right is an orphan lamb. And when the orphan lamb Freya came in, Sigri went up to her. She was actually sitting on Matthew's knee, and Sigri stood on her back legs and greeted her with a kiss. I think actually they're trying to see if either of them were food, but I like to think of it in a nice way.
Well, that's the vegan interpretation.
Yes, very. Mother Rose and her son Bob Bean. Mother Rose was 18 when Bob Bean was born. It was supposed to have been her last pregnancy. After having given birth to him, she had no goodness in her body, so it resulted that he was a dwarf. He's still 3 years on. He's still much smaller than he should be, but mothered with her son by the farmer who made her give birth at 18. And somebody contacted us and said, look, if I can get them released, because they're grazing our land, will you take them? And we said, most definitely. So they came to us 3 years ago, and she's got her boy, her final calf, and he'll grow with her, stay with her probably until she leaves her body.
I'm going to ask you the deeply speciesist culture question again. The ear tags, you're not allowed to take them off, right?
No, it's a terrible thing for us, and I think every sanctuary, because in America they have ceremonies of cutting out the ear tags and the animals become free and no longer numbers. But unfortunately, we've learned firsthand that by not putting ear tags in, or by not replacing ear tags, when the government officials pop round with their clipboards and their rules and regulations, we can be fined up to £1,000 per tag. So we don't have that sort of money. So we've always said we won't put them back in until we have to if they fall out. I think I said Sunday we did actually maintain one calf who was born here, Gromit, who lived with us 16 and a half years. We maintained him tag-free. I don't quite remember how we did it. Maybe we didn't have investigations and visits in those days. But he only had tags, not in his ears, but we handed them to the Naka man when they came to collect his body when he died. But these days, things are much tougher now. Sadly, all animals in sanctuaries are classed as the national herd. It doesn't matter whether they're food production or not. But we're obliged to follow all regulations that the government lay down for traceability.
So Gromit, so did you have one called Wallace as well?
No, just Gromit. No Wallace.
just to confuse it all.
That's it. This is the piglet child. We raised her because she was so fragile. She used to sleep in bed with me at night. She was fed every few hours, so I found it easier for her to be with me until she grew too big and took up 2/3 of the bed. And she developed a penchant for tea and soya milk. And Matthew used to come in, you can see the flasks at the back, which were her nightly milk replacer. And Matt would come in about 5 o'clock and he would bring me a cup of tea, which I really needed after a sleepless night or 200 of them. And she suddenly realized that there was tea in that mug, and she would climb on his knee as she is, and she would put her snout up, tip the mug, and guzzle it all. Who knows what this is, or who this is? Ronnie,
I think it's a budgie, isn't he?
Yes, a large budgie. We have one of those with the sheep. This young man, he is incredibly beautiful. He was supposedly, how the story goes is that he was taken by a Roma family and was intended to be their Christmas lunch. Now, sadly for the people, but luckily for him, when the whoever, I think it was the father of the family, decided he was going to butcher this boy. He's actually called Zuthorn Rollo, for Captain Beefheart fans out there. But he fought back, and he damaged the man very, very badly, and then went walkabout. We didn't know this had happened until the person whose field he'd taken up residence in called and said, could we home a rear? So being unaware of the legislation, because some of the birds we have to have a special exotic license for. Fortunately, we found out we don't for a rear. So we said, yes, we'll come. And I don't think anybody quite knew how they were going to catch him. So I gave Matthew a cardigan, not to wear, but to take with him. And he covered his head, and he stood absolutely still once his head was covered. So he sort of wrapped his arms around him and threw him over his shoulder in a very gentle manner, and walked him to the trailer that we brought him home in.
Well, you should have got Rod Hull involved.
Well, there were lots of Rod Hull jokes going.
That could have been quite painful for the real, though.
Very, very. But he could have ridden him home if it wasn't non-vegan. But here we have a no breeding policy, believe it or not. But occasionally nature follows its own course, and this tiny little gosling was born last year. She's quite large now. She's almost like her parents there. And there were six geese who looked after her, all from the same family, and all who came to us at the same time. And it was just, I was out with my camera when I took this photograph, and it was just the most beautiful thing to see. Something so tiny being attended to by such a massive, normally very, very mean goose mother. So, rather than 6, we have 7 geese in that family now. And once again, one has disappeared and is sitting on eggs somewhere, but hopefully she'll turn up.
Do you know, Wenda, I think that one of the tragedies of other animals is that they're so cute when they're young. And that's been their downfall in some ways, isn't it?
It's horrendous. The number of phone calls we get regarding, mostly birds that are so sweet when they're little, all fluffy and nice. And then as they grow up and they start to demonstrate a personality, and it's everybody's right to have a personality or character. They don't have to follow a certain suit, but nobody wants them then. When they start to develop, they're not wanted. It's like dogs and cats.
Yeah.
Here,
I volunteered at an animal sanctuary, and people used to ring up and say, "We want a puppy because we've got bored of this one." You know, they're growing up. You know, so.
I think just to sidetrack slightly, I remember one phone call from a lady maybe 20 years ago who phoned and said, "I had to take her pig." And I said, "I beg your pardon?" And she said, "I've hand-reared this pig, and it's impossible to live with. He keeps attacking my husband and my son." And I said to her, "You don't need a sanctuary. You need an animal behaviorist for you, your family, and the pig concerned." And She had it living in the house. She'd hand-reared it. She didn't understand the psychology of pigs or male anything, come to that, in that as he grew, he saw her as his. And therefore the husband and the son, being male, were a threat to him. So he would see them off. And she was most abusive. She didn't want him in the house because he was hassle. She didn't want to have to deal with the consequences. And I actually put the phone down on her because she just wouldn't listen that he was her responsibility. You can't take a piglet. A pig is for life. She didn't want to know.
Right. So
anyway,
we're going to speed up a little bit now. So,
okay. So yeah. This is Newt in the background, the sheep, and we have the most amazing cockerel called Frankenfurter. This is Seth with his gigantic, wonderful horns.
Wouldn't want to get in the way of those, I don't suppose.
No, they're great if you're standing up close to him because they sort of hug you like arms. This is Fleur. Fleur and one of our very good friends, Mark Nelson, who absolutely adores her. She has a special person in America, but Mark is here always with her.
Mark has got a tattoo of Fleur.
He has, actually. If you look at his arm,
yes,
his right arm there, you can see the lower part of Fleur's face.
Yeah.
And he had that done before he even met her. He just fell in love with her from Facebook.
Now, Mark Nelson.
Yeah.
I suppose when he was a kid, he was called Half Nelson.
And this is Aileen, one of the cows that we bought from Ireland. 21 cows. It was our biggest thing ever. We didn't even think we were capable of doing it. She gave birth on the 1st of April to this dear, sweet little calf who will now stay with her mother. Note, she has no ear tags. We're going to push it to the limit to not tag her. She's been registered. We've got the tags here. So we'll just play it by ear.
Just bear with me a minute. I'm going to drop that out. Done. Change computers. And,
all this technology.
I know.
It's Techno Man in.
This is what Matthew and I see 2 or 3 times a year as the cows change field. To me, it's one of the most beautiful times where I sit in the grass with my camera and just film them as they come through. It's perfection, and if you listen carefully, you can hear them crunching the grass.
And finally, we have this one.
This is our superstar boy. You can see the strength of Brian Baru, the bullock here, as he pushes a bale of hay, 350 kilos, just nudging it around, and he plays with it like it's nothing.
It's amazing. So hopefully when people having watched all those lovely pictures and videos will feel even more inclined to make a donation to Huggix Wood, and there's the there's where you go to, because obviously things are even more difficult now. I mean, they're never easy for sanctuaries anyway.
No.
You know, sanctuaries
The thing is, it's difficult for everyone, and we always say we do whatever we can ourselves. We're working flat out at the moment because feed has gone up 100% because of the shortage of hay and straw. But we're not the only ones in this situation. We're all in the same situation. So if people feel inclined to donate to us just a little bit, it would be very gratefully received.
Right, so Ronnie, we've done the advert. So right, you've got about.
Well, yeah, what I'm going to do that quickly.
Be funny again. And I'm
going to try and be funny again. Yeah, because obviously, you know, a lot of laughs had in prison, but you know, before I got on the run up to being put in prison, and like kind of at one time, nearly all my life was either in prison or on the run up to prison. But there was some very funny incidents connected with that, because a lot of in the, you know, going back to the I suppose that kind of late 1970s, I was very involved in hunt sabs at the time, and there was a young woman in the hunt saboteurs called her name was Aisha that I started going out with, and she lived in Tottenham in North London. I used to go around to see her, and whenever I'd knock on her door to kind of call for her, if I look behind me, there were some houses at the back, and there was always a woman spying on me out the window. I could see her at the top window, like look. Every single time I went round, this woman was spying. So at one time I thought, right, knocked on the door, round woman spying. So I thought, right, okay. Took my trousers and pants down and just showed her my arse. And she never spied again after that. I think it's just probably became totally traumatized. But Aisha was her father was a Muslim. Her mother was English, and she married this Muslim guy, and so.
Is a cut by your arse there, Ronnie, I think.
Wonderful, yeah. and they separated. But he still thought that he had some kind of control over his children, obviously, because I've been going out with Aisha for a while, and Mum said, Ronnie, I need to have a word with you. I need to have a quiet word. So I said, all right. So what is it? She said, you need to be very, very careful. I said, what's that? He said, because Aisha's father, if he finds out she's going out with you, she's going out with a non-Muslim, he says he carries around this great big knife, and he'll knife you. I was terrified. Wherever I went, I was looking. There's like a Muslim guy come, because they, isn't new with the knives. Like he obviously then had a knife, and I spent my whole life like kind of looking out for this guy. this guy coming at me with a knife, and thankfully he never did. But we used to, as I said, I met her through the sabbing, and used to do a lot of hunts in those days. One of the things we used to kind of sab was the grouse shooting. We used to go up to the grouse moors in Derbyshire, and on one occasion I stood in front of a bloke pointed the gun at me. We stood in front of him, and he got the gun. He says, "I bloody well shoot you. You have the gun." I said, "Well, go on then. You'll get life in prison if you shoot me." And the other guy said, "Don't be a fool. Put the gun down." And he put the gun down. But like, had he kind of had a rush of blood, he could have just shot me. I think, and now I think, bloody hell, that was a mad thing to do. I was kind of probably even madder in those days than I am now.
Ronnie, I had a close call on the grouse moor. I was leading this group of sabs. I was striding along, and I turned back and I said, "Come on!" We were in a rush kind of thing, and I stepped into like a crevice. I just went boom straight down, and it went right up to my neck. I mean, it could have been 30 or 40 foot,
Yeah.
And so I was just like this, like a head, and they had to pull me out and everything. But I was thinking, blimey, that could have been really serious,
Yes, that is dodgy that there's things like that around on there. Look, had I fallen in that crevice, that would have been the end of me, wouldn't it? My size.
No, you wouldn't have been seen.
I wouldn't have been seen. I'd have been found some years later in skeletal condition, probably. But one time we found, we got to the grass shoot, and it was like half time. They have like a half time, and basically on the top of this hill there was this hut, you see, and somebody said, "Oh, that's their hut where they go to at half time," you see. And we could see them in the distance making their way to this hut, but we all got there first on top of this hill. We broke in there. There was all beer. There was loads of beer, you see, in this hut. So we got the beer. We were all drinking the beer, whoa, and all that. And they could see us. The shooters could see us, and they were all ranting and raving and like waving their arms about. And we were like putting the fingers up to them and drinking. We were drinking their beer, like, and they could see us. And what we couldn't drink, we just destroyed it all. And then we buggered off. So like when they got there, there was no beer left for them at all. But there's another story like to do with that. It's once again connected with beer. We went to, after one of these Sabs on the grass shoot. We went to this, like a nearby pub. You see, all the Sabs are in the nearby pub, you see. And I think that some of them had Sabs stuff on, see. And the landlord, we got a drink, and the landlord said, you bloody hunt saboteurs, you hooligans. He started mouthing, obviously, this landlord. And we thought, right, we're not going to stay in here very long, like, But we'd already got our drinks. Anyway, he went down the cellar. The room where we were in, there was a hatch going down into the cellar of the pub. And he went down in the cellar, this landlord, to get more beer, obviously. And anyway, I shut the hatch over and I locked it. I locked him in the cellar. And it was all banging. It was all right, yeah. But of course, because there was music, they couldn't hear him. So anyway, I don't know, he might be still down there, I don't know. So we just left the pub, and the landlord was locked the cellar.
What about this point, Ronnie? Being asked about mental health and what did you do to maintain it in prison? I kind of tend to think that you just kind of get on with it, don't you? And also, I reckon that things might have been easier back then, maybe, than now. And also, if you talk to people like Jake Conroy, I mean, it's a bit of a different thing if you're in prison in North America than Britain. I mean, I'm not saying it's a holiday camp or anything, but it's certainly easier than that, I would say.
I think so. And I think if you're in prison for like animal liberation stuff, I think it's kind of, in some ways it's easier because like you kind of know.
You've got a bit of status because the other cons regard you as a political prisoner, don't they?
They kind of do, yeah. I mean, once they've got over the fact that you haven't done anything personal gain, which some of them don't, find it difficult.
Yeah, they can't understand it. How much did he get paid? Nothing.
How much those animals? They go, all those animals you took, they were valuable. Where you were going to sell them, like they were rare. No, they were just ordinary, like nice or whatever. They can't get their head around it. But once they do understand, they kind of do. You do. I found there's quite a lot of sympathy, really. But I think the fact, and also the support you get, because we used to get loads of letters, loads of letters of support and all that, so you feel kind of buoyed up by that. And also you feel that you're not in because you've done something bad or because you've done something stupid. I think that helps you it does help you get through it. It does help you get through it.
I think the screws are a bit like that as well, aren't they, Ronnie? Because they're not allowed to regard you as a political prisoner, but they kind of do. Because they know you're not the same as the general cons, really.
I mean, I had a conversation with a few of them that would say to me, "Look, I'm not meant to say this, but I don't think you should be in here. You're not a criminal." There was, like there was quite a lot of sympathy from. So I mean, there's you do get that, some ain't very pleasant, but a lot of them, but they were kind of, they were okay. There was one that in one prison, I consoled one because he's very, very fond of his dog, and his dog died, and he kind of came to me for help and support. I was somebody, he felt that it was easier to talk to me than anyone else, because obviously I understood, and I kind of helped him through that. And he used to talk to me every day about how he felt about the dog and everything. But I think it's one last funny story. Kind of at the time I was living in North London, in a flat in North London, and there was this concerted night of action by the ALF against vivisectors. And what it was like they're attacking, where we found out all these vivisectors, and we found out where they lived and everything, and what they'd done. And there was a coordinated all over the country. People attacked like the homes of the vivisectors. I mean, they didn't attack their home. It was like their cars. People went and damaged their cars and stuff like that, or painted on their door, and it was like stuff like that. And anyway, there was somebody sent me an article from I think it was from the Yorkshire Post. There'd been an attack on this vivisector. I think it was car. I think it was in Leeds. It was. I've got another funny story about Leeds, probably in the next episode. But anyway, this was in Leeds. What happened? There's a real big funny story about Leeds. I think Roger was born there. But anyway, he's deliberately not listening now. So anyway, so what it was this vivisector, we had all this evidence about what this vivisector had done. And in this newspaper article, he said, I don't know why they attacked my house. I've never done animal experiments. And I read this, I thought, oh, bastard, lying bastard, you see. So what I did was, I thought, I need to write to the paper, a letter to the paper, and give them all the evidence, because we had all the scientific papers where he talked about his animal experiments. So I thought, I'll write a letter to the paper, right, and I'll outline all these scientific papers so they can do an article saying, oh, he was a liar and he wasn't an animal experiment, you see. So what I did, I wrote a letter to them. I thought, I don't want to use my real name. So I thought, what I'll do is I'll use because my two middle names are Anthony Dennis, you see. And the Dennis is the Dennis with the one N, you know, Dennis with the one N. And anyway, so I thought I'll sign it Anthony Dennis, you see. So I wrote this letter, you know, pointing this out, all this letter, all this information in the letter, right? Anyway, when I wrote my name, I think on the D, I think I'd done the downstroke too long, you see. So I got a letter back from the newspaper. Dear Mr. Penis. Dear Mr. Penis. So that was kind of the end of that, really. I couldn't really... So there we are.
You shouldn't have been called, and what is it, Ronnie Anthony Dennis Lee? You should have been called. Lee. Yeah, Ronnie Dennis the Menace Lee, I reckon.
And I thought, oh, we've had a letter here from a right prick. So there we go. So I think shall we end on that? Shall we end on that story? But just to say to everyone, right, we're going to have. There's going to be more of this because there's still more prison to come and more funny stories to come. We'll let you know very soon the next vegan run animal sanctuary that we're going to do Jailhouse Vegans 5 for, which will be on in a few weeks' time.
We've still got a story about Ronnie being chewed off by another prisoner.
Oh yeah, no, it wasn't by another prisoner. No, I better tell this because I promised earlier.
No, leave it like that.
No, it's not by another prisoner. There is a funny story about a chewing. Well, not a chewing off, but the phrase that's going to come up. So that you'll all have to watch next time to find out about that.
You have to make that noise from that chewy guy in Star Wars. Right, folks.
So please give generously to Huglitz Wood, and also remember that sanctuaries everywhere need help and support. So everyone's got local animal sanctuaries. So please consider supporting your local sanctuaries as well. They're all in need, and unfortunately we can only do these fundraisers for a limited number. I wish we could do it for all of them. So they all need help and support. But please give generously to Huglitz Wood, and you've just seen a small number of the animals there that are having a wonderful life that they deserve there. With thanks to Wenda and everyone there. So
well done, Wenda, because it's hard work running a sanctuary. So very very well done, and
thank you.
Yeah, let's hope you have some success in the future.
Thank you.
Smashing. All right, folks. We'll hopefully see you next time. Look out for the on Facebook for the event for the next one of these, and join us again soon and find out about the chewing off and other.
Not to be missed.
That's terrible, doesn't it? See you, folks. Bye. Bye.
Your last two stories. Your last two stories were about a penis and chewing off. So there you go.
I know.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
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 Ray, we're live. We're live on the Twinternet. So
sorry we're late, folks. We had some technical problems. I did it.
A whole series of them.
Yeah. But we're here now to advertise the forthcoming Jailhouse Vegans in aid of Huglitz Wood Farm Animal Sanctuary, a wonderful place. It's down in East Sussex, isn't it, Wenda? That's right, isn't it?
It's
yeah. Lovely place where you've got lots of cows and sheep, and there's some pigs and there's chickens and all sorts down there.
Nearly 100 cows.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful. So it's something that's well worth supporting, and that's why we're doing this show, to try and raise some money. So I think Roger's got some photos there of some of the animals, haven't you?
Yeah, just to explain that Wenda's audio is not great. It was loud but bad, and now it's low and good. So we had to pick between the two. So that's what's going on. That's one of the technical issues we had. So yeah. So I'm going to just show you a little film, and we can maybe just pause it every picture. So that's the first one. So what we've got here is we normally do this during the show, Wenda, but what we're going to do, because you're able to provide us with so many pictures, we're going to just show the ones that we're not going to use for the main show, if that makes sense, right? So these are added extra bonuses for people.
Yes, more of our beautiful residents. So Roger, do you want me just to give names to faces or not?
Yeah. So when did these lively people arrive?
Well, they came at all different times. The one on the left is called Fanwy. She came with 11 others from North Wales, hence the name of Fanwy. The one in the middle is Newt. She was born to a farm nearby, and they were going to leave her in a field just for carrion for foxes, so we took her. And the one on the right is called 5 Makes 5, because we had 4 other lambs at the time that we came. So all different backgrounds, but all living free now.
So whereabouts in North Wales? Because I used to live there.
Do you know, I can't remember the actual thing, but it was by a slag heap. If that helps, wherever there was a slag heap.
Just somewhere in North Wales. That's close enough, isn't it? Right.
Somewhere. I know we went up the M6 and we turned left.
I love it. I love it.
You kind of end up in Wales if you do that, do you?
Yeah.
On the way back, as we came down at Junction 12, we picked up a turkey at a roadside cafe. So that was an added bonus.
Well, the thing is, depending on where you turn off the M6, you end up in South Wales, Mid Wales, or North Wales. So
what was the turkey? Was the turkey in the cafe or?
Well, no, it was sitting in the car park with a lady.
So
we put her in the back as well. So,
what, the lady is she at the sanctuary as well? The lady now.
In the car park.
The skeleton of the lady.
That's it. So whenever we pass Junction 12 now, we remember the turkey, Tina the turkey.
Wow, that's amazing. So these are lovely, these cows, aren't they?
Okay, this is very, very touching, because the cow on the left is Mother Rose. She was 18 when she had her boy on the right, and he's the only calf she ever got to keep. We got a call to say the 2 of them were going to go off to slaughter because she was so old she had no goodness in her body and he was quart size. And so after much wrangling, we used a third party to negotiate with the farmer, and she managed to get them away from him, possibly because they were grazing her land and she said she wasn't going to let them go. So we went down quite quietly early one morning and picked them up, and she got the paperwork for us, and they've been with us 3 years now. So she's coming up 21, and she's got a 3-year-old boy, and she will continue living with him until she pops off.
Wow. So what's their what would be their lifespan, Wenda, for a cow? Is it about 30? Can they live that long?
No long. If they're a natural, so if they're a traditional, like a Longhorn or a Sussex, they can now live to say 25 to 30.
Right.
The problem is that farmers are breeding them very short productive lives now. So the whole approach is that they breed them to be huge when they're about 18, 24, 30 months. And after that you get problems, you get bone problems, sleep problems, organ problems, their hearts give way, their livers fail, and that's all for fast production. But if you get a natural animal like a Jersey, depending on how badly treated they've been before they come here, they can live to be 28. We've had them at 28 years old. And they tend to go to sleep and leave their bodies that way.
That's sort of because normally they yeah, because normally they're you know the dairy cows are normally killed when they're about 5 or 6, aren't they?
They are four
yeah.
onwards. As soon as the milk production drops, they send them off.
What's the score about? I mean, I hate to see the ear tags, but is it a question that you're not allowed to take them off?
We're not allowed to. We've only managed one boy who was born here tag free, and I promised him when he was born he'd never be a number. And 16.5 years we managed without him being tagged. And when he died, we had to buy tags and send them with him to the
Yeah. You know, to me, it's a complete symbol of speciesism and rights violations, those ear tags. It's horrible.
It is. It's a bit... Whenever I see them, I always think of them as losing their identity. That they're no longer individuals, they're just numbers, they're just production units. And if I had my way, we're always having run-ins with them because we tend to, if the tags come out, we leave them. We buy replacements and keep them in the box. And you know, we put them in before we have a checkup. But sadly, we often have checkups these days, so they're And this is our boy, Little Jackson, with his bionic legs. He came to us, in fact, it was a stroke of luck. He was in market at Ashford, going to be sold. And a friend of ours, Jane Jackson, you both know her, I think, she does market watch there. And she called me and she said, there's a very young bullock who's walking on his knees into the auction ring, and Trading Standards have pulled him out and said he's got to go straight to the meat pie factory, to the, you know, the slaughterhouse where they kill them for pies and stuff like that, pet food. Can you take him? And I said, of course we can. We get him to us. So we got him here by the skin of his teeth, because the farmer that we know well, this is the awful thing. We rely on the farmer to bring animals to us, and he is responsible for actually delivering probably 30% of the cows here. And yet he farms and he takes animals to the slaughterhouse and he takes animals to market. But nonetheless, he's been good to us as far as the farmer can be good to us. But Nipper, he was supposed to, the farmer was supposed to take him to the slaughterhouse, but he turned the truck round and brought him here instead. So he's with us now. He's about coming up 4 years old now, and he's got beautiful bionic legs. The guy in the photograph, he's a prosthesist, and he makes legs and supports and leg braces for animals only. So he came 2 years ago and he made wonderful braces for Nipper, which he's now outgrown, but we have to wait for him to be able to fly to come back again and make a new pair for him, which will be adjustable and grow with him.
Yeah, I suppose they're all different, aren't they? So hello to everybody in the chat. There's Deb, Amber, and Maz the Gob.
Hi, hey Maz.
Hi Maz. Hi everyone.
Vegmet Codbod, which everybody loves that name.
Yes.
And then somebody at the bottom of the chat, and I don't think I'm going to even try that one unless you want to, Ronnie.
I don't know. Look, last time when I clicked on the comments before, it chucked me out of the show. So I'm I'm a bit wary of doing. That's what happened.
Oh, right.
So I rely on you to tell me who's in there.
Yeah. Well, but Bhavana is the surname or the last name.
No,
so.
first it's Bhavana and it's Dwarkanathan. Give me Bhavana if I said it wrong. But yes, she's fantastic. She's a doctor.
Bhavana, yeah. So, sorry about that. It's your fault for having that name. I'm sorry, but
I mean, this will be. This is also going to be available as a recording for people to watch afterwards if they can't be live here tonight. And the same goes for this show.
Ronnie, do you want to say a word or two about what the actual, what your part of the show is going to be? Where you're up to in terms of your extensive sentences and that kind of stuff?
My extensive jail career, yes. Yeah, this is actually the fourth show. We had 3 already for three other wonderful vegan run animal sanctuaries. This is the fourth one.
Ronnie.
Sorry, I didn't catch that, Rog.
There's nothing wrong with your maths. You said that it's a fourth.
Yeah, that's the fourth one. Yeah, I mean, once it starts getting beyond 10, then I'm not going to have to count. But it probably won't. It probably won't. I mean, it's kind of, you know, we probably will have at least one more after this one. But we're up to, I think, yes, it was 1987 now we are, and this is my kind of third prison sentence we're up to, and I am in prison in Leeds and about to face trial for conspiracy, a trial that was held at Sheffield Crown Court, and Roger was one of the other defendants in it, along with about another 10 people. There's quite a few of us, weren't there, charged with conspiracy to cause damage and all that to do with ALF actions. So a lot of the prison stories are going to be about humorous things that happened to me in Leeds prison, and there's also excitement from Roger because Roger actually went on the run. He fled from justice, or shall we say, he fled from injustice, didn't you, Rog? And went on the run, and that's quite interesting as well. You know, like he was a fugitive. You know, so all very exciting.
Yeah. In the prison lingo, they say I was on my toes. That's
he went on his toes. Yeah. That's. So that's good. So it's going to be well worth people listening to. It's, you know, some very humorous stuff in there, and it's an absolutely brilliant cause. If people want, people can start donating at any time. I think in the description of the certainly the main event, there's a link, a PayPal link, where people can donate to Huglitz Wood. So hopefully, lots of people will make donations. The previous 3 that we've done have raised kind of, I think all of them have raised getting on for £1,000 for the, you know, the various sanctuaries. So hopefully we can do the same, at least the same for Huglitz Wood this time, because it's what people need to realise is, because with COVID, animal sanctuaries have been very badly hit. They're not able to do, because your open day, were able to have your open day, were you, Wenda, that you had last year?
We had 4 open days, none of them happened.
So that's, you know, a huge blow to the fundraising. So this is one of the reasons we're doing this show, to try and make up for that loss of revenue that sanctuaries are experiencing, because it's still costing the same, isn't it? It's still, the animals still need to be fed.
Ronnie, it's costing a lot more because hay and straw are so short this year that the prices have almost trebled.
Oh wow! I mean, that's horrendous.
Not just here; it's everywhere.
Yeah.
So it's partly if you have big animals, it costs a lot more.
Yeah, because I mean, what we've found at home, and we've been able to donate a lot more than we usually do to animal sanctuaries, because we've not been spending so much. You know, because of lockdown, you've not so much to spend money on. So we've kind of actually tried to help various rescues, and hope that people will do that when they watch the show. You know, to send a donation off to Huglitz Wood.
Thank you.
So every time someone laughs, then put a quid in a jar every time you laugh, and then send that off So you probably get at least £1 from everyone.
Great.
Debbie's asking for a link to donate. I'm not quite sure if you've got a link. Can we just say where to go?
Yes, it's PayPal me /Huglettswood.
That's PayPal PayPal.me.
PayPal.me, yep. PayPal.me
/Huglettswood. But I think you may have spelt Huglettswood wrong on your the thing that went across the screen, because it's HUGLETTS, isn't it?
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, wood.
Sorry, I done that. Yeah.
And Huglettswood, of course, would be all one word, wouldn't it? In that in that address. I mean, if you're able to type that, are you able to type that in on the bottom, Roger? That PayPal address.
Hang on a second.
PayPal.me /PayPal.me. Yeah, and forward /
Huglettswood. Is that one word? One word?
Yeah, it's HUG.
Yeah.
LETTS.
Yeah, got that.
And then wood. But that's all. It's all joined together. It's all one word.
Okay, let's see if I got that. I've just deleted it. No, I never see it.
That's it. Thank you.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I thought you might put PayPal me /Roger Yates for a minute on there.
Yeah, I was thinking about
it. You could go on your toes again, then, couldn't you?
I could, yeah,
but there'd be more dangerous people after you though this time.
Yeah, no, if you're after me, Ronnie, then
oh, you'd have no chance, mate.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I regard myself as duly warned. So, Wenda.
Yes.
This is an interesting picture. Can you tell us about this one?
Yes. The little piglet, I can't go into too much detail, but she and I shared a car ride.
Do tell.
She and I shared a car ride from somewhere up north down here one night. And we looked after, obviously she's still with us, we raised her, and her first friend was Freya on the left of the picture, who she met when she was about 3 weeks old. And the little one on the right, Twiglet, came a few weeks after that, and they grew up together, virtually inseparable. They've sort of separated now after a year and a bit, which is quite natural, because Freya on the left kept headbutting Sigrid the piglet. And we used to have to break up fights. but they still, the lambs, or not lambs anymore, they're sheep now, whenever they go out to graze, they call by at Sigrid's and they touch noses and they know each other, so they're still in contact. They just don't live together anymore. It's one of those situations that didn't work as they matured.
That's a really interesting coincidence, because I was putting I used to share a cell with Ronnie, but I was putting a different one because he kept headbutting me, so I had to be moved.
Yeah. I was driven to it through like.
And this is a lovely story to this. When Sigrid came to us, she had an infected umbilical cord, so we had to take her to the vet to have injections every so often. The problem is pigs make an awful lot of noise when you inject them, and piglets are even noisier. So I completely lost my nerve and we used to drive about 28 miles to the vet to have her injected. Freak out the people in the waiting room because the screams would echo long after the injection. And we'd bring her home, and on this day we called in at the ironmonger's, and this is her sitting in the back of the car waiting for Matthew to come out of the ironmonger's. So,
do you know what? I mean, I don't know whether people have said this before. This looks like a scene out of Babe. You know the film Babe?
Doesn't it just? Yes.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
No, it's our Sigrid girl.
It's a beautiful photograph.
It's different. It's,
yeah.
You see, to me, we battle. We're a little bit strange in that we don't believe in sanctuaries, although we run one and we've run one for 26 years. We believe everything is entitled to a life free of encumberment and restraint. And any chance I get to show a resident here in a situation that people wouldn't imagine, like riding in the back of a car or looking out of the window, looking into a shop window, looking for Matthew, I will post it and I will use it and I will do everything I can to make people turn their brains inside out and think, yes, maybe a pig shouldn't be in the main road in the shop, but the pig should not be restrained and put in a cage when it's moved around or raised. So, you know, that's just how it came about. But I love it. And she just stared at that shop window until she saw him come out, and then she ran around like a child looking for a parent, I guess, or a friend.
Or a dog, because dogs often do that,
Yes,
don't they?
Yes, of course. And that's the thing. People think it's acceptable for the dogs to do that sort of thing, look out of a car window, but who would they do? But they do. There's no difference.
Right, well, I think we'll move on because we're going to have to come to an end pretty soon. So I think this might be the last one coming up. Oh, no, that was the last one. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, okay.
Well, that's a lovely photo to end on. And so hopefully everyone will tune in on, it's next Thursday or this Thursday that's coming up. That's the 22nd, isn't it? At 7 o'clock?
22nd, 7 o'clock, yeah.
In the evening. That's if you're in the UK or Ireland. If you're elsewhere, then you can easily find out what time it is. And do come along and enjoy the show and get ready to make a nice donation to Hogarth's Wood.
Yeah, and we've got a longer film or a PowerPoint, whatever you want to call it, next time, and it's all brand new pictures. So those ones were kind of extra ones. So there you go.
Lovely.
Oh, Deb says Earth Day, is that the 22nd? Then Deb, is that what you're saying?
Earth Day is the 22nd. Yeah.
Oh, okay, right.
So it's good that it falls on that day. No, it's. So we'll have to watch it with our computer switched off, won't we?
That's it. Yes.
So what do people do on Earth Day? They try not to use electricity and stuff, do they?
Yes.
Well, I don't know, because I heard someone said if you light a candle, that's actually worse than having the light on because of the carbon emissions from the candle. So I don't know what you do really. You have to just try and have one light instead of. But do have the computer on to watch this, of course, or the phone or whatever. Yeah. Switch everything else off.
I mean, on that serious note, it goes to show that individuals often can't do a great deal. I mean, obviously we can do as vegans, but you know, there are some things that we just need to have, you know, structural change for. There's no way around that. So we need to grow the vegan movement. That's why we need more vegans. You know.
Yeah. We do. If we're going to change things politically and economically, then we need a lot more vegans in order to do that. In order, you know, first of all, so they vote for the right people, and you don't have characters like Boris Johnson in charge of everything, you know. And that's why we need. It's not just to do with lifestyle; it's to do with also to do with how people will behave in lots of other ways as vegans. So, increasing the number of vegans is like really fundamental to us making a better world.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
do you want to say goodbye, Ronnie? And
yeah. Goodbye, Ronnie.
Bye, Ronnie.
See you all, and hopefully lots more people on Thursday evening. When you know, it will be funny. I promise. Else I'll be on my toes.
Yeah, but you promised the last two were going to be funny, and everybody's still waiting, Ronnie. So
no, this is the real fun. This is the funny one now. That was just.
You're all warmed up now, aren't you?
I'm all warmed up. Yeah. There are some funny stories from prison, even though it doesn't seem a particularly funny place. It can be at times.
Right. Well, we'll work our butts off to try and get Wenda's audio a bit better for Thursday. But
definitely.
in the meantime, people, thank you so much for tuning in, and thanks for your comments. And we'll see you on Thursday. And have a good life. I don't know what.
Have a good life. What's the matter? Have a good life. Yeah. You say that when you're never going to see anyone again, don't you?
Really enjoy the next 3 days.
Everyone's getting a bit old now.
I know, yeah. I'm just turning into DJ mode or something.
Well, as long as you've got to be careful what DJ you turn into, Roger. So,
don't go.
You don't want.
Yeah, none of the 70s. Although, you know, I've actually got an online retro radio show, you know, but I don't try to be like the 70s DJs.
No, it's very risky, isn't it? Trying to be like them.
Yeah.
And then they're all in jail, aren't they? 70s DJs.
I don't know. They must have
They deserve to be for the music, probably. although the punk was all right.
Yeah, that was great.
That was good.
Yeah, I saw a good music joke today. I sent it to Tim Barford. It said, "Slade is for all year, not just for Christmas," which I thought was quite funny.
Yeah. But it's when these people die in it, and they're terrible. Like when Elvis died, it was awful because they kept playing his music, didn't they?
Yeah.
And I've not been listening to the radio either the last few days in case they played any of Prince Philip's songs on there.
Yeah, I've well, to be honest, you know, I often listen to English radio, but I've not had it on for about a week since that crap died.
I've not. We've had radio silence here.
Yeah. I mean, it's still depressing. Everybody going, "Oh dear," and all that, and you're just thinking, "Leave it out, John." You know. So, anyway,
yeah, there we are.
Yes,
it's gone now.
Yeah, we'll let the last message comes from Deb. So, goodbye.
See you all on Thursday.
Take
care, everyone. See you Thursday. Bye. Take care, everyone.
Hey, Earthlings, we're live. So we're back. So I'm just. I thought we could call this on the Ronnie Lee show, Ronnie.
I'm just about live at my age. Just clinging on.
Whoa! Hang on, I've got to get the sound off this. The Ronnie Lee show. Go away.
Oh, yeah.
Ronnie, what are we going to do, lads?
What are we going to do? Well, I thought you knew that, Roger.
Oh, no.
Right,
we've got a page of notes. It's completely blank.
The night show is for a wonderful sanctuary called Animals in Need in Northamptonshire. They got like hundreds of animals, all different types, really. They've even got a big giant tortoise there, and they got sheep, and they've got pigs, and they've got dogs and cats and all sorts, smaller animals, wildlife. They rescue everything. They've just rescued a load of hens from like a battery farm that's closing down, and we'll talk about that later in the show. But I'm hoping everyone's going to enjoy tonight's performance. Roger's going to star in this. Roger's going to star in this as well, because this is when he gets put in jail. Well, better late than never, eh, Roger? And we just hope people enjoy the show, and there'll be hopefully a Ronnie Lee show. I think Roger's trying to. What are you trying to do? Bribe me or something? Are you, Roger, for that? Hopefully there'll be links to the Animals in Need website where people can easily make a. Who thought that prison was such a laugh? Well, hopefully, people will think that there are laughs to be had in prison, while they listen to the show. But anyway, we're gonna later in the show we're gonna have some pictures and video from the sanctuary. So people saying hello, Bernie there, and Terry as well in the chat. Hello, everybody, and thanks for coming along.
Amber, you're forgiven. We're only gone for 2 minutes already, so don't worry.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. But anyway, this is the third show in the series of Jailhouse Vegans, and so far it's just about my jail experience, and this one's going to include Roger as well. And we're on to really my third prison sentence, and that began in March 1986. And what happened is I was the press officer for the Animal Liberation Front. I mean, and I also used to dabble in a bit of direct action as well at the same time. But we had a press office, a little office in Hammersmith in West London, and myself
near the
and
Odeon, wasn't it, Ronnie? The famous.
It was quite near the Odeon. It was on the big round. It was on the big roundabout. Was it Hammersmith Circus or something? There's a big roundabout there. It was opposite the underground station. The underground station in the middle of the roundabout, and our this kind of old office block. We were right at the top, was across the road from the underground station. And I got arrested at my bedsitter that I lived in up the road, and then they raided the office, took a load of stuff away. There'd been some people in Sheffield. They invented these like timed incendiary devices to use in a campaign against stores that had fur departments, and basically what they were doing was planting these incendiary devices in the furniture department of the stores. And the idea was to create a small fire and set the sprinklers off to do like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of damage to the store, in an effort to force these stores to get rid of their fur departments. In actual fact, it was a campaign that was highly successful. But they made the mistake.
People on that point, though, Ronnie, people don't realise that the idea was to create water damage, not to create a fire.
It was to create water damage, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, there were times when there was big fires, but that was because the department stores hadn't properly maintained their sprinkler systems. It was the intention was never to really cause damage by fire. It was to cause damage by water by setting sprinklers. And indeed, Rackham's in Sheffield, which was they made the mistake. They lived in Sheffield. They made the mistake that shitting on their own doorstep. The first thing they did was attack their local department store, and I think it caused hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of damage to the store. And subsequently, I think that store they got rid of their fur department, but it got the local police interested. What they did was employed the drug squad, because the drug squad were the department of the local police there that had expertise in surveillance. And they used surveillance and arrested some people, and then eventually that led to them coming down to London
They used their top secret listening device.
They did.
Yeah, that's a time when the court went into camera, and what that means is that everybody gets thrown out except for the defendants and some of the representatives and stuff, barristers and stuff. And then I think it was an MOD guy. The judge was asking him about this device, and he was saying it's top secret, we can't tell you. And the judge threatened the guy. He said, "Well, you've got to answer my questions, otherwise I'll do you for contempt of court and everything." So he got a bit shirty between the two of them.
Because the judge we had at the trial, I mean, we're jumping forward a bit now to the trial. The judge we had at the trial was a Nazi. He'd been a member of the British Union of Fascists, hadn't he? Yeah. This guy, it was Mosley. Follower, yeah. But anyway, we're going to come to that later. And with myself and Vivian Smith, who we shared an office. I ran the ALF press office, and she was the editor of the ALF supporters group newsletter. And we shared an office. We both got arrested. I was refused bail, surprisingly enough, and ended up being remanded to Hull prison. And every week I'd be taken to the magistrate's court to apply for bail, and I'd be refused bail every time. But on one occasion, in the early part of it, I went in the magistrate's court, went in the courtroom, and the magistrate shouted at me, "Mr. Lee, will you stand up in court?" But the thing was, I was already standing up. And then another time, this barrister, because some of these barristers, they think they're like on, some TV program or something like, and they're kind of very theatrical. And this barrister was like giving these reasons. He was a prosecution barrister, giving all these reasons why I shouldn't get bail. He's going, Mr. Lee did this, Mr. Lee did that. So, and then he turned around and looked at me very theatrically, and he said, "And your worship," speaking to the magistrate, he said, "Mr. Lee is a very dangerous man." And he come right up to me. I just put my finger like that right in his face, this barrister. Didn't get bail, of course. Never got bail. I always used to abuse the magistrate when they refused me bail. I used to have a go at them, like, yeah, you know, saying, "Oh, yeah, you know, call them all sorts." So it's probably not surprising I never got bail. But my barrister came to see me in prison, and I went to see him, you know, like in the visitor room. He said, "Oh, Mr. Lee," said, "this is like this is a very serious case, very, very serious." He said, "I've had a quick look at the papers." He said, "I think you're facing life imprisonment." He said, I thought, "Oh, that's great, thank you very much." Anyway, so the next week he came to see me again, to see him, and he said, "Oh, you know, I'm sorry I probably worried you last time saying about the life imprisonment." He said, "I've looked at the papers again," and he said, it's not anywhere near as bad as that." I thought, "Oh, well, that's good." He said, "I think you're looking at 15 years. I thought, well, that's probably slightly better than life imprisonment, but it's nothing to be like happy about particularly. You see, so so most of the time I was actually expecting that I'd get 15 years. Now on the oh, hello hooligans. Oh, no, that should be aimed at Roger really rather than me. But the thing was at the time, and Roger remember this as well, that you could, I mean, on my previous prison sentences, it'd been like you hadn't been entitled really to have a vegan diet. I got a vegan diet first of all through going on hunger strike on my first prison sentence. And you know, there was no entitlement to it. I think they used to give it to me because they thought, I'd obviously cause trouble if I didn't get one. But by the time it came to the third sentence, because of course this was like 86. I mean, I hadn't been sentenced yet, but I was in prison on remand in 86. And my last sentence, I'd last come out of prison in 77, I think. So it was like, you know, almost 10 years, 9 years. And the situation had changed. The Vegan Society had done a lot of work, campaigning work with prisons. And now they had this rule that you were entitled to a vegan diet as long as you were a Vegan Society member, and you could produce a Vegan Society membership card. So it was this red card. You carried the red card, you see. And of course, the vegan food was better than the other food. I mean, obviously, vegan food's better anyway, but because it was cooked, you know, prison food tends to get cooked in these huge batches, huge amounts, you see. So, of course, the quality goes down because of that. Because the vegan food was cooked in smaller amounts, it was nicer. And also, you used to get these goodie bags of stuff like you'd get peanut butter and you get soya milk and you get like yeast extract and you get peanuts and raisins and all these things. And this was something that could be traded in prison, could be sold for tobacco, which was the currency in prison. And, you know, the genuine vegans wouldn't do this. But, of course, a lot of the ordinary non-vegan prisoners caught on, oh, you know, we can become vegan, we'll get nicer food, you know, and we can get one of these goodie bags, sell it for tobacco, you see. So there was all these, like, ordinary prisoners, ordinary criminals joining the Vegan Society. You know, so they had a card, so I'm vegan. You see, so you'd have some bloke with a broken nose, big scar, yeah, I'm vegan. They go, no, you're not. They go, well, I got the card here. You've got to give me vegan diet and that. And it was at that time that the Vegan Society actually became the biggest criminal organisation in the world. There are more criminals in the Vegan Society than any other organisation, even the mafia. Vegan Society. Biggest criminal because of all these crims that joined, so that they could get the card and get the vegan diet. But it was during this time on remand that there's Tony Tofin, my good mate, great vegan campaigner, and anyway, it was at this time that I had the great pleasure of sharing a cell with Roger. So perhaps Roger, you can tell people a little bit about the time we shared a cell together and what fun it was.
Yeah, it was delightful. It was brilliant. I do remember the fact that because we were on remand, we were going to Sheffield. It was really weird, wasn't it? Because like from the prison, you would get into a coach. It was all kind of, you know, you were handcuffed and everything, but it was kind of just like a normal kind of trip down. But on the way back, you were always in one of those kind of, you know, human battery cages, which is, you know, which is interesting really, because I always notice, even now, I notice them on the street. I don't know if you ever do, Ronnie, but you know, these big white and there's little black windows right at the top. Yeah. And you always notice them. Oh, blimey, it's one of those, because they're really difficult, because you get into the van and there's all these cages, right? And each person locked into a cage, and there's a little kind of you know, ledge where you sit and everything. It's really uncomfortable. It rocks about and all that. So on the way, it's always quite comfortable. On the way back, it's bad. But then we had the problem of getting back in the same cell, didn't we, Ronnie? So you came up with your bribery scheme.
Yeah, the bribe, because what it was is there's a prisoner's in charge of, it's like a trustee type prisoner, you know, that's got this special job of allocating people what cells people are going to go in. And normally when you came back from court, you would just randomly put in any cell, because it was like, I think in Hull it was 2 to a cell, and you would just randomly put in anywhere where there was a space. You see, but of course Roger and I wanted to be in a cell together, so we need a cell that was empty and put the two of us in there. So we'd always have to bribe this guy, give him tobacco, say, here's half ounce tobacco, can you put us in the same cell? And this guy I noticed he had all this tobacco sort of piled up where everyone was bribing him to put in cells with their mates, like a total absolute fortune in tobacco. Not much good for his lungs, of course. But we used to end up together in the same cell. Roger was always wanting to escape, weren't you, Roger? Thought it was our duty to escape.
Yeah. I was trying to escape from you at half the time.
He'd been watching too many television films about,
you're always taking the mickey out of me. For example, you told everybody that I made a cardboard telephone, and I would pick it up and go, "Hey, left press office," you know.
Well, no, but it's true. He did. Like, I was trying to say, Roger, you know, you're in prison there, Roger. You're not in the real world. You know, you've got to stop that. But we rescued a pigeon, didn't we?
Yeah, that was a weird one, because I was thinking about that, and I think we were on the concrete bit. There's a concrete bit of the exercise yard, and then there's a bit of a kind of grassy bit, and the injured pigeon was on there. And so we kept going round, and we were looking, and then one time we were looking at the guards and everything, and they seemed to be not looking at us. So you rushed over and got the pigeon, put them under your jumper, and then somehow we managed to get a box. I can't remember where we got the box from.
We got a cardboard box from. We probably had to give someone tobacco to get a cardboard box, I would imagine.
Probably did, yeah.
Well, I'll give you a cardboard box. That's half ounce tobacco for that.
And then we kept her for about. She was in the cell for maybe 5 days a week.
Yeah, we had her a while. We were feeding.
Yeah.
I don't know how we got. We must have had to bribe someone to get the food for her. We somehow managed to feed her. Must have been corn or some oats or something.
And then of course the screws sussed it out, and you can't keep vermin in your cell and all that bullshit, right? And so
I said, well, I said I already had one in there, so what?
Yeah. What's different? This one's just got wings. Yeah.
I said no. I said that's not vermin. It's Roger.
But that's when you threatened the vice governor, because I think we ended up with a vice governor in the cell, and they were going, look, you just can't have a pigeon in your cell, and you said, okay, well, unless you want a big stink in the press, you're going to have to, you know, take this bird, not kill her, and take her to a sanctuary, and they agreed to do that eventually. But of course,
hopefully they did. That was beyond our control. Hopefully
they did.
They did do that. I mean, this is the problem. You can't really follow up on these things. But we did the very best we could, to be quite honest, with managing to kind of to to actually sort that situation out. But like Roger, you had to go because Roger there was a few of us in because there was a number of us from the same court case that had been arrested. You know, all the lads from Sheffield were all in on remand with us as well. So there was probably about half a dozen of us, wasn't there? Half a dozen of us all in Hull at one time. I think there was 4 lads from Sheffield, and there was 2 of us, and we were all together. We have a vegan community, and we used to get visits from the local animal rights group in Hull, and they used to come and you know, at that time, and they don't allow it now, but at that time, if you were a remand prisoner, you could have certain food brought in. You could have fruit brought in, and
it was one visit a day, wasn't it? You could get a visit.
You'd have a visit every day. Yeah. But of course, in a way, like prisoners, they don't allow that anymore, and that prisoners fucked it up themselves really, because they were like getting people to inject drugs into the fruit and stuff, you know. So it's a way of smuggling drugs in. So all that since then, all that's been stopped. But at the time, you could get all this stuff brought in. But Roger left us for a while, didn't you, Roger? Because Roger had to go back to Liverpool to face trial.
Yeah. Before I tell you that one, do you remember the guy in Hull, the badger baiter guy? Do you remember him? He was always having a go at us, and he was on about how badgers were really dangerous and they got to be killed and all this kind of stuff. And so we would always be, there was like you know, like where you got your food, you kind of went around in a bit of a square, and he was always giving it, you know, kind of, oh, you know, you vegans and all that. And I used to get the well, we both got the Guardian sent in, you know, because you could get newspapers and everything. And so I had the Guardian with me, and I go to this guy, you're right about the badgers, they're really dangerous, you know, because it just says in here that a group of badgers, they've developed a nuclear weapon. And he goes, well, there you are then, you see, they are dangerous.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. They could do with a nuclear weapon. Well, one that just kind of was very specific in who it killed, really. But you went to Liverpool because you were framed up for something, weren't you? And had to go.
I was stitched up again because I think I was only one of the few defendants who didn't have a criminal record. And of course, that's not so great when it comes to the big trial. What they really need is for everybody to have previous, because then you can't call into question the veracity of the police. Because as soon as you do that, that allows them then to tell the jury about your previous convictions. Whereas if you don't make that kind of allegation, they can't tell the jury, you know, who are supposed to be legal virgins, that used to be called, right? They're not allowed to tell the jury about your previous unless you provoke it. And so so they needed, I suppose, for me to have a conviction before the main trial. And so I got hauled back to Liverpool, really kind of weird situation. And I was charged with smashing some estate agent windows because there were circus posters in them, right? And the weird thing about it was that there was a guy from the Navy, this Navy guy, he even had his kind of suit on and everything, and his uniform, I should say. And he gave evidence against me, and he was just totally lying. He said that he saw me driving a car, and I wasn't even there. And so it was a total stitch up. So I've always thought to this day, you know, what did the cops have on this guy that he kind of gave evidence? Yeah, he gave evidence against me.
I must have caught him in some compromising situation, probably.
I guess so, but he was. I mean, I suppose he was a very respectable citizen from the jury's point of view. You know, because he was there with his uniform and all that, and it's his word against mine and all that kind of stuff, right? But I mean, I just literally wasn't there. And so because I'd gone there from Hull, I was in a kind of dock, this little side room, you know, where the prison officer was and everything. And I just kind of lost my temper really, and I just thought, I'm not having any more of this. And I walked out of the dock back into this room, and this prison officer started panicking. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. You got to go out. You got to go back out. And I said, I'm not going. They're just lying. And another weird thing for me is I was thinking, look, all these people, you know, they're judging me and everything, and none of these people know me. You know, every police officer in the world would arrest you and everything on the say-so of people, and nobody kind of knows me. And it's all a bit weird to me. And I was just going, I'm not going back. I'm not going back. So after about 10 minutes, I eventually went back because they said, well, look, you know, we can't continue until you go back in the dock. So I went back in the dock and I said to the judge, I said, you know, who the hell do you think you are judging me? I said, you sat there, you know, with your stupid wig and your Batman cape. And, and so he gave me 14 days for contempt of court for saying.
Did he go like that? Did he punch like that with 14 days?
Wow,
Like?
Yeah. Holy smoke,
But it's worth it. It's worth it, though,
and
isn't
the
it,
funniest thing then, right, is that I ended up then in Liverpool prison, and what you do is you have to change into a blue uniform because I was then convicted. I was a convicted prisoner, so you have to get out of your brown uniform and get into a blue one. So then I ended up in Liverpool, and as a punishment for contempt of court, I was put in to a cell with a trans woman, and it's an absolutely fascinating experience. It was really, really weird. Like, for example, she had a whole box of love letters that the other cons had sent to her and everything. And, of course, when she was out on the landing, because she was kind of like, you know, stick with me, kind of saying, I'll show you what to do and all that, she was getting all kinds of abuse off these guys. And yet they were also sending her love letters and everything. It was really
like secretly.
Yeah.
Strange, very, very odd.
Like a little shoebox full of them. Must be full of all these letters, you know.
Yeah. It's very, very strange. But then you came back to you'd come back to Hull, didn't you? When you
so then when my sentence finished, because I got 2 weeks and 14 days because of the contempt. So then when that finished, I then come back to Hull, get out of your blue uniform and get back into the brown one, and then presumably I must have found my way back to. Did I end up in a cell with you again?
You may have done, yeah. But at the time, you had like loads of black hair, didn't you? At the time, I don't know whether you had. Did you have a big beard as well?
Not a big one, but it's a beard. Yeah.
Because I think we all used to. I don't know whether you noticed. We all used to call you the monster, you know. Because you had all this hair and that, like got a big beard and thing, you know.
You're only jealous, right? You're only jealous. Come on.
Oh yeah, because I did have hair before I started sharing a cell with you, but but I mean then you got bail, didn't you? Eventually, you did get bail, and you were sort of, and then I ended up having to share a cell with various other people. And I had, I remember sharing a cell with. There was these two guys. They'd broken into a shoe shop. They burgled a shoe. They were in for burgling a shoe shop, like these guys. You know, like the top criminals of Hull. And like I was saying, we used to go on these visits, and we'd all go at the same time on a visit. There's myself and the 4 other lads now, because Roger wasn't there. And the animal rights people from Hull would come and see us, and they bring us a bag of fruit, and we all had this bag of fruit, going back in, you know, to the cells and that, going through the bag, and they'd given us they'd given us a handsome monster. Oh, thank you, Jennifer. Oh, you talking about Roger? All right. Yeah. Anyway, so but they'd given us each a lemon. See. And the other lad said, "Oh, I've got a lemon. I don't want a lemon. What am I going to do with a lemon? I'm not going to eat a lemon." I said, "Give them all to me. I'll have all the lemons." You see. So I went back in the cell, and these guys said, "What you got in your bag? What you got there?" And that. And I said, "Oh, I've got all this fruit." And I tipped it out. And they said, "Oh, you got lemons. What are you going to do with lemons?" I said, "I'm going to eat." "Oh, I eat them." "No, you don't. You can't eat a lemon." I said, "I can." I peeled this lemon and started eating it. They couldn't stand it. They were climbing up the walls. They go, "No, I can't watch you eat your lemon." And they were right. I get these guys that burgled the shoe shop. They couldn't watch me eat a lemon. But I ate all the lemons. I did. Like they were desperate to get out of the cell.
So and then made some hooch with that.
Another occasion, there was this. I shared a cell with this Pakistani guy. He was a business guy. And he was done for, it was some kind of fraud or something. What they were doing was, allegedly, someone was stealing expensive cars, and he was meant to be cutting them up in bits and exporting them out, you know, the parts, exporting them out, you know, somewhere, maybe to Pakistan or somewhere. This is what was alleged against. You know, he said he was innocent. And what's this? No scurvy. No, lemons are really good for scurvy, aren't they? Brilliant. Yeah. I've never had scurvy because of that. Anyway, so we shared a cell together, and he was a very, you know, he was a very bright chap. I got on really well with him. We used to play chess every night and stuff. And then a young Pakistani lad, got put in the jail, and he was in for forging a cheque or something. It's quite minor, but he didn't get bail. And he didn't know, he was young and he didn't know what was going on. He used to wander about all over the place. The prison officers used to be shouting at him, you know, you're going the wrong way and you should be locked in your cell and all that kind of thing. And we kind of helped him when we showed him the ropes, and he had no money because on the remand you can spend your own money and you can get a few extra treats and that. So we helped him out. We gave him a bit of thing and helped him. And they all used to call it because he was like.
Before this goes, Ronnie. Oh, sorry, wrong one. There. So 10 years for you, Ronnie, wasn't it?
How long are you in prison? Well, I eventually got a 10-year sentence, but that was like we're coming up to when that happened. Yeah, that's right. But anyway, got 4 from. Roger got 4, yeah, because he's only a minor. Character in the whole thing, but everyone called this young lad the Elephant Boy because he was like a chubby little Pakistani guy. That was his nickname. You know, the other cons used to call him the Elephant Boy. And anyway, at the time I smoked. I gave up smoking a bit later on my prison sentence, but at the time I smoked, and the chap I was in the cell with smoked. And one day this elephant guy, it was on association, the cells were open. He came in our cell and he had a load of roll-ups. He said, "There you are, lads." He said, thank you so much for helping me. Here's all these roll-ups for you." And we thought, oh, brilliant. Oh, thank you very much. That's like really kind. We didn't expect anything, you know, and we were smoking these roll-ups, playing chess, like, oh, what a kind gesture, smoking all these roll-ups. The next day we were out on exercise. One of these other cons came up to me and said, "That Elephant Boy, he doesn't smoke, does he?" He didn't smoke, this lad. And I said, no, he doesn't smoke. And this lad said, that's strange, because he said, yesterday on exercise, I saw him picking up loads of dog ends. So I kind of put 2 and 2 together about what it was we'd been smoking. He picked up dog ends and made a load of roll-ups, given them to us. And we've been smoking these things, which a lot of prisoners do actually in prison. They do swoop, called swoopers. Yeah, they swoop and they roll them up. And there was the other kind of amusing thing, because I'll tell. I think you know, one more funny thing about the prison at Hull, because we're going to have to talk a bit about the sanctuary in a minute, was that you get these guys in prison that sing. They're usually, you know, older blokes that are kind of been in and out of prison all their life. And there was one in Hull that used to sing on the exercise yard. We'd all be going round and he'd sing in the middle. I'd be singing Delilah and things. It's all Tom Jones things, you know, Forgive Me Delilah and all that, singing, right? And then this other old bloke got put in the prison, and he was a singer as well. Both of them used to sing. And like one used to sing at one end of the exercise yard, and the one used to sing. And in the end, they ended up fighting. They fought for who was going to be the one that sang. They had a big fight in the middle of the exercise yard about, oh, I'm the one, I'm singing here. And the other one says, no, I'm going to be the one singing. And they fought each other, and all the prison officers had to split them up. But anyway, so
they're fighting over the singing rights.
Fighting over the singing rights to sing Tom Jones songs and shit, to entertain us all as we were walking round in a circle. So that was far more amusing than the singing, the fight. It was far amusing. Far amusing than listen to them sing all the time. Yeah, anyway, so
look at that, Ronnie.
What's dog ends?
In Ireland, they don't know what dog ends are. So
dog ends. What it is someone smokes a.
There you go. There you go. That's it. discarded end of fags
when they have been smoked. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Discarded end of fags. Yeah, the worst possible, containing all the very worst things that all get accumulated in that,
and a bit of saliva,
and a bit of saliva and everything, you know. But I mean, later on in this series, whether it's today or not, probably not, there's going to be another very funny story about dog ends. So probably tune in next time to hear that one. Yeah. But anyway, so
yeah, sanctuary time.
Yeah.
But funny thing is, Ronnie, I don't remember you smoking. That's weird, isn't it? So.
Yeah, I did. I did because I was. When did I give up? I gave up smoking. I think I gave up smoking after I was I did give up smoking on remand, but it was maybe I was in the cell with that guy before I was in the cell with you. I don't know. I did give up.
No, but I mean, I'd met you loads of times when we're out before all that. You know.
Yeah, I used to only smoke. I didn't used to smoke a lot. I didn't used to smoke a lot, but I did used to smoke a bit at the time. Yeah.
So you even surprising Tom Reagan's brother there as well.
Never known Ronnie to be a smoker. Well, of course, I mean, I gave up. That's years ago. I gave up that. You know, in 70. Sorry, 80 would have been 80. Would have been 86, I suppose. So.
Right, sanctuary. Roy's sat there thinking, when are you two going to get on with it?
I'm enjoying it. You carry on.
No, they want to see the animals.
So, Roy, animals in need. How many residents do you have?
Roughly about 700.
Wow, that's amazing. And do you know them all by name?
Not a clue.
That'd be quite.
Have they got a name for you though, Roy?
They probably have.
Yeah, it's probably respectful. Oh, that's Roy.
No, it's probably not respectful.
Definitely not.
Especially when he's late with the food. It won't be respectful then. Yeah. Where's that bastard?
So we've got a bit of a presentation, folks, and we're going to start off with your newest residents, Roy. So tell us a little bit about that, and then we'll show you the people concerned.
Okay, basically we were asked a couple of weeks ago whether we could help with a hen rescue. Didn't know much about it, just knew where we were going to go. Literally, we were given an address to go to, and the farm is going to be, the unit is going to be closed down. I think there's about 1,700 hens in there. We took 250. Somebody else took another 140, and I think they're going back in a few more weeks' time to get the rest of them.
All right, here we go then.
The biggest trouble of having them is that they're not allowed to come out until the 1st of April.
Now, the mystery about that, Roy, is that for battery chickens, they're not in bad nick. And
they're
so,
not.
Yeah, so does that mean that the farm closed when not long after getting a new lot in then, I suppose?
I don't know. What's happened is that I know they're going in the farm. I've got told today that the farm, they're going back into the farm. When they take 500 out in a couple of weeks' time, the farmer they're moving them into another unit so we can count what's left, so we can go and get them.
Yeah, and were they debeaked?
No.
All right, that's interesting, isn't it? So
yeah.
So it wasn't it wasn't one of the worst ones, as it were, of the battery.
It's one of the better ones I've seen.
Yeah, and do you think it was economics then that closed them down?
I don't know. There's, on the basis of it is where he is, there's a big housing estate built dead opposite him. So I don't know whether that had anything to do with it or not.
Oh, bringing down the price of houses or something?
Possibly.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got a few stills coming up now. Let me just run this on and then I'll stop it. Okay, so who are these chaps?
I don't know the names at all. None of them. But all I can tell you,
I'm going to ask you every time we change. I'm going to ask you what the name is.
You'll start making up
names. They've only been in about a week. I think we've got something like about 15 guinea pigs in at the moment, and they've all come in within the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. Are you one of those? You know, I'm saying lucky in inverted commas. Are you one of those lucky sanctuaries that you've got space? You don't have to refuse anyone, because one of the most heartbreaking.
We haven't got enough space.
No, but
we're trying to buy.
Do you have to say no to sometimes then?
Yes, definitely, especially to farm animals, which I hate doing.
Big, yeah.
But we just don't have the land for it. We've got 25 sheep, 5 pigs, horse, pony, 250 plus hens. We've got 5 goats. I think that's
and the tortoise. You didn't tell me
Sherman, yeah.
You didn't tell me about the tortoise, because they're very old-fashioned. They're still wearing shell suits, aren't they? So,
that's the one I do know. It's called Sherman because it's more like a bloody tank when it goes through anywhere.
Oh, okay.
It's great, Sherman. I've seen Sherman. It's wonderful.
So what's this big dog called?
What?
The big dog.
What's this big dog called?
That's George.
I see you do know some names after all. Yeah,
I know that one.
We've got a late arrival here. Let's just put that up for a second. Oh no,
turkeys.
Yeah, we've got 2.
It keeps moving. It keeps moving on me. There we go.
Oh, there's Maz. Hello, Maz.
Yeah, hi, Maz.
We've got 2 turkeys. One's called Violet and the other one's called Alf.
Right, and as I said in the advert, this is some swans looking after some humans here.
Yeah, definitely.
So
it was an oil spillage at a local leisure park. Somebody had broke in, tried to nick the diesel, and it all leaked out into the lakes there. And we were asked to go in and get what we could out. I think we lost about 6 swans, but some of the smaller birds never made it at all.
I'd have loved to have been there to see them all released, because that must have been brilliant.
It was, yeah. They've got a guy on the park who used to be into animal welfare, and he goes round and checks everything now on a daily basis.
Okay, coming up. I think we might have Alf next. No.
Oh, you got whatever is a
controversy.
Ferret. That is definitely a ferret, not a polecat, and nothing else.
And the name, his name or her name, Roy, is
Pass.
Ferret.
Pass.
Ferret. There's Alf.
Alf.
That is Alf.
No, Alf. Yeah, Alf. Magnificent. He is absolutely magnificent.
And if you're male, he'll beat the crap out of you.
I know. I've got the scars. I've got the scars on me from him.
The girls can go in with him. The girls can go in with him, and he's absolutely fine. Bloke goes in with him, you're going to get a good beat.
Well, he thinks you're after the hens, because he likes the hens, doesn't he? He's friendly with the hens and that, and he, yeah, he's great. He is.
You know, Sandra Higgins from the Eden Sanctuary in Ireland. She's got a film out called "You've Never Lived Until You've Hugged a Turkey," but I don't suppose many males would be able to hug Alf, I wouldn't think then.
Yeah. With Violet, the other one is the female one is completely opposite. As lovely as anything, you could go in and sit with her, and she'll virtually sit on your lap.
Very good. He's very magnificent, isn't he?
Lovely, Alf.
That's Colin. I don't know what the hen is, but that's Colin the cockerel.
Colin the cockerel.
Yeah.
And if you upset the goals he's in with, he has a go at you as well.
Well, it's quite dangerous, really, your sanctuary, then, isn't it? Really, for male visitors, male visitors, not like.
And that's not just from the animals.
No. Well, I've got a funny story about the sanctuary, because there was like an open day. Well, there's quite a few open days, isn't there, or a vegan festival? Yeah. And the last one I was at, I was walking around, and there was a young woman giving out vegan contraceptives, you know, vegan Durex. She was walking around with like one of these cinema trays, kind of giving these out.
She was indeed.
And she come up to me. I mean, she must have thought, well, he's an old bloke, but he looks like he probably can still use himself a bit. Like, come up to me and she said, "Sir, would you like a free packet of contraceptives?" You see. And I said to her, well, I said, "Have you got extra large?" And she looked at them and she said, "No." She said, "I think they are all the same size, but they are quite stretchy." And she was like completely straight faced about it, like as if she.
Hey Ronnie, that just means you were looking for a free sleeping bag, weren't you, mate? That's all. Do you know, during the Cold War, there was this thing where, you know, just to kind of take the piss out of each other, North Americans ordered some condoms from Russia, and they asked for like 13 inches long and a big girth and all this kind of stuff. And so they got them back from Russia, and the Russians had stamped medium on them.
But you know what they call a Russian condom, don't you?
No.
A Little Red Riding Hood.
Okay.
That's sunk in, yeah. It's sunk in.
The non-vegan. What do you call Russian yogurt? Ski. I know that one, but
well, we better get away from the Russian. There might be a Russian person might be listening. They might, you know, do a thing against us. Anyway, sheep.
Yeah, they've all the sheep have been rescued from going to slaughter. We don't have enough land, so we've found an organic farm, and they've got about 90 acres of different sorts of hay. But they can't, because it's organic, and where they're being sold to, everything, they can't use pesticides or anything like that. So the only natural fertilizer is from the sheep. So they go over there about 9 months of the year, and then come back for us. So they cut it all.
That's wonderful. It's so great. Are they coming up for a treat for some food or something there, Roy? In that
they are.
That shop?
We go over about once a fortnight, because it's quite away from here. We go over about once a fortnight to see them, take some food up, so we don't forget them, and they don't forget us. More importantly.
Yeah, they're lovely. They are.
And they'll run over. We've still got. I think we've got 8 at the sanctuary, but they're all old ones and got things that are wrong with them. The other ones are all fine.
That's absolutely
They're coming
lovely.
back in about 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah, they are. Look at that. Oh, there we are. Pumpkin, was that round pumpkin?
Yeah.
Pumpkin Day. What is it? Halloween.
It is, yeah. We get quite a lot of pumpkins. People donate to us. Some of the stores donate what's left over, and garden centres and stuff like that. Whoever's got them, donate them to us, and they absolutely love them.
They haven't got very good table manners. I noticed that. The one that's coming up after this is kind of like an advert. You'll have to tell us how you made all that when it comes on, Roy. So this is the last one of the set when it comes on.
We're very, very lucky. We get a lot of really well supported by various companies and that. And one of our volunteers who came in, she's got her own video business. So she came in and did all the did all the filming of this. We just let her get on with it. So we've got anything really, from cats, dogs, rabbits, hamsters, guinea pigs, all the way up to. I've only got one horse left now on one pony.
And that was the famous Sherman, wasn't there? The big
the famous Sherman.
It's well worth a visit to the sanctuary to see Sherman. Wonderful.
He's about 19 now, and he should live, if he was in his natural habitat, he should live to about 120.
Oh, right. So, yeah, same age as me then, really, he'll be, won't he?
Sorry?
Same age as me he'll be then, Roy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's thanks, Bernie. Bernie's made a donation, and we'll talk a little bit about if you want to make a donation to the sanctuary. The best thing to do is go to the sanctuary website, Roy, where there's facilities on there for donating. I mean, to answer Sarah's, we're always looking for land round us. Farmers don't want to know. When we first moved in, one of the farmers actually, because he knew we were AR and also vegan, he hung dead birds in all the trees around the sanctuary. You want to hang in from a tree, Roy, if we get a chance?
Yeah, I know, I'd love to.
Here's a couple of questions for you, Roy. Is there any chance of expanding and getting more land?
That's what we are trying to do. Farmers will not sell to us. I spoke to one last week. He lives up in Durham. He doesn't use the field for anything, but he won't sell it to us. I think it could have had something to do with, he rented it out to a sheep farmer who had 31 sheep in there, and some mysteriously disappeared. So when he turned up, there was only about 15.
So they kind of moved.
Yeah,
they moved to
we
short
don't know
distance.
where they went.
And what about this? What about this question?
Been bitten by a cat.
Do you keep any of the animals separate, or do they work it out between them? You know, communal areas, I suppose that means, I guess.
Only really the sheep and the goats and the horses that go together. Obviously, the dogs have all got kennels. They've all got state-of-the-art kennels and catteries and rabbit rodent units. So no to answer that. But if, like with the birds, we put crows all together. We've had a lot of buzzards in recently. They go separately.
And this one, do you still have parrots? The parrots?
No, all the parrots have now been rehomed.
Right. Very good. We've got a few comments about those farmers.
Yeah.
There we are. Terry, a subtle comment there from Terry.
Yeah, and not much different from Wendy from the Animal Rights Show.
Can I make my own statement on here? Like, the good livestock farmer is a dead one.
I think, but is it insulting arseholes, though, to describe an animal farmer? Because an arsehole has got a use, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, shit comes out of it, so it's the same as them, but, you know.
Right, Ronnie, looks like you're back on for the rest of the show.
Back on. Well, what I'm going to do is, like, talk a bit. I mean, obviously, there was a lot of time between when I came out of prison the second time and when I went in the third time. So, and a lot of funny stuff happened during that time. So, I'll talk a little bit about some of that. Where I lived in North London, interesting enough, there was a fur shop just around the corner from me. Because at that time, the fur trade was massively bigger than it is now, and the ALF played a major part in actually destroying the fur trade in this country. But there'd be fur shops everywhere, like, and in London, in the suburbs of London, there'd be fur shops, and where I lived, it was just in this little side street, round from me, there was a fur shop. And of course, very mysteriously, the window of this fur shop kept getting broken, you see. And
Terrible.
Anyway, I went every time I went past. I thought I can't resist this. Looking around for a stone, and because on the way to the underground station, you see, unfortunately for the fur shop owner. And anyway, I went there one day, and I thought, I've got time to have a go. Like, picked up a stone, and there's Louis. You can see just behind me. You've got to be careful of Louis because he's gone for their food now. He has a nibble, Louis. Yeah, he has a bit of a nibble, Louis. Anyway, so I thought, and his car was parked outside the fur shop. See, notice he had quite a posh car, this guy. So I thought, I'll have a go. I went to throw a stone through the fur shop window. It span out of my hand. I thought, oh shit! But what it did was, it hit the windscreen of his car, broke the car windscreen, and bounced off the car windscreen and went through the window of the fur shop.
Excellent.
So it's like 2 in 1, you know, and then I just scarpered off around the corner. It's Dam Busters, yeah, it's like, what a shot, you know. Totally by accident. But that closed down in the end, that fur shop, you know, like the only fur shops now, the only actual kind of high street fur shops now are in London, and only in, I think, in one part of London. The only department store now in the whole country that's got a fur department is Harrods. And a lot of that really was to do with the ALF really waged war against the fur trade from the kind of, I suppose, the early to mid 80s onwards. And it really did have a devastating effect. Of course, fur farming in this country is banned. It was banned in the early 2000s. But fur can still be imported, unfortunately. And so you still get some places sell fur on their garments, you know, places like Canada Goose and flannels, and people demonstrate against those. But the actual,
I've got a short fur shop fur story. Do you remember those kind of catapults you used to get with a wire thing, you know, so you could really kind of wow. So
yeah.
In Romford, the window of the fur shops were really going in on frequently, and so they all started putting shutters, you know, fitting these shutters and everything.
Yeah.
So we went to this sports shop trying to see if we can buy a crossbow of all things. And we were going. Do you think this will go through a little bit of metal kind of thing and all that? And he goes, yeah, it might go through some metal. And one of the people there went, what about people? But he goes,
I love it.
Yeah, so we didn't buy anything. Funny enough, he wasn't interested after that. So.
He wouldn't sell it. Somebody made a gaff there, didn't they?
Yeah, right.
Go through metal. My dad had a crossbow. There was a couple of blokes he didn't like, so he used to keep a crossbow in his car. My dad. And I said, we got that for you. If I see either of these blokes, I'm going to shoot them with a crossbow. I said, you'll get, you know, do you know you get life in prison? He said, I don't give a fuck. No. Whether he would have done, but what I managed actually to persuade him to donate his crossbow to the ALF. Because I thought it'd be handy to like shoot if you couldn't get into a compound where there were vehicles that could use it. It was this particular group, they could use it to shoot out the tires. My dad's passed away now, so he can't be done for conspiracy to murder or anything like that. Possessing an offensive weapon, but he had a crossbow. I think he thought he was William Tell. You know, he used to go round, put the William Tell overture on his car cassette thing and drive round looking for these blokes round Gloucester with his crossbow. But anyway, so hopefully that would that, because they heard from this group they wanted to do something to these vehicles in a compound and they couldn't get in there. I thought, you know, maybe they'd shoot the tyres out or something with a crossbow, and so hopefully that was put to good use. But yeah, another funny thing. I had a good friend called Mick, and Mick passed away many years ago. He was a vegan. He'd been vegan longer than me, and we used to work together. We were both on the dole, and we needed a bit of extra money, so we kind of advertised, I think, in a local paper, saying, you know, because he was very good at building work and that, and he was banned from driving because he'd been in a car chase with the police for some reason they got banned. So I was the driver and he was the person that kind of knew what he was doing with the building work, repair work and that. So we advertised in the paper, and we got offered a job by a landlord, this landlord that owned all these properties, you see. And he kind of knew that we were working sort of off the card. So the reason he wanted us, because he knew he could pay us less than what he'd pay a normal company. So we kind of worked for we kind of worked for this guy. And what we discovered one day, he wanted us to do some work one morning, and we said, well, you know, we can't do work for you this particular morning because we said when we've got a bit of signing to do, if you understand what I mean. Then we had to go and sign on. And he said, oh, well, quite understandable. He was signing on as well. He owned all these properties. He was signing on the dole, and we like hated him. We thought, well, it's one thing for us to sign on. We know we're quite poor, but him, and like because we hated him anyway, and that made us hate him anymore. You see. So what we used to do, because we used to go around, he owned all these flats, and he'd get these calls saying, oh, they needed, the roof was leaking or the sink was broken or something. We'd go around there, suss out what needed to be done, and then we'd tell him, oh, they need a new sink or they need new tiles on the roof. And he'd go, no, that's too expensive. Can't you put a bit of filler in the sink? Or can't you like do something else to the roof? He never wanted to pay any money out, and we always ended up having to kind of bodge things up, you see. And, you know, he'd say to us, if you get the, you know, obviously we needed materials to do the repairs. So, you know, give him the receipt, he'd give us money. Well, what we used to do, we got our own book of receipts printed or something. We made up a company, and it was called TTN Supplies, and TTN stood for through the nose, you see. And we had this thing. And what we did was we used to go on building sites and say to the builders, have you got, you know, we need a bit of this or a bit of that. Have you got any spare? And they'd give us some, and we'd slip them a couple of bobs, you know, get it really cheap. And then we write a receipt out for it for like 10 times more. And we'd say, oh, we, you know, give it to the landlord, and we'd get this money off him. And then another time, we discovered he had this in one of the houses. You know, we discovered he had this store underneath this house. He had this store of all this equipment, electrical equipment, electric wires, and all different things. Right? What we did, we took it all. We went down. We sold it down the second-hand shop. Got the money. Because we thought he's not paid us enough, so we'll get money out of him some way.
You squeezed it out in the end.
We squeezed him out. So anyway, we're near it. But one other funny thing was he wanted us to do. He had squeaky floorboards on the landing of his house. He lived in this posh house in North London, and he said, "Oh boys, I want you to come round and." You know, I can't stand the squeaking on the when I'm walking across the landing floor, you see. So we looked at it, and Mick said what it needs is like a board put on top of the floorboards to kind of even it out a bit, and that'll reduce the squeaking, you see. So anyway, we got this board, and Mick was hammering it in, and we didn't realise that there was pipes underneath the floor, water pipes, very close, and the nails went through the water pipes. And like all the water started running down, you know, across the ceiling down into the hole. And this guy, this Mr. Phelps, his name was the landlord. He had all these plaques, all these big plaques, all on the wall in his going down the stairs and in his hallway. And he'd come running in the hallway, going, "Boys, what's happening, boys? All this water in my house, all the water, you see." And anyway, what happened? This water loosened, whatever it was holding one of these big plaques up. It loosened it. It only fell on his head, didn't knock him out. He was lying. We were pissed ourselves. He was lying in the hall. We'd been knocked out with this thing. And anyway, we had to turn the water off, get the floorboards up, mend the pipes. We managed to do it all, and repair it all. And but anyway,
how do you do that with the pipes running? You just put some sellotape around it, I suppose, did you?
yeah. We put a bit of chewing gum, some bit of chewing. No, I don't know. We got some stuff, filler stuff, and did it. But you know, but what we used to do is a lot of these people were students, you know, students, And we go around there and they'd say, oh, you know, he's a pervert, that bloke you work for. A pervert? We said, what do you mean? They said, oh, you know, he likes being spanked. He's always trying to get people to spank him. He's asking, you know, he's offering us money and that. And we said, well, he's never said anything to us. Never said anything to us about that, see. But anyway, we stopped working for him eventually. And then a little bit later, I lived with some friends. They bought a flat off him. It was one of his flats, and they bought it off him. And but the other 4 flats in the building still belonged to him. And I was there one day, and there was knocking to open the door. He was at the door. He'd come round to the other flats to collect rent, and he going, "Oh, hello, Ronnie. How are you getting on?" and all that. So I thought I better invite him in for a cup of tea. I invited him for a cup of tea. He started talking, and he started saying to me, he said, Ronnie, are you interested in amateur dramatics? And I said, well, no, not really, Mr. Phelps, no. He said, only I'm putting on a play, and I'd like you to star in the play. I said, well, I don't know whether I mean, he said, let me tell you a bit about the play. He said, what it is, it's 2 brothers, there's 2 brothers, there's a younger brother and an older brother. He said, and the younger brother is a very, very naughty boy, and the older brother has to discipline the younger brother. And he said, and I'm looking for someone to play the part of the older brother. And I thought you would be able to, and obviously I thought, I know what's going to happen. You're going to be the younger brother. I'm going to be older brother. You was inviting me to spank him, you see. So I'd start saying, no, how can I get this bloke out of fact? You know what I mean? But he's a great big bloke. He was a great fat bloke.
Probably to MP running.
So he quite likely. I mean, they're in because my local Tory MP, he was involved in this thing. Mark Garnier, his name is, and he was involved in this thing about buying sex toys. He got his secretary to buy sex toys. I don't know whether people remember. It was a couple of years ago. He was all in the paper for it. He got, but I mean, he's because I put on Facebook. If only he's voted everything he's voted for in Parliament has been so bad. I wish he'd just stuck to the sex toys. But did you guys receive much money?
Let's finish with a prison thing.
We'll finish with a prison thing because we've spoken about the dodgy landlord. But there's more, you know, obviously more stories from in prison and before prison. And Roger's going to have some more prison stories as well because he was eventually sadly put back in prison, weren't you, Roger? So we're going to have another Jailhouse Vegan series episode soon for another sanctuary.
We'll have to do another one. Just in relation to what Amber's saying there, I used to get about 7 or 8, maybe 10 a day letters and stuff. Yeah. Which I mean, they were a lifesaver, you know, because you used to read them, you know, word for word, really slowly, and you know, kind of drink them in, kind of thing. And I used to get a lot of posters, and I once got a poster from, I think it's called Rainbow, you know, the character called Zippy, right? And somebody had written on the poster of Zippy, Roger, please get out of jail soon, all spelt wrong, right? And this other con came down, and he's looking, and he's going, oh, you got a letter from Zippy. He's going,
yeah, yeah, really just. But I did. I mean, I had my cell in one of the prisons I was in Long Lartin. My whole every square inch of my walls and ceiling was covered with posters and pictures that people had sent in.
And toothpaste. Did you use toothpaste to stick them onto the wall, right?
Yeah, I think so. You have to kind of yeah. I think you did because you couldn't really get glue. Yeah. But the unfortunate thing was we were getting all these letters. I mean, I think in prison there was supposed to be a restriction on how many letters you could receive, but they tended not really to enforce it, which was good because you're only meant to get like 1 a day or something, 2 a day. It wasn't meant to get all those many. But one thing that they kind of did enforce a lot more was how many you could write. And so it varied. I remember one prison I was in, you could only write 2 letters a week. And so obviously you're getting all these letters sent in and you could it was really difficult to choose. I mean, I ended up writing to just to close friends and family because you just couldn't write to everyone that sent letters in. But it was, I mean, it did help to I think keep our spirits up, didn't it? Getting all these letters from people.
You never thought about writing to several people and put it all in one envelope and getting other people to send them on, no?
Well, what would happen, in the normal situation in prisons, they have a censor, somebody called a censor, who kind of opens, when the letters come in, they open the letters. And I think the primary thing they're looking for is, are there drugs in the letter? And sometimes they'll read a bit of the letter as well, and then what would happen is when you sent the letter out, you had to leave it unsealed, and the censor would look in the letter, maybe have a bit of a read of it, you know what I mean? And so you kind of you really couldn't have done that. You couldn't really have written letters to several people in one because they'd have discovered it. Occasionally, you could bribe somebody that was on an outside working party. You could bribe them to smuggle out a letter and put it in, post it in a post box. I mean, you'd have to somehow get a stamp for it from somewhere. And then, if there was something that you didn't want the prison authorities to read, because there's always a risk of them reading the letters, of course. And I did that. I kind of did that on one or two occasions where I bribed some post a letter. You couldn't do it. You obviously couldn't do it very often. So you were restricted in what you could send out, unfortunately.
Well, on that hilarious note, Ronnie, we'll close down. So it looks like we've got at least one more show to go. So you're going to have to have a job of picking another sanctuary, Ronnie.
Yes, we'll have to have a think about that. But I think we need to kind of emphasise how people can donate to animals in need.
Yes.
It's animals-in-need.org, isn't it, Roy?
It is, yeah.
The website. It's in the description of this video, because obviously, hopefully, lots of people will watch the recording of this, as well as it'll be there as a recording for people to watch, and hopefully, lots will watch that. It's in the description. People go to the website. It's easy to see how to donate, and hopefully, lots of people will give lots of money, because there's lots of animals there that need help. And obviously, the more money you get, the more you can do, isn't it, Roy? No.
Yeah, it definitely is. It costs a lot of money to run it.
And we've still got almost 30 people watching. So smash a like, as they say in podcast.
Yeah, it's good that so many people have managed to survive
on the video.
Yeah, so 30 people have managed to survive to the end of the show.
They did, yeah.
I mean, how they are mentally, of course, is a totally different matter, isn't it? Really.
Well, they're all vegans, so
they're all vegans. But please, and the other thing is help animals in need. And the other thing that I want everyone to do as well, because it's very difficult with these shows, sort of choosing which sanctuaries to kind of. I mean, first of all, we concentrating on vegan-run sanctuaries for a start, and that obviously narrows it down a bit. But there's loads of vegan-run sanctuaries now. At one time, you couldn't find sanctuaries run by vegans, but now there's loads of sanctuaries run by vegans. A lot more sanctuaries are rescuing farmed animals now as well, which is good. So and we obviously can't cover every single sanctuary. So what I'd like people to do is think about, everyone's got sanctuaries local to them, and as well as giving something to animals in need, look into how you can help your local sanctuary as well, because they're all. Every single one's in sort of desperate need of financial help, aren't they, at the moment, because of the COVID and not being able to do fundraising. So please help your locals, help animals need, and help your local sanctuaries as well.
Indeed. And thanks for coming along, Roy, and mastering the technology.
He's up to the level of Bill Gates already.
Yeah. So keep up the good work, and say hello to Alf at least for me.
Hello to Alf and Sherman and all the others, and hopefully it won't be too long before.
Will do.
Roger, it's
You'll
a
have
bit
to
further.
come down sometime.
Roger will have to come over from Ireland and visit. It's not. I mean, it's a bit of a trek for me, but it's like a couple of hours away from me. But I'm able to get there.
Yeah, Roy, we'll have you back, and you can tell us names of all those pigeons.
You've got to learn every single name and come back. Yeah, and spend the whole show telling everyone. We'll put all the pictures up and see how you do. And people can donate, can't they? However many you get, that might be a good fundraiser.
There's a recommendation for you, Ronnie. Huglets. Only 2 people run an amazing.
Yeah, I think Huglets would be. Yeah. I've actually been thinking about Huglets. I've been thinking about Huglets because one is that Wanda.
Yeah.
Huglets. Yeah. That's
Isn't that where Harry Potter went? Wasn't it? Huglets. Oh, look, a cultural reference. These old guys don't get.
Harry Potter, who's Harry Potter? I never heard of him. Who's that?
A cultural reference these old guys don't get. Right, we're going to go, folks. Thanks for tuning in, everyone.
Take care, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Take care. See you next time.
See ya.
Hey, people. Hello, Earthlings. We're live on the Twinternet. And I have with me Roy Marriott, who runs a kind of sanctuary rescue centre. And we're doing a fundraiser for him on Thursday. And some other guy, Ronnie, somebody, what is it, Ronnie? That legend, Ronnie Lee. That's the one I mean.
Legends, yeah.
Yeah.
I get called another name with end on the end, but the first part of it isn't leg. It's actually another part. It's another part of the body, but not leg.
Yeah, but I think you made that joke last time, though, Ronnie. But this,
probably did, yeah.
I've been publicising this advert because this is an advert for what we're calling Jailhouse Vegans 3. This is an advert for it, and so I put "Who thought prison was such a laugh?" And I was thinking when I went for my walk that could be a bit misleading because there are actually some fairly scary and very serious things going on in prison. But it's a kind of mixture, isn't it, Ronnie? You know, you get a laugh and also some heavy stuff that goes on as well in a prison, doesn't it? You know,
it does, and often the conditions are very austere. Particularly, I don't really know what it's like now, but back in those days when you first got put in prison, they were those old Victorian prisons where you went to the toilet in a bucket and 3 of you to a cell and all the bars and stuff like that. So your conditions were very depressing, and it's not a pleasant environment, and so you kind of look for humorous things to kind of it's a kind of survival mechanism in a way. You're looking for humor in a situation to kind of keep you going. It's like I suppose trench humor or whatever you'd call it, or black humor, that you're sort of you're making the best of a bad situation in a way.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of inevitable, in a way that you make the best of a bad job, as I said. Another thing that occurred to me on my walk was that thing about, you can have a laugh in prison does feed into that kind of right-wing narrative about, prisons are holiday camps and this kind of stuff. And then another thought I had was that there are some right-wing vegans who want prisoners to be vivisected on. I thought, thanks a lot for that, right-wing.
so you get like, does that include like, animal rights prisoners, or do they get exemption from it?
I don't know. They would, but, don't do that. So anyway, actually, one bit of news for Thursday, the main show, as it were. On Thursday, we've got an exclusive bit of film that has just arrived on my desktop about 2 hours ago. And Roy, you've got some new residents. You want to just say a couple of words?
Yeah, we have 250 hens which were rescued on Saturday.
And it's kind of like we think it's a battery unit closing down, and so lots of different sanctuaries are taking lots of different types depending on the space and everything.
Yeah, there's still quite a few there, but that's all taken care of, and they should all be out within a few weeks.
All right, brilliant. And so is the farmers agreeing to feed them and all that until then, I suppose?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what about you? Do you have to? I mean, I went back into daylight, got some new birds. We had to quickly make aviaries and all kinds of stuff. So do you have a lot of building to do now?
We already got it in place because we knew it was going to happen.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, that's good. So how big is it? Physically big is your gaff then, Roy?
It's only 3 acres, but we've got absolutely stacks of buildings on it, kennels, categories: Swan Unit, Wildlife Unit, our own hospital unit, the Wildlife Hospital Unit.
Speaking of swans, we've got a group of swans looking after some people there. So that's one of your. And I noticed you've got some very impressive, at least 3 vans you got there. So that's it's a big operation, isn't it, Roy?
It was with that one. It was I don't know how many litres it was, hundreds of litres of diesel from a state which had leaked into Billing Aquadrome, and all the birds were covered in diesel. We lost a few. We lost a few swans even after we'd got them and bathed them, but the majority of we got back out onto the.
So this picture, is this just before re-release? Then is that what
it took environmental agency about 2 weeks to clear Billing Aquadrome, ready for them to be released back on it.
And did you have to go on there with boats and fish them out and all that?
We didn't have to. We got most of them. Literally, they were always being fed, so a lot of the time they came to the banks, so people were just grabbing them.
All right. Yeah, there must have been a bit of a mistake, because I mean, you know, the famous thing about swans is, don't go too near swans, they'll break your arm, isn't it? And so
yeah, they'll have your head off.
They can give you a good wallet.
Yeah, would you fancy grabbing one of those, Ronnie?
What, a swan, you mean? We're talking about. Still talking about swan.
We're talking about Ronnie Lee's in the building.
Well, if I had to, yeah. I mean, you have to be careful, of course, don't you? Like, kind of get their wings secure and stuff.
Yeah, I bet it was a right operation to get all the diesel off of them as well. I suppose that took a long time.
That took 2 or 3 washes to get them all clean and then get them onto fresh water. We've only got a little pond here, so they had to rough it a bit for a few weeks, and then the majority of them made them. I think we lost about half a dozen.
And you drove them back to whence they came, and then you released them en masse, did you?
Yeah, we released everything we could. I think there was 2 trips we had to make to them. It's only just down the road from us, but there was.
I tell you what I love about swans is when you see a lot of them all at once taking off or landing. There's like a canal in Dublin, right? And every now and again you drive along, and suddenly, about 7 come out of the air, and they kind of like land. They do a bit of a kind of ski, and then they sink into the water. It looks so magnificent.
Did you send the bill, Roy? Did you send the bill to the Queen? Because swans are all belong to the Queen, didn't they? Apparently, so she should have to pay.
By all accounts, it's only the ones on the Thames.
Oh, I see. So that's how she got out of it then.
So if they don't be eaten, they ought to get off the Thames. Is that the way it works? Yeah, because I mean, she's allowed to eat them apparently, isn't she?
Oh, she can eat them.
I'm just gonna let this run on as we talk. So that's the swans. So we're thinking pulp with a big debate going on here, people. So maybe people in the chat can help us out.
That's Alf, isn't it? Is that Alf, Roy, the turkey?
I'm trying to think which one it is. It is indeed.
He's magnificent, isn't it?
It's amazing.
Let's go back. Yeah. Let's go back to people in the chat. We're thinking polecat, ferret. I had down mink. That's wrong. Stoat, and you came up with polecat, didn't you, Ronnie? So
he looks, he or she looks like a polecat.
Yeah, this magnificent little person.
I've got it down as a ferret. That'll do me.
They're all related, aren't they? Closely, they're all must. We
got one vote. We got one vote for ferret from Deb, and ferret seems to be very popular.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're very intelligent ferrets.
Yeah. I just want to know that these are my notes. And I did put ferret first, so I did get it right.
Yeah, she got it right. Well done.
It's just, I put ferret. Hang on a minute, maybe that's wrong. I wasn't sure.
Right. So
And so this magnificent bird, you reckon there's one called Alf?
Alf.
Yeah, there is one called Alf. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I've seen Alf because I've been to the sanctuary Animals in Need many times. So one absolutely wonderful place. They've got like so many different animals there, all rescued, and they've even got a vegan cafe. There's a vegan cafe there on the sanctuary, and they do the best value and best full English vegan breakfast I've ever had there. It's absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. It's when they have like open days, and there's normally a vegan fair there once a year, isn't there, Roy? When you have several, yeah, it's November, isn't it?
For it yet.
Yeah, it's normally November, isn't it? It's Remembrance, normally the Remembrance.
It's likely to be the week after.
Yeah, and that's great.
There's Terry helping us out on this picture as well, as you see.
Turkey. Oh yeah, Turkey. Cool. I was a bit flummoxed over what kind of animal
I thought
it was.
I thought duckling myself. Right.
Oh, there we are. Yes.
In my notes, I've got what? Don't say anything, Ronnie. I've got white cock and brown hen.
It's definitely a cock.
Oh, was it? Why would I say anything? I mean, hen.
I'm not feeding you a feed line there, Ronnie. That's what all I'm saying, basically.
That's what you're in the show for, Roger.
Yeah,
feed line.
And then the last one we're going to show tonight. So there's a bigger version of this, but this is a lovely little clip.
Yeah, it's wonderful. This is.
Yeah, it's brilliant. This.
I'm trying to think. There's 19 sheep. We haven't got enough room here, so there's an organic farm, and it's got about 90 acres, and they do specialist hay, so they cannot use pesticides or anything like that on it. So the only natural manure, if you like, they can use is sheep. So they, during the winter, they go over there. They've got 90 acres to run around on, and then for 3 months they'll come back here, and they're coming back in about a fortnight while they cut the hay.
So it's kind of like their instructions. Their mission, if they choose to take it, is to poo as much as possible, is it?
Yeah, and with as much grass they've got there and hay, definitely.
Yeah, all right.
I think that's the normal mission of most vegans, isn't it? To be quite honest.
Yeah, you should get them to have a vegan gathering there. That'd sort that out, wouldn't it?
Yeah, have a vegan camp out on that field, and then that would be fertilised for several years, then, wouldn't it?
It would. Right, Ronnie.
Especially if I went.
We're only supposed to be on for quarter of an hour, so we've got 3 minutes. So, Ronnie, do you want to give all the details of Thursday?
Yeah, it's same time, but on Thursday evening, 7 p.m, and it's on Roger's YouTube channel, Roger Yates, and it will be going for about an hour, and it's going to be amusing stories from prison and also kind of surrounding prison, the lead up to prison and stuff like that. And it's going to be myself and Roger. The last two programs were me, really, because Roger hadn't actually entered into the criminal world. He was late on the scene of crime. But in this one, this is when he starts
I had to wait to meet you before I became a criminal, Ronnie.
He had to wait to be,
famous.
Corrupted.
Yeah. Recruited. He was recruited.
You
see,
so look out for that. There'll be plenty of adverts around. In fact, you've already put them all over Facebook, haven't you?
Oh yeah, I've done a lot of sharing, try and get people on, because it's really important. I mean, the important thing is to raise money for the sanctuary. Like all sanctuaries, Animals in Need is desperate in need of funds. It's been very difficult in during lockdown with the COVID restrictions for all sanctuaries to raise money. Like normally Animals in Need, you'd have about four open days a year, wouldn't you, Roy? You'd have lots of fundraisers,
and then we're out every weekend, generally with 2 events, and during the summer even more. every weekend.
And none of that's been able to happen, has it?
No.
So you've had to they've had to turn to things like shaving all the hair off and stuff, haven't you?
Yeah.
To raise money.
Well, we've got,
Roy
I'll
used
bring
to have
it
like
on Thursday, but we've got in September we've got a fire walk and a glass walk.
So you
Is
can
that
walk
what
on
you-
glass.
You
walking
walk on glass and you walk on
fire.
Fire.
What in that order? So you got cut.
Every order you can do raw or both of them. It doesn't matter.
So are you taking part in this, Roy? The walking
I've
on
done
the
them
fire.
both. So
Have you?
yes, the first one I dressed up as a Dalmatian and done it. On the fire walk and the glass walk, I was dressed up as a rabbit.
Have you got to have bare feet?
Yeah.
You got to have bare feet to
Yeah.
do it, like.
Yeah.
Hey, Ronnie, you
They
can
just
walk
walk
on
it.
water.
Just
Couldn't
walk
you?
on
You can do that
sand.
one.
I would do the walking on the water, yeah.
Yeah.
That's only you're only saying that, so I drown, Roger. He thinks so. He thinks you walk on water.
Yeah,
but
in a puddle. Yeah.
get rid of him, like.
Right, folks. So we've done our advert. Debbie's asking, is there a link to donate? Can we give one of those out now, or should we wait until?
It's well, if you give the website address, Roy, and if people go on the website, it's very easy to see how to donate, isn't it?
Yeah, I hope so.
So what is it? It's www.
animals-in-need.org.
Yeah. So have a look on there, and I think the donation thing is very apparent, isn't it? I mean, we'll probably go into more details on the show, but it's easy to see how to find out to donate on there.
My last question to you, Ronnie, is when you met Alf, did you go over and say, I co-founded you in 1976?
Well, no, because I was quite scared, really, because he was bigger than me.
you were like
he was higher than me. He was higher than me in the pecking order.
In the pecking order, right.
Yeah, there we are. That's it. No one's done that one before, have they?
No.
Because I've been very used to being up before the beak.
Oh no!
It got me in quite a flap. It did.
All right, your challenge, Ronnie. On Thursday, you got to do at least three or four more of those ones. We'll keep to that.
Yeah. But make sure you're there, everyone, and tell loads of people about it. Come along. It is a good laugh, and it is for a really good cause. So come along, enjoy the show Thursday, and be ready to give lots of dosh to Animals in Need.
Indeed.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll see you Thursday, everybody. Thanks a lot.
Take care.
Ferret. Hey, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in terms of your clock. But good evening from Ireland and Britain, and welcome to the second of the Jailhouse Vegans thing. And so it's a comedy special in aid of a sanctuary. So the person who's going to keep you amused and all that is this guy here. So, Ronnie, you're charged with being a legend of the movement. So, how do you plead, lad?
I don't really know. Louise, my wife, she calls me something with end on the end, but it doesn't start with leg.
Oh, okay, yeah. Something to do with a bell.
Something you ring, yeah. It's quite painful. That is quite painful.
And so the sanctuary that we're fundraising for today is Back into Daylight, which is in Ireland. It's in a place called County Meath, and the person who runs it with his partner is Declan. So hello, Declan. You're gonna be with us for the duration, and we've got a special presentation from you about halfway through. Now, just before we get funny, if we ever do, that is.
You've been funny all the time, Roger.
Just before we get funny, I want to say that we're dedicating this show to our good friend Bernie Wright, she's a long-term vegan from Dublin, and she's not too well at the moment. So if you manage to tune in, Bernie, we're thinking about you, and get well soon and all that. So
that's right. I'm just saying, let's hope that Bernie's able to watch this. Of course, she'll be watching from a hospital bed, which is kind of quite convenient, really, to be watching this from a hospital bed, because it like kind of saves you having to be taken to the hospital afterwards, I suppose.
Yeah, so that means everybody else beware, I suppose. Right. Okay, so okay, people, that's the standard of the comedy. So
so leave now before it's too late.
Yeah. Yeah, get out when you can, folks.
Get out.
So Ronnie, what's your first hilarious story?
Well, we're talking. I mean, it's all based on my illustrious prison career, really. This and the surrounding amusing incidents. Basically, because this is the second of the series of Jailhouse Vegans. The first one, a few weeks ago, we did for a sanctuary called Barland, which probably guessed from the name is a sheep sanctuary, mainly a sheep sanctuary in North Worcestershire. We managed to raise about £1,000 for them last time. So let's hope we can, everyone kind of get donated.
We can do better than that.
We can do better than that. We can.
This is like a telethon. Yeah, we can do better. Let's beat the record, folks.
Let's raise. Let's get more than $1,000. It's euros. It's going to be euros, isn't it, in the end? Because this is in Ireland, this sanctuary. So let's 1,500 euros would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we've got proper money over here, haven't we, Declan?
Yeah, we sure have.
We've got the real money. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, this is. So we've already had my first prison sentence, which was I served 12 months in prison between 1975 and 76. Came out of prison in 76 from that sentence, and I went to live for a while with my parents. My parents lived in a village in Bedfordshire, and I had to go and live with them for a little while. But then I moved out of there, and I went to live in London. I had some friends where I'd been living previously before I got sent to jail for the first time. I'd been living in Luton, and I had some friends in Luton who ran a left-wing bookshop there, and I was very friendly with them. And they by now moved to London, and there's a big squatting scene in London, and they'd reopened the bookshop in London, and their bookshop in London was actually a squat. It was a squat on the Archway Road, and they were living in the squat, and they invited me to go and live with them in this squat in North London. So I went along there, and it was a three-story building. I had a room on the top floor, and there was a few of us living there. And a guy came to live there, and he was a little bit out of place because we were all really quite scruffy, and he was dressed really smart, and he'd go out. Most of us, were out of work, and we did a lot of community work. We kind of help homeless people. We opened up squats for homeless people and that. But he used to go out off to work every morning, all dressed smart. And so we kind of asked him, what work you do? You're not kind of, seems a bit strange. You don't seem the sort of person to live in a squat. And he said, I work at a laboratory. And immediately I became suspicious. And I said, well, first of all, I said, well, why have you come and live in a squat? He says, it's a way of saving money. It's cheaper. So he obviously had the money to live somewhere else, but he wanted to save it. And anyway, I started questioning him, in a kind of very subtle way. It turned out it's a vivisector. He started talking about they had animals there and all that. And of course, my immediate reaction was like to kind of grab something and hit him over the head. But I thought, no, hang on a minute. If I can, it won't reveal who I am or really what my views are. And I'll get information out of him so that maybe we can organise a raid on the place. So I subtly started questioning, I suppose there's quite a lot of security on a place like that. And, where do you keep...
Hang on, Ronnie. You said You said subtly twice now. I want to do a poll with the people in the chat. Does anybody think that Ronnie could do anything subtly? Just put yes or no in the chat.
And it was subtle for me. It was subtle for me, you know, according to my standards. And anyway, so I thought I'll get information out of him, and we can organise a raid on this place. So anyway, I had a friend. He sadly passed away a long time ago. A chap called Mick. And Mick was a vegan. He was became vegan even before I did. And Mick, he was a doctor of engineering. He was brilliant at any mechanical stuff and all that, Mick. And I told him, I'd said, oh bloody hell, there's a vivisector. You know, at the squat where I live, there's a vivisector. You know, his name was Dave. Between ourselves, we called him Dave the Vivisector, which is like really very imaginative name for him, like. And anyway, one day Mick came round, and we were all sat round chatting. And I said to Mick, look, don't, you know, I'm getting information about this guy. Don't let on, you know, about me. Don't let anything slip that we're against vivisection, because I want to get information out of him. And so we didn't. So we're chatting away. And this day he mentioned he was going on a camping holiday. He had a camper van. He said, oh, I'm going off in my camper van. I'm going to go to some really remote places. So he said, I've got to get this van serviced. I've got to make sure it's running okay. I'm going to put it into a garage. And Mick said to him, oh, don't worry about that. He says, I'll do it for you. Oh, yeah, I'll do it for you for nothing. You know, I'm quite happy to service your van. And I looked at Mick and I thought, are you mad? You're offering to service a vivisector's van, camper van for nothing, you see? So afterwards, I said to Mick, what's that all about? It's a vivisector. And Mick said, oh, don't worry. He said, I've got a cunning plan. And what happened was, he got the vivisector's van, he serviced it. What he did, he put grinding paste in the engine of this vivisector's camper van. And he ended up breaking down in the middle of nowhere in this camper van. I don't really know. I don't know whether we ever saw him again after that. So I don't know what happened to him.
At least there's one person that always finds your stories funny, Ronnie, and that's you, right? So. Oh
yeah. Well, someone's got to laugh, so I do it myself. You know, there's no audience. I'm my own audience. But it's funny. Another funny thing about Mick, because Mick was involved in sort of ALF stuff as well, and I got contacted by an Australian journalist. He was from a big Australian, one of the big Australian newspapers. He's, because obviously I'd been in prison, and I was kind of known. And he said to me, "I want to do an interview with some ALF activists." You see, and so he asked me if I could get a few people together. So I said, all right, I'll get a few people together. So I got four of us together. There was myself and Mick, and there was two women. And we kind of met at this sympathiser's house. And this journalist came to the house. And obviously that kind of, I was known, but the others, didn't want their identities revealed. So we wore stocking masks, and we wore superhero masks over the top of stocking masks. So someone was Batman, someone was Spider-Man, someone was Superman, and someone was someone else, one of the other ones. They all sat around the table talking to this journalist. And the woman whose house it was, she brought 5 cups of tea in, you see. And we all looked at each other. And we ended up saying to the journalist, would you like 5 cups of tea? Because none of us could drink our tea because we all had stocking masks on. So this journalist ended up to drink 5 cups of tea. And in his article, he was referring to us all as the superhero. Spider-Man said this, and then Superman said this, Batman said that. So basically that was, it was a good bit of publicity that we got early on there. But I was kind of, at that time, I hadn't quite got back into, doing ALF stuff again. It didn't take me long before I did. But I was still involved in the Hunt Saboteurs. And I was involved in a group in North London. And we were a little bit ostracised by the other Hunt Sabs because there's this like policy in hunt saboteurs, a sort of non-violence there was at the time. In other words, like if the hunt attack you, you don't retaliate and like you just curl up in a ball and all that kind of thing. But we didn't agree with that. We thought we're not going to have that. You know, if they attack us, we're going to fight back. You see, so that's what we did. And so when there was like a giant hit, a giant hit. I suppose sometimes they were giant hits, but a joint hit of all different SAG groups. We never got invited because they said, "Oh, don't invite those North London people because they're violent." In other words, don't invite them because they actually defend themselves if attacked. And I remember once we went on this beagle hunt. You know, where we're obviously probably most people know what that is. It's chasing after hares with beagles, and they're not on horses. They run in the fields, and you have to be like super fit to keep up. And of course, you're very close up to them. You know. And this hunt ended. There was an altercation, and the hunt ended like we had a fight with these beagle hunters, and it ended up like as we were driving away from the place, there was a ditch at the side of the road, and every few yards there was one of these like beagle hunters in the ditch, like where we proved to be a bit too much of a match for them. But another thing that happened with hunt sabs. There was a guy down in Wiltshire. It was in the paper. There was a vicar in Wiltshire, and he went hunting. He was a member of the local hunt, and you know he'd go hunting Saturday, then Sunday he'd do the church service. So a load of us went down to his service. We went down to the church service. Went in the church. He must have thought, "Oh, it's good today. I've got like a really good congregation." He wasn't happy for very long because. When they started singing the hymns, we'd wrote our own hymns. We'd got the words of ordinary hymns and changed the words. You know, it's like all things bright and beautiful. The vicar kills them all. That was one. I vow to free my country from vicars like this. Goes out of the church is surely taking the piss. I think that was that was a couple of lines. And then when the collection plate came round, we took money out of it. So anyway, and at the end, when we came out of the church, because the police came and all sorts, you know, we occupied. He had a pickup truck, and we occupied his. He wanted to drive home in this pickup truck. It's a very strange way of a pickup truck. I don't know why a vicar would have that, but. You know, put coffins in or something. Anyway, we occupied his pickup truck. We sprayed slogans all over it, and we occupied it in the back of it. And in the end, like the police had to get us out of this pickup. It took ages. And there was a guy dressed as St. Francis, one of it, and he accosted the vicar and said, "Vicar, I believe you've got some sins to confess of, like, you know, killing animals and all that." And yeah, it was great. I think we got the local paper there. It was all in the local paper. But another thing I was involved in at the time, there was a group called Animal Activists who mainly operated in the London area, and it was mainly against the fur trade, because the fur trade was big at the time. It's like,
so Ronnie, before you move on to the fur trade, let's stick with hunting for a second, because
yeah.
do you remember that song that the Sabs used to sing against the hunters? You know, the kind of the hunter's coat is shocking pink. It's not as red as people think.
And, yes.
So then the rest of it was one fine day will come to pass. We'll stick their red coat up their arse, right? And
yeah, so that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So we were doing like a demo outside this kind of hunters thing somewhere in Essex, and the police said, if you sing that again, you're going to be arrested. And so we went. The hunter's coat is shocking pink. It's not as red as people think. One fine day will come to pass. We'll stick their red coat up their jumper. And they were just about to jump on us, you know. And we said, up their jumpers, they're up their arse. Looks like Declan's.
He's had enough. He's had enough for the crude.
He's had enough already. Yeah, he's gone already.
You could say. One fine day will.
Ronnie.
The fur trade. Yeah. I was going to say, you could say one fine day will surely come. We'll shove the red coat up their bum, but the police probably object to that as well, I would imagine.
They probably will.
Yeah, fur trade. Yeah, animal activists. And the main thing we used to do was we used to because it was, the fur trade was much bigger now. I mean, you do get some fur, like people protest against flannels and Canada Goose and that. They've got fur in some of their garments, but it's nothing today like it used to be. The fur trade used to be huge. Every town had a fur shop. There were several in cities and in the suburbs of cities, everything. You know, there's loads of it, and nearly loads of department stores had fur departments. And the only one department store now in England that's got a fur department is Harrods. And they had the fur department way back then, way back in the 70s. And every so often we used to occupy it. A load of us used to charge in there, occupy the fur department. We had all banners and everything. They had to close the whole floor down that the fur department was on. Security guards came. There was all scuffling, and we all had to be carried out. The police came, and it caused total disruptions to the store, which was obviously the idea of doing it. But across the road from Harrods, there was a fur shop. I think there were quite a few fur shops around there, as well as the Harrods having the fur department. And I think these fur shops, what they did was, because there was so much action taken against them by like animal liberation campaigners, that you couldn't just walk in the fur shop. You had to ring the bell, and then they'd have a look at you. You see. So what we did, we got a couple of people to dress really smartly, a man and woman dressed really smartly, and they rang the bell of this fur shop. We all hid round the corner, you see, and then the bloke opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, we all went charging in, right? And we had flower bombs. And this guy, this fur shop owner, he fell to his knees and he was saying, "Please don't kill me, please don't kill me." So I said to him, "Well, you deserve to be killed. You deserve to be killed for what you did to the animal. But we're not going to kill you. We're just going to wreck your shop." You see, so we just wrecked the shop, flower bombs, everything all over the shop, wrecked the shop. And then we ran and we went down the underground, because that's, it's good in London because you can escape down the underground. That's what we did. Eventually I got back into. I did get back into action. It was kind of too tempting not to be active again. So I got back involved in ALF stuff, and I lived in North London at the time, and I went with a few other people. We went to a place in Cambridgeshire, and it was this guy. He bred sheep and pigs and sheep for vivisection, and he had this office that was quite a remote office. And we broke in his office and wrecked a load of stuff. And then, we were highly elated. We'd caused loads of damage in there. And coming home in the car, we were talking about what we did. And one bloke said, "Oh, I smashed his typewriter." And then this woman said, "Oh, I wrecked his photocopier." And another person said, "Oh, I smashed his phone." I said, "Oh, I jumped on his glasses. And it all went quiet. And then they said, "You what? You did what?" I said, "Oh, I jumped on his glasses." And they all said, "Oh, no, that's not acceptable. It's not. You've gone you've gone like beyond the, beyond what you're supposed to do.
It's a glass too far.
It was too personal, you see." And I said, "No, I said the only thing I regret is he wasn't wearing them at the time." But they said, "We're not doing anything with you anymore. You've gone beyond the boundaries of like." Because it was like really strange in that there was this kind of strange sort of in the more early days of the LF, that there was this kind of strange rules that people had. Like if you found money, some people found £100 in the vivisector's office, and they tore it in half and left it on the table. And I said, "Why you do that? You could have taken that. You could have used that to finance further activities and that." And they said to me, "Oh, we didn't want to be considered like this common." I froze then. Don't want to be considered as common criminals. It's like, "Oh, we've broken in a place, we smashed a load of stuff, but like we don't want to be considered as common criminals for taking £100. So that's what some people used to do like that. And so I wasn't allowed to do anything with these people anymore because I jumped on his glasses. But we had. I moved into out to West London. I was living in Hounslow, and the woman I was living with was I wouldn't, I was renting went living with her. I was I rented the upstairs of her house. This couple, and she was I think the woman was a vegan, and the chap, her partner, was a vegetarian. And she used to have these. She ran a local vegetarian society, and she had these meetings of these local vegetarians, and they'd be all sat around in a circle and talking, drinking tea, and like talking about all the different products you could get. See, and I remember coming home from Sabine one day, and I'd always come in like through the French window. Well, not like smashed through the window, but like open the French window. It wasn't quite that like it wasn't that sort of superhero as much. And they were all sat round, all these people, like, and I said, "Oh, Angie, her name." I said, "Oh, hello, Angie. You know, you're doing all right." I said, "These are the vegetarian people, are they?" I said, "Have you talked? Have you spoken yet about bombing the butchers? Have you had that comment?" All their teacups started rattling. You told me off. I said, "Why'd you say that?" You said so those people may never come again. Now you said that. And
you're just a troublemaker, Ronnie. That's all you are.
That's terrible. Yeah, I destroyed a little vegetarian group with little people sat round. But we did all sorts. There was one of my friends in London. She lived in a house where there was a number of flats. She lived in a flat, and it was one of these where all the posts got left on the table downstairs, and you had to pick up your own post. And she noticed this letter on the table, and it had like Bullfighters Supporters Association on it. That's where it had come from. And she thought, oh wow, that looks suspicious. And it was obviously to one of the other residents, this bloke that lived in one of the other flats. So she got this letter and she steamed it open, and it was said that there's this meeting and a film show of the Bullfighters fan club or whatever it was called. Someone's laughing at my laughing. I don't have to tell jokes, do I?
Yeah.
I'll just laugh all the way through. The laugh does me in stitches. Yeah. As long as Bernie won't need stitches as well afterwards. Yeah, where am I? Oh yeah, and it said, "Oh, we're having a film show for the bullfighting fan club at this pub in Holborn. You see, on a certain day." So we thought, right, we all went there. We all went to the pub, and we had a load of flower bombs. We went and sat in the pub, and we thought, well, where's it going to take place? Where's this event going to take place? Because it was a private event. So I went to the bar and I said, "Listen, have you got a room? I'm thinking of hiring a room for a function. Have you got a function room?" And they said, "Oh yeah, it's upstairs." I said, "Oh right, yeah, okay." So we found out. We sort of found out where it was. I kind of sussed out where it was, and then we thought
that's pretty subtle. That is, Ronnie.
Yeah, it's subtle. Yeah, sussing out something. Yeah, and then they turned up. Well, my friend who steamed open the letter, she recognised the bloke. She said, "Oh, I've got to hide because he'll recognise me. He's just come in the pub." So we thought, right, we're on. They're gonna go. So we watched them all. They were all dressed really smart. Blokes had suits. The women all had like fancy, clothes on and that. And they went upstairs. I thought, all right, okay, we'll give them a few minutes. So we waited a few minutes. So we all went charged upstairs and bursting. They were showing a film about bullfighting, and we just flower bombed a lot of them. We just completely covered them. They were all shouting and screaming at "You bastards!" Like we threw, covered them. They were just completely wrecked their film show. And then we did the usual thing: down the stairs and across the road, down the underground, and we got away. Yeah, there was what we used to do. Like I was saying about this thing where people had this idea, oh, we won't take the money. But our group, we were exactly the opposite. We thought, well, if we find anything, like listening to John Peel. What do you mean John Peel now? Because he's been dead for quite a while, hasn't he, John Peel? I used to listen.
Which one are you talking about? The Hunter? Or the
well, both are. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, the other one, people tried to dig him up, didn't they? The Hunter, John Peel.
They did.
Did indeed, yeah. So yeah, John Peel, the radio. I used to listen to John Peel on the radio. Yeah, in my young days. Yeah. Well, we had the opposite idea. We thought, right, what if we find any money or anything, we're going to take it, because, like, in our little group, I think there was only one of us was working. You see, and the rest of us were like on the dole out. We didn't have a lot of money. We had this old car between us, so we take money. And there was this place. It was in the London area, and they made traps. For obviously, made animal traps. So we did a raid on this place, and we found. What we did was we found a load of money. We took the money. It was quite a lot of foreign money, so I'd go down to the bank the next day and change it all. Lucky it wasn't marked or anything. We took all loads of their office equipment. Took loads of their office equipment, and we took a lot. We found a load of booze. We found a load of drink in there, so we took that as well. All right. I think I don't know what we did in the place. We wrecked the whole place anyway, and then we went home. Got drunk on all their, celebrated with all their booze, and then a couple of days later we went to this second-hand place and sold all their office equipment. I said to the bloke, he said, "Oh, where'd you get this from?" I said, "Oh, my dad's business is closed down, and this is all this stuff." And they just believed you. They'd give you the money in those days. So we used to do that, and we went back. The other thing with another lot of people, when we raided that place in Cambridgeshire, where I jumped on the bloke's glasses, like, obviously we'd wrecked all the office equipment, but we in our group, which was like, these were a different group of people now I was with, we were short of money for the car and everything. So we did another raid on that same place, on the guy that bred the sheep and the pigs. And this time we just took all the office equipment. We took it, he replaced it all with new stuff. We took it all, and once again I went back to the same shop, and he said, "Oh, what's happened? Is your dad?" He said, "Oh, my dad. I found some more stuff my dad's like from his business, like, so I got more money for our group." And then it was another time, because I was doing stuff all the time now. There was a place out in Essex where there was three of us that went to do this raid. This was a place that bred, I think they bred guinea pigs and rats and mice. Basically I was the driver. The idea was I'd drop a couple of people off. They'd go and do the raid on the place, and then I'd pick them up. And there was like a long drive leading up to this place, you see. So I said, "Oh, at a certain time, I'll kind of meet you at the bottom of the drive and everything." And anyway, I got there at the time, and they weren't there. I thought, "Where are they?" And the next bit, this police car pulled up. Oh no, what's happening? And I got out of the police car. He said, "What are you doing around here? At this time of night?" And I said, "Well, I'm lost actually, because it was near the A12 or something." And I said, "Well, I turned off the A12, and I've lost my bearings. I don't know where I am. I need to get to so I made up a place. I need to get to so and so, and all that." And he said, only like we've got this place here under like special surveillance." And I said, "Oh, why is that?" He said, "It's one of these animal experiment places to do with animal." And I pleaded ignorance. So I didn't know where I am. He said, "Yes." He said, "It's a group called Friends of the Earth." He said, "Are threatened to destroy these animal experiment places." What, Friends of the Earth? What are you talking about, Friends of the Earth? He said, "You're not a member of the Friends of the Earth, are you?" I said, "No, I've never heard of Friends of the Earth."
Too militant for me, mate.
I thought you got that a bit wrong, mate. But anyway, I'm not going to say anything. And anyway, so he let me go, but I thought, oh blimey, and I thought and I saw him drive off. I thought I need to go. I need to go back there. To, you know, where are the people that I'm meant to be picking up? So I waited to go. I went back. Well, he come back again, and he said, right, I'm suspicious of you now. You've come back. And of course, he checked my details. It came out of being in prison. I got arrested to a police station in Southend, and held in the police station. And they come in. They said, "Oh, you know, you're in serious trouble. We found some kind of explosive substance in your back garden where you live." And I thought, what are you talking about? You know, well, what it was. It was a great big drum of oil. We had a big drum of oil that we bought for our cars, and we had it in the back garden. And they, for some reason, they were suspicious of this bloody oil. I thought some explosive thing, but thankfully they tested it, and it turned out to be oil. And
he didn't have Friends of the Earth written on it, did he?
Friends of the Earth, Friends of the Earth, like, you know. Yeah. So anyway, so
is that one finished, or are you, or not? Because we want to move on to Declan while we've still got.
Oh no, do Declan now, because we're halfway through.
Okay, right.
And
well,
if we've got people to break from me.
If your line drops, Declan, I think I've worked out. I can get you on the phone on speaker, and then you'll be able to speak into my mic.
Yeah,
you'll still be able to, yeah. So we'll see how it goes, but let's hope it doesn't happen. Yeah. So Dick, you've got over 400 other animals, and we've put together a bit of a kind of slideshow and a film at the end to kind of highlight some of them. So we're going to go through some of them, and you're gonna kind of just give us a brief kind of a couple of stories about the ones that are going to come up on the screen. So I think the first one is this chap here.
Yeah, this is Toby. He was found in Dublin about a month ago, and he had a broken wing. And this is.
Sorry. Let me go back.
Yeah,
it's supposed to have. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah, a small little young pigeon, but you can see the damage on his wing. I don't know what happened, but he's on the mend now anyway, with a lot of care and attention. You know. But,
for some reason, it's not letting me pause it. For some reason, I don't know why.
Technical like myself, right, with all the trouble.
Yeah, no, it worked before. I was doing it before. Oh,
yes.
Okay. Let's see. That's it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that, folks.
Yeah, but his wing was fierce, badly damaged. He's only a tiny little pigeon, let's say about a month old or so. So I had him at the vet, and the vet said he was too young to operate on his wing. So he said that. So, just keep treating him with medicine and wash his wound all the time. And he said that when we brought him back, the next time he says that the piece of his wing will fall off naturally, he said. So one day when I was washing him a week or two after that, piece of his wing just fell off, and but he didn't bleed. He just a red at the wound. So he, ever since then he's getting better and better. And he's fine now, apart from. He won't be able to fly.
Yeah, the vet was worried that once the wing fell off, that there would be a lot of bleeding, but it didn't happen.
It could happen, Roger. Yeah, but
so he's your last resident, is that right?
Well, we got a new one. Yes, we got a little baby rabbit yesterday. Tiny rabbit, I'd say, about just over 2 weeks old. So we're hand feeding him as well now. So with the little teats and special formula, so. He's the latest resident, the little rabbit.
A free living.
Yeah, wild rabbit, Roger. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, he's a beautiful little fella. So.
Yeah. So you do a lot of rehab as well, don't you? It's not just a question of.
Yeah, we do, Roger. Yeah, seagulls and pigeons and any animal really that we find. And actually, you, Roger, you're great to. Collect the animals in Dublin or other places. When I ring you, you're fantastic to go and go to people's, wherever they tell you to go.
I see your name on the phone and I go, oh no.
I remember one day last summer, yourself and Jennifer were in the Phoenix Park or something in Jane. I think it might have been the bank holiday, I think it was. But I rang you about a seagull in the city centre in Dublin, and fair play to you, left and went in and got the seagull, and I met you halfway in Ashburton, you know. But you're always doing that, Roger. You're brilliant to be helping the animals.
Some of the seagulls can be rehabilitated and then released, and some can't. So I was there when you released 2, and then I think you released 1 recently. Is that right?
Yeah, we released 1 here at the sanctuary there just a couple of weeks ago, and I'm just like he flew back over us twice and chatted to say goodbye up in the air, up in the sky, you know. So there was 4 of us there witnessing coming back to say hello to us. And the same thing happened when you were with me, Roger, releasing.
Yeah, they flew back over and came over there. Yeah.
And then they landed fairly close. Remember in the sea.
That's it. Yeah, and then they kind of said goodbye, and then they fecked off.
That's right.
I mean that story is really interesting because Donald Watson's wife, Dorothy Watson, they talked about when they had a conservatory, one of the first conservatories, and a bird flew into the window because they weren't used to seeing, big, buildings just made up most of glass, and so they thought he was going to die, so they tried to make him comfortable. But his eye was out and all this kind of stuff, and so they left him overnight. And in the morning, he was fine again, and his eye had popped back in and everything else. So they released him again, and then Dorothy Watson said that she was pegging out washing, and she saw this bird come back and kind of fly around her for a couple of times before going off. So it's really interesting, their abilities in that sense.
It is, like one time Sharon, my partner Sharon, found a baby magpie on the lane here. He was only a couple of weeks old, so that was about July or something, and we had them all winter, and we released them then the following May. But the parents used to come outside the bedroom window. We had them in the house to keep them warm. They used to be outside on the hedge looking in at him. But when we released them then the next May, he flew out onto an ash tree here beside this at the front door, near the front door, and a heap of crows came all around them, everywhere around them. So the next thing, all the magpies, his parents came, and his aunts and uncles and all his family came, and went between him and the crows just to protect them, But they all flew off then. But the next day he came back to the gate here at the entrance to the sanctuary, and he sat in the gate, and I said to him, chance going over and see what he stayed to rub him. And he went over and let me rub him for the last time, say goodbye,
Yeah, just a bit of translation there. When Irish people say rub them, it means stroking.
Stroke them, yeah. But he let me stroke him the last time. It was brilliant, you know what I mean? But he hung around the place here for years after, because he had a little tweak.
So we're going to move on a bit quicker now. But so Arthur, what's the story with Arthur?
This is Arthur. Yeah, Arthur actually came to the sanctuary himself. He was on the road below us, which is a busy road, and he actually came up our lane, and the police came up after him then, and he's obstructing the traffic, and then they asked us would we let him in, so we just opened the gate, and in he came, and he's here ever since. We have him 12 years now. He's a big boy. He's a wild boar, and there's no wild boars in the wild in Ireland stars. I know, and no one ever came to look for him or anything, So
a bit of mystery where he came from then.
Yeah, it is, Roger. Yeah. So these are 4 little ducks, they're just recuperating. They were very sick. Someone brought them to us, and we just help them back into good health, and that. So they're here at the sanctuary, and they're having a great time. In the winter time, they'll muck the place up to terror with the guzzling in the ground. They're always picking up the muck. These are some of the goats. There's Alba, Karina, Will, and Ivy there. And so they're wonderful poor creatures altogether. And they really stare at you in the face and great passion. This is Bella and Charlotte. Again, they were 2 sick little pigs that someone gave us to try and nourish back to life. So they're great now. They're big giant monsters now at the moment. Oh,
yeah, we've got a picture of one of them as a big giant monster.
yeah, the pair of cats, three geese. You know, there was actually an English fella down the country, and he asked us would we take these geese and a few ducks as well, because his father was getting old. He used to fly over and back to Ireland to work in Ireland and go back to his family in England. His father had the house here, and he was getting too old to look after all these, so that's where they came from. You know, but they're wonderful characters, the geese.
So this is what your donations are going for, folks.
Yeah, and this is Bertie. He's a wonderful chap. Like that's him. At the one day, I was just resting in the garden on the sunbed, and he came over and just put his head resting on the end of the sunbed. The face had been that, but a couple down the country. We're just walking down the road one day, and they seen a farmer had him tied to a post in the farmyard. So they asked him, would he give them Bertie to them? So he did give them to him, and they had him for about a year, but he was getting so big then they couldn't manage him. You know, they had small young kids and that, and they were afraid when he got too big that you know. But that's where he came. But he's a wonderful. He's
a pot-bellied pig. Now this one is one of my favourites. I love this. Yeah, all the different chickens right in a row, and there's some cockerels mixed in the middle. That fella, you know, that the black and white ones are cockerels, and they're all little different size ones. You know, bantams and Old English fowl is the name of some of the breeds of them. You know, but it's gas at night. The way when they start going to sleep, the little chirps out of them as they're getting lower and lower as they all fall asleep, you know. So sounds like me. Yeah. So you got over 40 cats, is that right? Yeah. I have, Roger. Yeah. It's a job to mind them all. You know, that's Rory there in the picture. Like that, they all come. Most of them come from different places, you know, and some of them wander into us from neighbours, and I don't know where. Some people must drop them off somewhere close too, because the amount of them that appear to us is unreal, you know. And you've got a habit of naming them after very important people. For example, you've got one called Mandela, and you got one called Roger, I believe. So there you go. That's right. Yeah. Ronnie would remember Mandela when he was here. He was sitting in the garden. Mandela was only a little kitten at the time, you know. Yeah. Yeah, actually, if people go to YouTube, there's a film. It says Ronnie and Louise go to Back into Daylight, and there's a picture of that. There. Let's move on. There we go. Yeah, that's some of the hens. Like they're hens that were in the battery cages, the two brown ones, and the white one was found that creamy one was found down the country by a woman. She was driving down a country lane, and she seen this dog with that hen in her mouth. Lucky, she called her Lucky, you know, but she was lucky. She took her out of the dog's mouth, and then she survived anyway. That's what she came. But the poor hens out of the cages, you know, that they all have different sicknesses and stuff. So, well, that's where the name comes from. Back into Daylight, right? So yeah, true. So this is one of the monsters. I'm not sure. I can never tell them apart now. So this is Bella. That's Bella. Bella with Bertie, yeah. With Arthur, Roger. Arthur. Oh, that Arthur. Okay, I got that completely wrong then. Yeah, okay. Ignore me, folks. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah, but they like to have a little chat every time they're out and about. And this is Alba, one when he was a baby, beautiful boat, you know, or she rather, you know. But they're fantastic, lively little critters when they're small. And this is Fred, one of the cockerels. Someone brought him to us too. He was cockadoodling too much in a housing estate in one of the towns around here, and they had to give him. They said they loved the poor fella, but the neighbours were complaining so much that they had to give him to us. You know. Oh, you can't be cockadoodling in the town, as Ronnie would probably know when he's drunk. So there you go. So this is the last of the still pictures, and this is Bertie again.
Yeah, Bertie's
making a beeline for the camera there.
Yeah, he's a shocking chatty fella, as you know yourself, Roger. Everyone that comes to the sanctuary loves poor Bertie, you know, and he lets everyone rub him and that. So, you know,
yeah. He seems to be very affectionate towards my leg half the time, though.
Oh, he is. Yeah, he's an amorous boy, as I would say as well. You know.
Indeed. Right. So the film we're going to show you, folks, it's only 2 minutes, so bear with us. I'm going to go full screen for this one, okay? And you should get sound too. I went full screen because I'm in it, so that's important. You know what I mean? There's you with short hair there, Declan. Pre-COVID.
Bring back the barbers.
Job well done.
Yeah, so there we are.
Yeah, creepers there, Roger.
Yeah, a wonderful place, and don't forget, please make a donation. Different ways of doing it. I think on the bottom of the screen, in a minute, we'll see the website of the sanctuary that you can go to, and there's different ways you can either make a donation, you can sponsor an animal, adopt an animal. If you're on a mobile phone or a tablet, I think the website's a bit different, and you have to click on menu first before you see the options. But please give something to the sanctuary. It's very well deserving cause, as you've just seen.
Thanks, Ronnie. Good man. You
know, somebody asked. I think it's Deb asked earlier. What time in history am I talking about? It'll be about 1976, 77. This time is it's kind of late 70s.
I thought it was the Ice Age, Ronnie, that you were talking about.
Well, just afterwards. Yeah, not too long after that. That's it. Yeah, it's the time of the Crimea and all that. So I suppose I better carry on with these kind of supposedly funny stories.
Yeah, that's a hard.
Yeah. Anyway, we better talk about. I haven't talked about being in prison yet, so. It didn't take very long for me to be put back in prison. What happened was I thought I was being clever. I'd moved house, and I didn't think the police. I didn't think the police knew where I was living. So, I knew they were after me. I thought, oh, they'll never find me. But of course, what I kind of forgot was I was still signing on the dole. I still had to sign on. So I went to sign on for the dole one day. And as I walked in the dole office, I noticed there was a couple of really scruffy blokes sat at the back. Really, really scruffy, dirty old clothes and everything like really. I thought, oh, they're probably, a couple of rough sleeping guys, at the back. And I went up and, signed on, and there's a young lad behind the counter that worked at the dole office. And I noticed him nod, and I thought, oh, he's obviously seen a friend of his. He's nodded to a friend. But he wasn't. He was nodding to these two scruffy blokes. And when I went to go out, they jumped up and said, Mr. Lee, you're under arrest. We're police officers, because they were undercover police. Just all scruffy, so I wouldn't suspect anything. And he was obviously nodding to them. That's him. He's the bloke grasped me up, didn't he, to these police. And anyway, I got taken to the police station. This was down in Kent. I got taken. It was to do with the raid that had happened down there. But I think I got let out again from that one. They searched my flat. They found some stuff that had come from that raid in my flat, and I think I eventually got charged with receiving stolen property. I didn't get charged; they couldn't prove I'd done the raid. But then I eventually got arrested for a raid on a place down in Surrey. It was a place that bred mice for experiments, and we took some of the mice away, and I'd kind of moved again, and I thought once again, the police don't know where I live, but someone had grasped me up. Someone had grasped up to the police where I was living, and they came round the next day, and unfortunately got all these mice back that had been rescued. We did a lot of damage to the place as well, and I got arrested for that, and eventually I ended up getting 12 months in prison on that sentence, and I spent that in a variety of prisons. I spent some time of that down at Canterbury Prison down in Kent, and on the previous prison sentence, I'd gone on hunger strike to get a vegan diet, so they kind of knew, you need to give this guy a vegan diet. Otherwise, they go on hunger strike. But I remember at Canterbury, I was there in Canterbury for 6 weeks. Every single day, I got the same dinner. It was the same dinner every day. It was like they made this burger out of like TVP, textured vegetable protein. They made this burger, and it was quite nice. But like I had this same thing. like every day. And I said to them, "Why do I keep getting the same meal?" And they said, "Oh, we haven't got a lot of money to spend on you vegans." Kind of, it's either that or beans. So I thought, well, I'll put up with the burger. But then I got moved to Wandsworth Prison in London, and that was like a kind of horrible prison. Really kind of a sort of hard line, very strict prison. And there was a horrible bloke there. This you get with the prison officers, you get one that's in charge of all the prison officers, the chief officer, and everyone calls him the chief. And he's the one that kind of gives out all the orders. And this one there was really, really horrible. Everyone hated him. And then one day we were, I think we were, quite a few of us were out and about. I think it might have been the dinner time. We were going to collect our dinner or something like that. And we saw this guy, the chief. He come walking along. And he's a great big bloke, hugely overweight. And he fell over. He slipped over and he fell on his back. And he couldn't get up. And he was he was trying to get up. He was all kicking his legs and arms, couldn't get up. And he was saying, "Somebody help me, somebody get me up." And we were just stood round him laughing. We all stood laughing at him. Nobody helped him, And in the end, other prison officers came and they're saying, "Why didn't you help the chief?" And we said, "Why should we help him? Let him lie there." So it was a little bit of entertainment that we had there. And then I got moved to a prison called Stamford Hill, and it was on the Isle of Sheppey in Kent, and this was like a semi-open prison. It was like there was quite a lot. There was a big fence around the outside. There was quite a lot of freedom of movement in there, and I got a job on the gardens, and I was forever rescuing pigeons, because what they did was they used to stretch this very thin cotton round the plants to stop birds, eating the plants and that. But like pigeons would get caught and they get their feet. Declan probably knows about this very well. And they get all the cotton. I was sort of rescuing pigeons and having to kind of take this stuff off their feet and stuff. And then I used to go around secretly and destroy all the cotton, the kind of cotton thread. I used to go around destroying it all. But there was a Scottish guy there who was a homeless guy, and like he was called Jock in prison. Like in prison, if someone's Scottish, they always get called Jock.
Yeah, they all get called Jock.
They all get called Jock, and if they're Irish, they get called Paddy. That's it. But I just don't know. I wonder what English people get called in prison.
Oh, all kinds of swear words, but I mean,
horrible bastard, probably.
Well, people got called Taffies, didn't they? And then you got
people, you get them all. They got all the same name, yeah. And this guy, it was called Jock. Right? And what happened was, like a lot of homeless people, he deliberately commit a crime to get put in prison over the winter, and he'd done something, when coming up to winter, either he threw a brick through a window, or he did something to get put in prison. And he was hoping to get like about 6 months, because out of 6 months, in those days, you did 4 months in the sentence. So say he'd done it about December, then he'd be out. It'd be getting warmer weather a little bit. But he didn't get the 6 months. They only gave him 3 months. You see, so he was due to be let out. It was like really cold. It was like February time. He says, "Oh, I'm going to be let out. Oh, I don't want to be let out of prison. I don't want to be let out of prison. It's going to be freezing cold." So what he did, he devised a cunning plan. He thought it was a cunning plan. He says, I've got a plan. Because basically, you get a 3 month sentence. You do the 2 months, but they can give you the extra month. If you misbehave in prison, they can give you the extra month, so you end up with 3 months. So what he did, he made an appointment to see the governor, and he went in to see the governor. The governor said, "What is it you want to say to me?" And he said, "Well, I've come in here to tell you that you're a fucking bastard, a fucking arsehole, and all the swear, every single swear you think of, he said to the governor. And the governor, unfortunately, the governor said, "I know what your game is." He said, "You want me to give you extra prison time?" He said, "But I'm not going to. I'm not going to." He said. So unfortunately, it didn't work. His cunning plan didn't work. He was hoping that he'd get extra time to abuse the governor. And they just locked him up in like the punishment block for a few days and let him out, unfortunately. But he probably went out and just put another bit through a window, got put back in, And it's awful. There's lots of people, as Roger knows as well, a lot of homeless people do that all the time.
Especially around Christmas time.
Christmas. Yeah. Yeah, it's very sad. And the other thing that happened, there was on the gardens. They had a tradition on the gardens in the prison that if you were due to be let out, they throw you in the pond. They had these ponds, you see. Like, if you were due to be because you'd work until like the day before you were due to be released, and on the day before, like they throw people in the pond. I thought, oh shit. I don't really want to be thrown in the pond. So I kept really quiet. They're going, "Oh, when are you being let out then, Ronnie?" I said, "Oh, a few weeks' time," kind of thing, I didn't tell. But one of them found out, and we were all sat around, and he says, "Oh, everyone," he says, "I need your attention. I've got something to say about Ronnie." He says, "I found out Ronnie's due to be released tomorrow." And they all jumped up. And what I did was I ran and I jumped in the pond. You see, because I thought, well, I'd rather jump in, at least it's under my control. I ran in the pond, and just sat in the pond. So I thought, I'd sooner rather run in the pond than have them throw me in. So that's what I did. And then when
you came out, did they throw you back in again?
Well, no, thankfully not. Of course, they might have done, mightn't they? I didn't think of that. I think I just stayed in there. They all stood round the pond laughing, and I think I just sat there till they went away.
It's like being at school, isn't it?
It was. It's crazy. It's a crazy place. So I got I did 8 months of that sentence, and I got released from that, and then it was a few more years until my third sentence. But there's going to be another one of these Jailhouse Vegans programs, as everyone's sure they're delighted to know that. More of me.
We're up to the hour mark, Ronnie. Do you want to go on for a little while?
No, I think I've timed that perfectly, haven't I? That's a perfect,
right, good, yeah.
perfect time to stop. But I've been let out of jail, and then
thrown in the pond.
Thrown in the pond. I'm all wet, soaking wet. Get out of jail. I think it's probably a good time to stop and to say a couple of things to say to people. First of all, we're going to be doing another one of these for another sanctuary. We're yet to exactly decide which one it is. We've got some ideas. So that's going to be on in a few more weeks. So look out for that one. And the other thing is Roger and I are appearing in another kind of what's bound to be a comedy show on Saturday. What time is it Saturday? 6 o'clock, is it? Saturday there. 6 o'clock on Saturday. It's called Last of the Vegan Summer Wine, and it's all about four kind of vegans that are somewhat advanced in age, so people like, including myself, reminiscing about the good old days and generally, trying to entertain people. And that's also to raise money for a sanctuary. That's to raise money for a place called Pins in the Wood. So, and it's on Grumpy Vegan Grandad. It's on his YouTube channel, isn't it, Roger?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, on Saturday. So if anyone wants to come along and tune into that, there's facilities on there for when you do to donate to the sanctuary. So if you're free 6 o'clock Saturday evening, then come along and
This one here. What about the man apologising to you for doing something to another animal because he thought you could organise the lads to kill it? But that's the third one. Now my next prison sentence, because on my third prison sentence, I was in prison for 6 years and 8 months. There was obviously that last one I was only in for 8 months, so 6 years and 8 months. There's quite a lot of humorous things happening, and that one, people want to hear more about the man who apologised to me. Then tune into the next program, because that was something that happened on my third prison sentence. Where I had the pleasure of sharing a cell with you, Ronnie, didn't I?
Roger shared a cell with me.
Pleasure.
He's never been the same since. That's why I'm bald. I had full hair before I shared a cell with Roger. But I'm flowing locks. He was bald. He grew hair. I had perfect eyesight, didn't I, Roger? I was a great big bloke. And a few weeks in the cell with Roger, and look at me, look straight at me now. But it was quite entertaining. Roger kept wanting to escape all the time. he wanted me to organise a helicopter to come.
Well, I just seen the Great Escape on I thought it was our duty.
Our duty to escape and carry on the battle. Yeah.
We've got to escape, young man.
We couldn't tunnel out because we were on the third floor, weren't we? You couldn't really tunnel out. Could have tried, gone down into the cell below, I suppose, and carried on. But yeah, it was entertaining. I mean, people think prison is a miserable place. Well, it is in some ways, but there's still humour to be had there, isn't there?
There's an understatement. It's
not totally pleasant there. There's a prison.
Remember that bendy guy who used to be? He had to be exercised on his own because he was. He killed loads of people and everything.
Yeah, he killed loads of people. He did Tai Chi.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he killed him doing Tai Chi or what, but he used to do Tai Chi, probably. We used to watch him out the window. They used to let him out really early in the morning, and he'd be in the exercise yard all doing all these weird. He was really quite old, wasn't he? He was 70s. an old bloke. Or I was worried. I thought
very good though, wasn't he? 'Cause he could put
it was all. I thought if I
Yeah.
did that, I'd never be able to get up again. Like, it was frightening.
He could tie himself in a knot and unknot himself again.
He could have tied himself, made a rope out of himself and gone over the wall, couldn't he? Really? But yeah, so that was right. That was in Hull. That's where we were in Hull. But strange enough, the first prison I was in, which was Oxford, is now a hotel. They turned it into a hotel, but they've kept a lot of the. It still looks like a prison. And the doors are still like the prison. So you know, like people pay a load of money to go to spend a weekend in prison.
That's like Alcatraz, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still the same. And so somebody said, "Oh, I spent a weekend in prison." Well, no, you haven't. You've been in a luxury hotel in Oxford that's just got the prison doors on it. You know, but I suppose it's like it's a selling point for the place. I think. I mean, certainly, I looked on the website. The food there, and really very much like the food we used to have. You know. I think you can get vegan food, so I don't know, maybe one day I'll go back there for old time's sake.
We're getting a hint here that we should be gone. So
Terry's had enough. He's got to lie down.
So what do you think? Is it going to be about 3-4 weeks? Is it this one or?
About 3 or 4 weeks time? Yeah, we'll have to sort out, arrange for it, and then how many more? We might need another 2, I think. There's quite a lot of stuff coming up on because it was such a long sentence.
Oh yeah, well,
and then
I can tell a few stories next time.
Roger's tell some stories.
So anyway, folks, we're a bit over time, so thanks very much for tuning in, and thanks to everybody who's donated, and keep them going. We got 1,000
donations
last time, and we want to beat that, at least double it, don't we, Declan?
We really do, yeah. It's
Thanks, Ronnie.
it's a really good cause, and it's way in a sense because this is something we've been doing at home as well. Because of course, you know, activism's very limited at the moment. We can't get out there on the streets like we were to help the animals. One way we can is by donating to sanctuaries, and we've been doing quite a lot. You know, money that we've saved because we've not been able to go anywhere. We've kind of donated quite a lot of it to sanctuaries at home. And the only thing you can do, I mean, please support Back into Daylight, but also consider your local sanctuaries. You know, near where everyone lives, there are sanctuaries that are in need. So, you know, maybe consider giving one of your local sanctuaries a few bob as well.
Yeah, we ought to have a competition for the best name of a sanctuary, because I think Back into Daylight is a brilliant name.
There's a sheep sanctuary down in Kent called Sheep Ahoy.
Oh God, yeah.
Sheep Ahoy. There was that Sheep Ahoy.
I don't get that. Explain.
Sheep Ahoy.
Sheep Ahoy.
Well, Ship Ahoy. You know, like Ship Ahoy, because I think it's near the coast. Sheep Ahoy. It's called Sheep Ahoy. And Barland's a good name. So that was the one we did last time. So yeah, Back into Daylight is a very good name. It kind of sums it up, doesn't it?
Yeah. Thanks very much, Roger and Ronnie, for all the effort just put into the show and shared and everything. And thanks to everyone who donated.
Well, thank you for what you're doing, Declan. It's absolutely, because not only do you do the rescue, you also do outreach as well, which is absolutely brilliant.
It's very important to keep doing the outreach when we get the chance again, you know, because the only way to change the world is to get people to go vegan. So it's very important to do that. So, you know, everyone that's doing it, you know, try and get back to it as soon as we can. So maybe sometime this year we might get back to it again. So brilliant.
Yep. Yeah, I hope so.
Well, there's Grumpy in the chat. So we've
Grumpy.
Mentioned. Yeah. So Danny, we've mentioned the show on Saturday. So So we done the adverts.
Done the ad for it. Hopefully that'll be another good laugh, won't it?
Yeah.
Right, folks.
Okay.
Bye for now, and we'll see you again. And keep donating, folks.
Keep donating.
Yeah.
Take care, everyone.
I'm getting good at this telecom thing, aren't I? You know.
Yeah.
Folks, keep.
All right. Gets the job done and they head into the second round. Please be seated. Now, members of the jury, this is a most difficult case. It's been alleged that Ronald Farquhar, Fatang, Biscuit Barrel, Screaming Lord Such Lee, has been known to have a good sense of humor and not be afraid to use it. Only you, ladies and gentlemen, will be the judge of the veracity of these claims. So, dock officer, call the accused.
Hey, hello, folks. So I'm the dock officer. So here is the accused. So the accused, you've heard the charges? Do you plead guilty or guilty, mate? Hey, what?
I don't have a lot of choice there, do I? I've only ever been found not guilty once in all my cases. So really, I was supposed to better go guilty, get it over with.
That must have been a miscarriage of justice.
Yeah. So there we are. But it's great to see so many people here listening to this, and obviously it'll be recorded, so people that can't come along tonight will still be able to listen and hopefully have a laugh. It's really for a very important cause that we're doing this. A sanctuary in North Worcestershire called Barland, and of course it's called Barland because it's mainly a sheep sanctuary. They've got over 100 rescued sheep there, but they've also got some goats and turkeys as well. So it's a lovely place, and like really all sanctuaries, desperate in need of funds. They got vet bills, they got costs of food for the animals, they got shelters that need repairing, and they need to build more. So what we're hoping is everyone listening tonight and everyone who listens to the recording will make a donation to Barland, or maybe even adopt one of the animals there. And throughout the show, we're going to have pictures of the animals at Barland, the sheep there that need adopting by you. So hopefully you'll do that. You get a nice adoption package when you do that. So please, please consider adopting one of the sheep. But anyway, on with the show. Jay,
it's well organised. We're
well organised. Yeah, Roger's organised. It's going to be. Yeah, here we are. It's all gone black. They put the lights out in the jail. There we are. They put your name in small writing, Roger.
Oh, I'm used to that. Yeah,
You're supporting cast on this.
I know my place. Don't you worry.
Yeah, but it's the one in big writing that gets the bigger sentence, isn't it? Like that's what happened, wasn't it, when we were on trial together?
Well, that's the way it should be, I reckon.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can make this that we can be seen as well.
So we can see, some of the animals.
I think that's there. All right. Yeah.
There we are.
I'm getting it together now, folks.
You get some pictures.
Well on top of this job, I'll tell
factory,
you.
Yeah.
Well on top.
This technology.
Yeah.
It's when the.
Yay! Look at that.
That's good how you've done that. That's really clever.
Oh,
okay.
Right. I learned everything from Jeremy Hess,
Yeah. He's very, very clever man, Jeremy. He should be on this. There we are, Barland. Sheep therapy and sanctuary, because they a lot of the sheep there are kind of in need of treatment. And also another good thing about it is people can actually go and stay there and stay for a weekend. It's like have a little holiday there and kind of be with the sheep and help look after the sheep and that. So it's a lovely, a lovely idea. And also what we're doing, because it's a sanctuary, it's very near to where I am in North Worcestershire and our local vegan group. We'd like a situation where maybe schools can organise trips with children to go to the sanctuary and see the sheep and, you know, learn where their food comes from and maybe, you know, plant the seed of veganism in them. No,
yeah,
so
that's pretty good for sanctuaries. They're good at doing that. By the way, I changed my background to make you feel at home there, Ronnie. You see, that's a British cell there. You see there?
Yeah, that's that brings back memories. That one does. Because of course, the first time, the first prison I was in was Oxford. What happened? This is way back in 1974. Myself and another guy got arrested. We were doing a raid on a place that bred animals for experiments. This was a place in North Oxfordshire that bred all sorts of small animals, rats, mice, and guinea pigs, and animals like that. And we were looking to damage their vehicles, and we went there. But a security guard saw us, and all of a sudden, this place was surrounded by police, but not only ordinary police, there was military police as well, because it's near a military base. So there was ordinary police, there's military police all around this place, all with torches and that. We hid under this building, because these buildings were off the ground on these kind of little legs kind of thing. They were like porter cabin places, and we hid underneath one of them, but eventually we got caught and dragged off. And I ended up in Oxford prison on remand for 10 days.
I don't know about anybody else, Ronnie, but I'm finding this totally hilarious. You haven't said anything funny yet. Come on.
No, but that's coming. This is just a ground. But the first funny thing that happened was I put in this cell with this guy. The guy, you know, we both had these bunks that we were lying on, and I had this old foam mattress, and I looked at this guy, and he started pulling stuff out of his mattress. He had a horsehair mattress, and he started pulling the horsehair out of the mattress. And he got the cigarette paper out, and he rolled the horsehair up in the cigarette paper, and he started smoking it. And it was a terrible smell, and there was all flames coming out of it. He said, "It's good." He said, "It's great having a horsehair mattress. I deliberately asked for a horsehair mattress," he said, "because, you know, when I run out of tobacco, I can smoke the horsehair." He's smoking a horsehair, this guy. And then a couple of days, I'd only been there a couple of days, and woke up in the morning, and everything was floating. The plastic mat in the cell was floating. I had these. They give you these plastic slippers to wear. They were floating because there'd been one of the water mains had burst, and the whole place was flooded. This prison, we had to spend the whole morning mopping it up, which was kind of funny to look back on, but not at the time. And eventually I got bail, £1,000 bail, which was like my dad put up 500, and another friend of mine put up 500. And
in those days, Ronnie.
In those days, it was a lot. Now, kind of what happened was, and I mean, this is kind of, you know, while I was on bail, because some kind of hilarious incident happened when I was on bail, because prior to being arrested, I'd worked at a solicitor's office. I've been working at a solicitor's office. See, I was training to be a solicitor. I decided I'll go the other side of the law. No. So anyway, I lost that job. I had to leave that job, and so I thought, what job can I do while I'm on bail? So I applied for a job as a road sweeper. I got a job as a road sweeper. This was in Luton, and I was doing this job as a road sweeper, and basically I lived in an outlying village, and I had to get the bus into work every day. Every day I was a few minutes late for clocking on. See, so I would clock on about 2 or 3 minutes late, but they docked me a quarter of an hour's pay, you see. And I complained. I said, well, can I work an extra 3 minutes in the evening, and you know, you give me the full pay? And this guy there, like one of the sort of management guys, oh no, we can't do that, you know, you lose 15 minutes. So I thought, right, well, I'm not having that. So what I did was, I used to, on my tea breaks, I used to take longer. I used to say, right, I'm having a longer tea break to make up for the time they weren't paying me.
Oh, you're a real rebel, you are, Ronnie.
But what happened was, this guy, who's like he's like some kind of superintendent there. He used to drive around checking on, you know, the road sweepers, and he kind of, I went back into the depot, and he said, "I want you to come into the office." So I went in the office, his office. He said, "When I was checking, I noticed your barrow was unattended for longer than the allowed time for the tea break. What's the meaning of this? Your barrow was unattended." So I said, "Yeah, it was unattended." I said, I was having a tea break, you know, and I said, I did have extra time on the tea break. I said, because you're not paying me. I'm working this extra 10 minutes. You're not paying me, so I'm going to have it on my tea break. He said, "Oh, we can't have that. You'll be sent a letter of warning." I said, "Well, you do what you want, you know." Anyway, I got this warning letter about this. I just ignored it. I just carried on. I thought, well, sod them. I'll just carry on having the extra time. And anyway, what happened? I come back to the depot. He called me in the office again. He said, "I've had enough of this." He said, you're carrying on doing this despite the letter and that. You know, I'm taking you up to see the cleansing manager. So we went up to see this cleansing manager in this big office, this bloke all in a suit and everything. And he said, "Right, you know, I've had this report. You've been left your barrow unattended on a number of occasions. You've ignored the warning letter. I've got no alternative but to, you know, to dismiss you. You'd be dismissed. You need to collect your cards." And he said, "Right, you know, off you go then." I said, "No, I'm not going anywhere." He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "No." I said, "I'm going to stay sitting in your office till you give me my job back." And he said, "No, this is outrageous. You've got to leave." I said, No, I'm sitting here. I sit in the office. I'm not leaving. Give me the job back." And he said, he was. I was hoping he'd have a heart attack because he started going red and he was like really enraged. He said, "Oh, this is outrageous. I've never known anything like this." You know, I said, "No, I'm sitting here." And anyway, so I'll call the police. I'll call the police. I said, "You call the police." So he was calling the police. They obviously didn't want to come, and he was trying to get the police. He said, "This man, he could do anything. I think he's dangerous." And he was doing everything to get the police to come. And then he put the phone down. He said, "The police are on their way." I said, "All right, well, we'll wait till they come." And all the time I was saying to him, I say, "You know, it's disgraceful. You know, us road sweepers, we do all the work. And you're sat here in your office and you know, I've been given the sack for having an extra cup of tea, and yet you're in the office drinking tea all day." I said, "You should get out there and sweep the streets." I said, "The workers should be in control of this, and you should be out sweeping the streets." You know, I was like, really abused him. Anyway, the police came. These two police came in the office, and one of them said, "Oh, we hear there's a man in here causing trouble." And I said to him, I said, "There certainly is, officer." I said, "This man over here, this man." And I indicated to the cleansing manager, you see. And he said, no, "It's not me, it's this man." And point to me. And the police were looking at me and looking at him. They're trying to work out which one was causing trouble. But I think they thought, well, there's a bloke here in a suit and there's another bloke in all these scruffy road sweeper clothes. So it's probably the scruffy bloke that's causing trouble. So anyway, they said to me, "Right, you've got to leave the office, otherwise you'd be arrested." So I left the office. And I tried to get all the road sweepers on strike. I had some friends that had a left-wing bookshop, and they had one of these printers, you know, like a kind of Roneo printer thing like they had in those days. I got all these leaflets done, you know, victimisation of road sweep. I was giving them out to all the workers there, you know, and someone came up to me and he said, "Are you one of these Marxist-Leninists?" You know. But unfortunately, I couldn't get them out on strike. You know, I couldn't rouse them to take action. So I ended up having to leave the job. But it was. I got in the local paper as well. Made sure it was in the paper and everything. Give them a bad name. So anyway, eventually, I had my trial and ended up going to jail. I ended up at a place down at Portland on the south coast called the Burn. It's like a semi-open prison, and they kind of did give me a vegan diet because I'd previously gone on hunger strike to get a vegan diet, and I kind of won that battle. I got given a vegan diet, but it was largely a large amount of this consisted of beans. And breakfast would be beans on toast. Every day, my breakfast beans on toast, just on dry toast. Because
where's this going? Is this going to be blazing
blazing something? And I used to eat about 9 pieces of bread with these beans, because I'd eat the beans off the bread, off the dry bread with another bit of bread, and then the soggy bread that you got left, I'd make sandwiches with that. So I'd have all this like beans and bread. That'd be my breakfast, and that was like the big part of. There's something else coming soon, because people think I'm going to tell a funny story about beans, but that isn't it. There's a funnier story about beans that's going to come a little bit later. A little bit later than that, and as you can see, some
more than one bean story.
Not more than one. That's only the minor bean stories. Bigger ones to come. But you can see in the picture this, the sheep. This is they got the hay there. That's a view of just some of the sheep at the sanctuary. So there's over 100 there, and a lot of them are up for sponsorship. On the website, you can see going across on the bottom. You go on there. You can sponsor sheep. And you can make a donation, and people please do that. It's really important. And there's they got these what's the name of those? They've got a particular name, those sheep. I'm just having a look. Kind of rather unusual ones, aren't they? Those
the merino ones.
They're Hampshire sheep. Hampshire sheep, little kind of little ones there. So they're being given a treat there. So
they're like a teddy bear, aren't they?
They're like a little teddy, yeah. Don't really see them very often, but I think they got quite a few there that have been rescued, and there's some of them up for adoption as well. If you look on the website, and there may be some pictures of those coming later as well. Anyway, let's get back to what happened in the jail. I've got some notes here because there's so much stuff, especially coming up. Right. This was by the. There is another bean story coming up that's kind of more humorous than that one. And the trouble is, this is right by the sea, on Portland down near Weymouth. And one thing that happened quite frequently is I'd have seagulls like shit on my head, and I'd kind of be going, is that, what I'm in here for kind of saving you lot, and you're shitting on my head. These seagulls, they totally no discrimination between anyone in terms of their like head shitting. But during my sentence, I had another trial. I had a trial at the Old Bailey, and I had to go back to London. And I went to Wormwood Scrubs because what it was, I was on trial for something called incitement to disaffection. Because what I was accused with was about another 12 people. We were accused of inciting soldiers to leave the army, and this was to do with the conflict in Northern Ireland and the occupation of Northern Ireland by Britain. And we were basically giving information to soldiers about, well, if you're happy, unhappy about the situation, you're unhappy about, defending like this imperialist occupation of another country by Britain, then, there are ways that you can leave the army, and it was called something called the British Withdrawal from Northern Ireland campaign. And at one point during this, I actually got arrested and put in a guard room. I've not just been in prison; I've been in a guard room on an army base. Because what we were doing, we were going on this army base. We put the leaflets under the doors of the billets, where they were. And that we got arrested by the military police. We were locked up in the guard room, me and this other guy for several hours before. So I was on trial for that. Now we all got acquitted of that, thankfully. But I was at Wormwood Scrubs for a few months to do with that. And one of the really funniest things about being at Wormwood Scrubs was it's on the prison is across the road from a park that's called Wormwood Scrubs, and that's where it gets its name from. I've got it now. I don't know if it's still open now. And there's a road between the park and the prison, and people would walk along the footpath, and there was a guy whose cell overlooked this road. And like, every evening he'd shout out the cell window. He'd shout out to people along the road, "Help! I'm being held prisoner." Every night, "Help! I'm being held prisoner." Out the window. So there was someone else in there who had a sense of humour as well. And then another thing that happened when I was in jail, there's a friend of mine in protest about me being in prison. He set fire to a pork pie factory. This guy set fire to a pork pie factory. See? And he phoned up the paper, said, I've done. He didn't say who he was. Obviously, he said, "I've done this protest about Ronnie Lee being in prison." Set fire to the pork pie factory. And then what they did, that they obviously were determined to catch this guy. So when you're in prison, if someone writes to you, or if you write to someone, they know all the names and addresses of people you correspond with. So they had all these names and addresses of like people that I was writing to. But thankfully, this guy, he never wrote to me, so they didn't have his address. But they went round everyone else. And there was a friend of mine in North London who had a squirrel. She had a rescued squirrel, and this squirrel lived in her flat. And what happened was she caught some youths basically kicking this little squirrel when the squirrel was small, and she chased them away and rescued the squirrel. Took the squirrel to the vet.
Squirrels are always small, aren't they?
Well, this was like a baby one, like when it was like really little. So went to the vet, and what had happened is where they the squirrel had been injured, something had happened to her jaw, the squirrel, and basically it's like the same with rabbits. Their teeth have to grind against each other to keep their teeth short, and if their teeth aren't aligned, they can grow up into the skull. You see, and so it's like some people have rabbits; they have to take them to the vet and have the teeth clipped. Well, so this squirrel couldn't go back to the wild because she'd have died. Her teeth would have grown up, into a skull. So my friend kept her, and she had this kind of big aviary built on like a window, because she was on this like about a 4th floor flat. Big aviary outside the window where the squirrel used to live. But the squirrel also used to love to go on top of her pantry and sit on top of the pantry. But the thing was, the squirrel was quite dangerous, because if she took a dislike to anyone, Mitch, her name was the squirrel, Mitch took a dislike to anyone, she'd come flying down off the pantry and she'd attack the person, she'd bite them, and thankfully she liked me, she never attacked me. And anyway, my friend Linda, who she'd been writing to me in prison, and so of course the police went round to see her. They burst into her flat, and there was like a chief superintendent with them. This chief, they burst into her flat. So, all right, we've come to question you about this pork factory. This squirrel saw the chief superintendent come flying down off the top of the pantry thing, and bit right through his thumb. And he had to go to hospital. He had to go to hospital and have stitches and everything. So it's just hilarious. And they never did catch this guy for the pork pie factory, which was good. And the kind of I remember like another funny incident at because after my trial at the Old Bailey, I went back to this prison, the Burn.
Can I just butt in and ask you to talk about the turkeys here?
Turkeys, yes, they've got rescued turkeys as well. A few rescued turkeys, obviously, were saved from the Christmas dinner plates, and there they are, just in the barn there, enjoying their life of freedom. And they got goats as well. I don't know whether you showed the goats. They've got a few goats. Oh, it's mainly sheep, but they have got other animals there as well, which is good.
Might be coming later. I'm not sure though. I think though.
Yeah, the goats. They got a few goats as well there. And anyway, what happened was when we heard we were being, because something ago we got parole, which is like early release. If you've been of good behaviour and everything, it was our first prison sentence, so we got this early release, and we were kind of queued up outside the prison governor's office to to go and see the governor and to be given the documents and everything. And there was all these other people queued up to see the governor, and most of them were queuing up because they'd broken some prison rules and they're there to be disciplined, you know, like given a fine or extra time in prison or something. This queue, and you were supposed to wear a tie. They gave us these. We had these ties that normally you didn't wear, but when you saw the governor, you had to wear the tie. You see. So anyway, everyone's there with their tie. There's one bloke. He's got the tie round his head like Geronimo. He's in the queue. And he said to him, "What are you doing? He said, "Well, I'm wearing a tie." He says, "It says to wear a tie, but it doesn't say where you have to wear the tie." He said, "So I've got it around my head." And the funny thing was, he went in to see the governor, and all of a sudden there was all this shouting, and it all went up like the governor was outraged. And we were like outside, we were falling about. And I think they gave this guy extra time in prison, but he didn't care. He thought it was worth it for what he'd done. But anyway, I got released from that prison sentence, and then there was all this to come. But I think it would be kind of quite funny to talk about the lead up to that. I mean, how did I end up in prison? You know, there's a story about, you know, what took me there in the first place. And obviously it's through being involved in animal. There's one of the there's Angel there. It's one of the sheep at the sanctuary. Let me tell you a little bit about Angel. She was used as a breeding sheep before she was rescued, and she was rescued together with her son. So her son's there as well, which is good. And you can adopt Angel. I think it's £30 for an adoption for sheep, and you get an adoption pack and all sorts of information and stuff like that. So it's really, really good thing to do. So there's other ones as well. There's Angel, and there's a few others on there that you can adopt.
I'm just going to rearrange a couple of things so you can see the prices. Carry on.
Yeah, I think they're 30. Each one's 30, but it's good. You know, it's a good cause, and you get also and also you can adopt them as a present. And one thing that we often do at Christmas, you know, to protect the environment and to, you know, help sanctuaries is we'll give an adoption of an animal at a sanctuary to someone as a Christmas present, or you can do it for a birthday present, anything like that. They're really good to give someone as a gift, because then they get all the information about the animal that you've given them as an adoption gift. So let me see, where are we? So that's Angel, and I'll give information about the others. There'll be others that are coming up. I mean, I kind of it all started off. I mean, my sort of career, my journey towards prison probably started off with me being involved with the hunt saboteurs. I mean, I became vegan in 1972. Very quickly became involved in the hunt saboteurs, and I lived in Luton. My nearest group in the hunt sabs was in Northampton, so I used to travel up to Northampton and be involved in this group. And like, there was this guy that ran the group. There was